artist. The V3 fan artist, the ultimate one.
Ultimate V3 fan artist. Is that there? We can hear you, Mike.
What now?
We can hear you.
I know you can.
Yeah, we can.
I know you can.
That's good. Would you like to start?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yank, do the recap, fucker.
Last time on Monster of the Week, Titanic, the ship of dreams. We got Margaret, Monster Hunter. We got Calvin, racist, and also he's a movie star. And we got Will, the schizo. And also later on, it's like, oh, hey, look, a vampire that Margaret is hunting. This is Chiron. Oh, what a lovely lady. Oh wait, no, that's a boy. Anyway, fucking shit. Will kind of had a schizo meltdown. Switched into Phil. Had a night of rampage. Woke up shirtless. Calvin was like, "Oh, the poor person. I already seen enough of those. Get out of here." And then, oh, look, SCP. And SCP showed up, and we had to deal with it. And then we ran away. And then the party finally united, I guess. And I didn't finish the session. Rewatching the session. And then Calvin and Chiron went to the lower decks, got trapped in a pocket dimension, left. Also, people turning into fish, and Calvin fought a werewolf, I think.
Don't forget about the most important part of this session.
What's the most important part?
The cheese arc.
Oh yeah, the cheese. The fact that Will was incapacitated for most of the session because Phil ate cheese.
I can't believe I thought we made it to day 3 last time, but no, we only made it to day 2.
Yes, we are on day 2.
Yes, that is
Day 2.
We're on the night of day 2, and we're starting with the fucking shunting.
We are on day 2 of 4, yes.
Mm-hmm. Remember when you said last session how you thought the halfway point would be day 4?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
It's not.
Oh, this is most certainly going to be a trilogy.
This is probably going to be a 3-parter. Anyway,
it
shunting.
Might be. It fucking might be.
I would be shocked if it isn't.
We might have time. You know we won't. We definitely won't. Well, let's see. Anyways, before we get to shunting, I have something very important for everyone.
What's that?
Oh boy.
The curtains close, and we zoom out to look at 2, I guess, angel-like figures watching this play out.
Oh no.
One is in a nice suit, one is in a nice red, cocktail dress, I presume you could call it. And they will address you directly, the audience.
Mr. Suit and Dr. Dress.
No. Hey there, are you enjoying the show? I hope you are. Intermission came a lot earlier than we thought it was. It seems we had to cut short. Anyways, my name is Honor, and my name is Glory. We're here to ask you a few questions. What do you think of the idea of fate? Do you think it exists, or do you think it is fake? Do you think it's... This is referring to you guys, the audience, not your characters.
Fate is pretty stinky.
If there is a fate, we'll fight against it.
Huh?
Do you think fate is an invisible hand guiding everything you do? Or do you think it's something that simply prevents things from happening? If you disagree with the idea of fate, then why don't you just jump out your window right now? Perhaps it's because that's unfeasible. Is that what fate is? Stopping you from doing something unfeasible? I don't know. You should think about it. Let's get back to the show, okay? We'll see you later. And curtains open back up onto the Titanic session.
We'll see you in the inevitable time for you.
We ended with Calvin freaking out. It's like, the werewolf's on the upper decks. The werewolf's on the upper decks. Where is it?
Last time Calvin is freaking the fuck out about werewolves.
Where is it?
Anyone could be the werewolf.
Hi, guys. No, we don't have enough time to unpack all that.
Onward to the shunting.
Yes, let us begin the shunting. With Margaret. Margaret.
Hello.
You wear anything special for this tonight's shunting?
I'd say her. Not. Actually, no.
Edward looks pretty classy. A little bit classier than he does normally, at least.
She'll wear something classy.
High fashion.
Yeah.
I guess if her normal dress is already frilly, I guess this one's just even frillier.
Yeah.
Just add more frills.
Her normal dress is already pretty high fashion.
Yeah.
So now it's just like extra high fashion.
Yeah.
Even more high fashion.
Even more inconvenient.
Even more inconvenient.
Perfection. Alright, Margaret. Why do you have more frills?
Well, we need to dress up now, don't we?
Well, your normal amount of frills are enough already.
Oh. But I've added frills to my sleeves now. She gestures with her very overly frilly sleeves.
Right. That's not gonna hinder you in any way, right?
Don't worry. If it comes down to it, I'll just take off the dress.
The dress skirt is big enough she can hide her axe in it.
Edward is not going to acknowledge the inappropriateness of that.
Make it poofy.
Right. Have you learned anything about the shunting, by the way?
Unfortunately, no, I haven't. All I know is I know where it's happening and when it's happening, but other than that, not much.
Well, I looked in some books and I didn't find anything. Honestly, I don't even think it's a word.
Do you think it's just something that they came up with here on Titanic? I wonder how long they've been planning it.
I wouldn't presume it's specifically on the Titanic. They seem to have been doing this even before.
Well, I've never heard of it back in London, that's for sure.
Maybe it's a high society thing.
Maybe.
Well, let's go. And so you head off into the night to wherever the fuck is happening. I guess it's happening in like a hall, you know? Not like a hallway, but like a kind of like rented hall, you know?
It's happening in, where's my notes on this shunting?
The Benjamin room, right?
Yeah, the Benjamin room. Benjamin Dornheim's cabin.
I'm sure the cabins are bullshit. This place is huge. Yeah, you guys come over. They're like, oh, I didn't really let you in. But obviously, you have a first class cabin, and you know how big these are. This one's way bigger. It's like a hall. If you had to assume the other doors to the cabins on the side of this are fake, and it's just one big like hall with a bunch of tables and food set up already.
It's like a bunch of cabins combined into one cabin.
Yeah, it's like if they tore down the walls.
The Voltron cabin.
The Voltron cabin.
It's like a zeroth class cabin.
Yeah, it's quite big. There are already a bunch of rich people here. And Isidore Strauss, the guy you know is a Freemason, is also here. He's
I wonder if he's learned anything about the shunting.
Well, the Order is not exactly on good terms with Freemasons, but in a situation like this, I think it might be good to have
Suppose it can be helped.
Trust better the devil you know than the one you don't.
Exactly. Oh, shall we go say hello?
Yes, let's. You head on over. Isidore is in equally... You can't describe suit jackets in any other way than it's a suit.
Mm-hmm.
But you know the kind of suit. It's the old-timey kind of Titanic kind of suit.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Hello, Mr. Strauss.
Yeah, it's a deep British. Hello.
Hope you're having a fine evening.
Yes, it's a fine an evening as it could be.
So, what brings you to this cabin?
Oh, the shunting, apparently.
You would like to know what that is, would you?
Oh, I have as little idea as you do.
Unfortunately, we're just as lost as you are. Would you be down for a bit of a truce for a short while to figure out this whole shunting business?
I suppose that could work.
Wonderful.
Edward looks confused. He's really putting his mind to figuring out what the fuck this is.
I wish I could help, buddy.
God, Margaret, you're here to kick ass if something goes wrong, really. You're just the muscle.
Yeah. She is literally just the
You're
muscle.
You're here to witness horrors and then beat its ass.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hold on.
On the bright side, I think I finally got the Margaret voice down. And so it's just I, Margaret alone.
Margaret alone. Margaret alone.
Margaret alone. Which is hot?
Man, I should
Which
have
is hot?
Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Dude, isn't it crazy how they're making a Full Metal Alchemist game and it's a Square Enix game and it's a mobile game?
Yeah. Full Metal Alchemist. All right. Square Enix. All right. Mobile.
Cool. It looks great. Yeah, it's a fighting game. Mobile. Okay.
God damn.
I don't know why I don't know why. I know why Japan decides to make games mobile. Likely, due to the work ethic and all that. So it's better to just play on your phone than to sit down on a console.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But for us Western fans, it's a little disheartening.
Yeah,
it's also funny they're doing it for Full Metal Alchemist.
Now.
Yeah, I love Full Metal Alchemist. But fucking hot minute since Full Metal Alchemist was made.
Yeah.
Since anything Full Metal Alchemist was made.
Mm-hmm. Full Metal Alchemist is a complete series and franchise.
Yeah,
it has ended multiple years ago.
It has ended, very, very long ago.
The manga is 20 years old now.
Yes.
So I probably should have asked this question to Lemon before this, but I didn't think about it. Oh well.
Brotherhood ended in 2010.
Yep.
Also, what's the question?
It's just sort of involving Phil's claws.
Ah.
And whether or not, I might as well say it right here. And whether or not it can spin like Cars' arm blades.
I see.
What?
I mean, he did cut several railings for off the ship. I have described that. Phil is a very funny man. Shunting.
Shunten.
Phil showed up once, ate cheese, and then peaced out.
My work here is done.
But you didn't even do anything.
Eats cheese, leaves. Dramatic cheese swish.
On the bright side, Will now has 2 favors. Ooh. I share this, Odie, because it's Fallout related.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Your weapon condition is dangerously low. The Ship of Dreams.
The Ship of Dreams.
Booze cruising on the Titanic, guys. Look at this shit.
Man.
Booze cruising.
Man.
Booze cruise.
It's very weird how many people looked at the Titanic and went like, yeah, this is romantic. It's like, oh yes, iceberg. We are all going to die horribly. Yeah, this is hot.
Nothing hotter than an icy death as all your organs slowly freeze and your cells slow down.
Look, man. We only need one kidney.
And that's if you got off the boat. If you were still on the boat, nothing beats, freezing to death and also drowning.
Yeah, being sucked under.
Yeah, or being crushed by the ship after it snapped in half.
Honestly, being crushed by the ship would probably be the best ending.
Yeah,
like at least that's a quicker death.
Yeah, you see that one guy who died in Titanic, where like one of the masts fell on him, like the smokestack just fell on him, and just wham! That guy had the best end. That guy died instantly.
That is a much better ending than like everything else.
Yeah, the two old people.
Yeah,
you see the water coming under the door in like the lower decks. It's like, shit.
Yeah. Ripperoni. I wonder what kind of... How much you want to bet it may be possible for us to create a time paradox and save the Titanic?
Very impossible.
Tragic.
I highly doubt we can do that, but we can certainly try.
Yeah.
We can... Monster of the Week universe, the Titanic didn't crash.
Which creates an even... But meanwhile, back in Shady Woods, oh yeah, the Titanic.
No, we wouldn't even know of it. It'd just be another normal cruise.
And then James Cameron never took off because he never made Titanic.
Yeah. Titanic, what's that?
That is a domino effect.
You mean that random, like, obscure ship that, like, almost crashed once? I mean, I guess that's a ship. I don't know why you're bringing it up here, though.
I don't know why you're talking about it. I mean, like, a bunch of, like, weird stuff happened, but it's like, it made it to shore.
What's this about ships?
We're talking about what would happen if the Titanic didn't crash and just leave in Shady Woods is like a universe where the Titanic doesn't crash.
And, like, if the Titanic didn't crash, then everyone would be talking about the Britannica.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're like, the Titanic? What's that? Who cares?
That'd be James Cameron.
Bro, what's going on? What kind of talking about the Titanic? Why are you talking about that?
The Titanic that fucked the sister ship of the Britannica? What the fuck are you talking about?
The sister ship of the Britannica?
Why is that so important? Bro, let's watch the hit classic Britannica.
Britannica by James Cameron.
Britannica, it happened during World War I, remember?
It's basically, it's basically the Pearl Harbor movie, but before the Pearl Harbor movie.
What the Sam hell is Pearl Harbor?
I can't believe the Shady Woods universe has been happening in the world where World War II didn't happen.
That'd be really fucking funny if that was just like something that happened in the background.
That was fucking wild. Yeah. That would be wild.
Hitler.
It's like how fucking it's never touched on, but Killer Kills takes place in the universe where the Nazis won.
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler. You mean the famous You mean the famous German landscape artist?
I kind of hope we do say the ship because I want to see what happens.
It'd be fucking wild.
Alright.
Anyways, where did I leave off?
Well, we were talking Isidore Strauss.
Isidore Strauss.
Oh, yes.
And neither of us knew what the fuck the shunting was.
You continue to not know what the fuck the shunting is. Benjamin Guggenheim, I believe it was.
Benjamin Guggenheimer.
Just imagine the biggest fucking rich-ass McDude you can imagine.
I'm imagining Mr. Monopoly.
Yeah, just imagine Mr. Monopoly. He comes out and he addresses everyone. He's like, "Oh, hello. Oh, we will be having dinner before tonight's showtime."
Edward, I can't understand him. I think the mustache is getting in the way.
Yeah, I think he's like, I can see him eating the mustaches.
Hellos are so large.
I can't believe it. It looks like its own living thing.
Do you think you'll divide like a cell?
Maybe. These cells even exist at this point. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does
Yes.
Margaret know what they are?
Margaret probably knows, just because she hangs around Edward a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like all of Margaret's knowledge is purely through being near Edward.
Second, because Edward monologues a lot.
Yes, Edward monologues a lot, and Margaret just occasionally picks some of that up.
I suppose so. I have a bit of knowledge on what the people would eat during the Titanic. So they serve you a steak with duck. I believe it's basically a a cylinder of butter formed from duck fat. And they give you a nice soup. It's a very, I don't know how to describe it. It's a bit of a muddy taste that's to cleanse the palate in between like eating some fucking oysters. But yeah, basically the main corpse is the corpse. The main course.
The main corpse is us.
The main corpse is you guys. The main course is a steak with some duck fat on it, basically.
Nice.
It is quite good.
Duck is pretty tasty.
Yeah. It is quite good. Very, very delicious. Do you eat it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Isidore is a bit more like, he kind of like cuts it open, looks at it a bit, and we're just like watching like fucking Isidore. Like, is he gonna eat it? Is this poisoned? Is this all a trick? But Isidore starts eating too, and they're like, alright, we're good.
Margaret dug in immediately.
Thank you, Margaret. You're our poison tester. Your
body will fucking just withstand it.
Yeah, your body is so jacked you can just take it.
She fucking flexes the poison out.
It is a quite delicious meal. I'm gonna look at my notes real quick. As you're eating your dinner, you do notice a bit that a few rich men and women are kind of like getting up together. They're like, oh, they're giggling and stuff, and they're like walking over to like a different room. Edward like looks at you to confirm you saw that.
Margaret nods. Do you know where they're going?
Oh no, it looks like they're going to do the deed.
Should one of us do a spy on them?
I don't really want to now.
Isidore, would you like to do a spy on them?
He's busy eating this steak. It's very good.
Margaret will look to Edward for advice.
Well, if you feel like you should go spy on them, then you should go spy on them. However, if you get caught, then it'd be very bad for our chances in this dinner party.
Margaret looks like she washed it up and then looks down her massive frilly dress.
And your clinking of black keys.
And her clinking of black keys
Yeah.
and stays seated.
Alright. As dinner comes to an end. Hold on, let me. It is there are people here playing music, but once dinner comes to an end and Benjamin Guggenheim comes back in, the people stop playing the music. And as Guggenheim enters back in, along with them are a couple of buff-looking dudes. Kind of look like they're here to they're like their security or something. And they come in with a scared-looking man. He's restrained and gagged. Edward is concerned.
Yeah, Margaret gets a frown, and she shoves more steak in her mouth to hide it.
Everyone around is basically already done eating, so.
Then she does not.
This is a bit after dinner. A very quaint dinner. I have music for this. Do I have music for this? Did I not? Oh fuck! Hold on. I do. I have it. Hold on.
Holding on.
I need to go in my fucking history to find it.
Boy.
If my internet decided to work. Isidore Strauss also looks a bit concerned. What? Is that man? Is that man gagged?
I do believe so. And bound. I don't like the look of this. Not one bit.
No, me neither. Where the fuck?
Margaret gets in a bit more of a, not quite battle stance, because that'd be too obvious, but like she's ready.
On guard.
Yeah, on guard. Her knees bent under the dress.
You're ready in case someone fucking comes at you.
Yeah, in case something happens.
And Benjamin takes out one of those champagne glasses and does the fork thing, ding 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 ding. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of esteemed families. I'd like to begin tonight's shunting. Tonight's shunting is brought to us by this very, very charitable third-class passenger. This guy is gagged. He looks scared. He's wiggling to try and get out, but he's being kept still in place by these by the security dudes. And looking around at the rich people, they all seem to think this is perfectly normal. You're noticing that some of the rich people are actually undressing, which is very strange for the time. This is not this is not cool.
Margaret frowns.
Of course, being undressed in this time means that you're basically still completely covered, but
removing a couple of the
removing the dress and being in the lingerie, which is basically still covering your entire body. There's boob here, and that's horrifying for the 1912 audience.
God.
Isidore and Edward are oh, what the fuck?
Margaret lifts her dress slightly, ready to pull out black keys.
This applies to the men as well, who are also undressing. And the band who is here starts beginning to play again. And a lot of and there's a woman kind of behind you who is on the table next to you. Who's oh, you're not going to undress?
Margaret sort of peels back to just a little bit, looks at the massive amounts of black keys in there.
Oh, I'm not. I like to keep my clothes on while something, actually. Oh, yes, very reasonable. Of course. Okay, go on, carry on.
Yes. We find it adds to the experience.
Mm-hmm. Isidore looks uncomfortable. He's looking at you two. He's like, you know what the fuck is going on? He's kind of reaching his hand into his coat jacket in a way that makes it look like he's just crossing his arms, but you could tell that he's grabbing onto something in there. And all the undressed people, and they start kind of crowding around the victim, I'll call him.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
We know what he is.
They're not holding anything. They're not holding any weapons or anything. But they're kind of just crowding around him, reaching arms to grab him. And as they're doing that, you kind of can't quite see over the wave of people who are crowding him, but you can hear a lot of slurping sounds. Like
Margaret's gonna press
fleshy,
through the crowd to get a little closer.
fleshy and wet. Like, you know when you like grab a hold of slime?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of sound. And as you Margaret start getting closer to try and see what the fuck this crowd is doing, you hear a lot of like
Pushing a little closer.
You hear slurping sounds. And as you get closer and you kind of like push someone aside a little bit, you get to where you can see what they're doing to this man. And when you see him, at first you don't understand what is happening, but you kind of take a bit of a step back to fully grasp the situation. And then you understand what's happening to this man. This man is no longer a man. He is being almost dissolved, not in an acid sort of way, but in a becoming a glob of flesh sort of way. It seems that they have undressed him, and it's not like a naked man. It is like a ball of flesh which was once a man. He is melting basically, and it's like his innards have melted completely and are expanding, and his flesh is the only thing that's keeping it all inside of him. And the rich people around him, their mouths and nose have extended almost like an anteater's to slurp onto him, and they're all protruding a lube-like substance that's lubing him up and making him more and more into a strange blob, and they're all slurping on him. And his head is still completely intact, and he is horrified. This is hell on earth for him. It is clearly hurting him, but he cannot scream as he is gagged. And all
Margaret recoils back and covers her mouth in shock.
Edward comes up behind you and looks at this, and he's like, "Oh." It seems that the rich people are busy doing this, and Isidore kind of comes over and pulls you guys away from that, and he turns you guys around to look at the other rich people, who did not hoard around the victim, and they are. I'm doing the hand motion of interlocking my fingers. Mm-hmm. They are fusing into each other. They too have undressed, and they are literally melting into each other, becoming one form and becoming less human. You see, almost they are bags of flesh, as their bones are almost poking out, like their bones are not even supposed to be there in the first place.
This is vile. Absolutely vile.
What the hell is going on?
Well, I've had just about enough of it, whatever it is.
I presume
Margaret lifts up her dress.
I guess this is what they meant by the shunting.
Margaret would like to draw her black keys.
Ooh.
Margaret's had just about enough of this.
Whip it out, and that sounds.
Yep. Yeah. Cool, and they fly out, and in each hand she has 3 black keys, that she holds between her fingers.
There are some rich people who notice it and is oh, but it's that sort of rich accent is still there, but it is coming out of almost melted lungs.
Both of you stay near me. I'll do my best to protect you.
Yeah, sure thing. Edward takes out the revolver, and Isidore Strauss takes out a very intricate knife.
She mentioned Margaret's black keys have a large number of runes and shit inscribed on them, and they are made of pure silver.
Yeah. They're magic and shit.
Very magic. Yeah. And Margaret would like to go towards the near the fused rich person and throw 3 black keys into them.
Alright. Roll to kick some ass.
16. Wait, no, 15. Because I'm not protecting anyone.
Yeah. Is that what you rolled?
Yes. I rolled to kick some ass.
Okay, what bonus do you want, bro?
Okay. Yeah, I got a 12 plus 3.
Goddamn.
Margaret's very good at fighting.
Yeah, this is what she's built for.
This is her purpose. All right, let me remember where Kitsumas is on page 65, right?
I believe so. Allow me to check.
Let's harm.
How do you like the blue Danuba, by the way?
It's quite good. Quite nice. Let's get some ass early. Oh, let me go back to the
This is
page.
playing in universe. You guys are hearing this?
Okay, let's see. Moves. Move 56. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. On 10 plus, gain the advantage, take 1 plus forward, give 1 plus forward, inflict terrible harm, suffer less harm, or force them where you want them.
I will suffer less harm.
Alright. Yeah, you just like black key out, just completely like cut him. You did not. You were throwing it basically expecting to incapacitate them. Basically it impales them. Basically, is what you're expecting it to happen. But as it cuts through them, it cuts through them completely. Like there's no give to them. They're just a flappy blob, and they just cut apart completely. And he falls down like, and like some goop kind of spills on you, and it does 1 harm. But since it's suffer less harm, it doesn't do anything to you. You have a feeling that this would hurt. It's almost like an acidic substance.
Yeah, like she goes to wait. Can she like slice whatever was coming at her out of the air?
Yeah, you could do that. And it seems they do in fact bleed, but they do not bleed red. They bleed blue.
Do the knives' anti-magic effect have anything against them?
They are not magical.
Oh dear. Well, that's unfortunate.
Benjamin, who has his like weird anteater mouth, kind of like, it does like a rubber band cartoon sound effect as it like slurps back into his face, and he becomes like vaguely normal again. Oh, he's like, oh, what is it that you are doing?
Unfortunately, I've had quite enough of all this. You're all quite clearly monstrous, and therefore it's my duty to exterminate you.
Monstrous? No. We are simply superior. We are the rich. Didn't you know? We've always fed off the poor.
Well, if this is superior, then I have no interest in being superior.
Please, witness the shunting. This is what we always do behind closed doors. Every rich person, or at least those who are like us, witness. As he kind of like comes down to the victim who is being blorfed, and like the gag is becoming to come loose because of how lubed up he is. And he's like, and Benjamin comes over to him, and towards the bottom of the blob, he literally just straight through his arm, and you could see it wriggling around inside the blob as his hand literally comes out of this man's mouth.
Ugh.
And he starts like fingering his eyeballs, and it's fucking gross.
What?
Can Margaret roll to protect someone?
This man is not. It's too late for this man, Margaret.
Yeah.
Edward is like, no, don't. Edward is basically holding you back. It's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, she'll just
I almost made
slice
myself
at
barf
anyone
with
who
that
comes
sound
near.
effect I'd like to mention.
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. She's gonna fucking kill everyone in this.
Yeah.
room.
Benjamin is like making direct eye contact with you as he does this. Margaret, please kill them. Please kill them, Margaret, please.
More than happy to. Yes. So she is going to Alright, so...
This music
Yeah,
is
sure.
this music is playing not it's playing to calm us down, you know?
Yeah.
If I put regular horror music in this, it'd be too gross.
Well, yeah. Margaret's going to vent her unyielding rage on these guys.
Please
10
do.
dice. Or 10 hit. Hit on 10.
What bonus
There we
you
go.
want?
Uh,
If you inflict terrible harm, I'll let you just take out a swath of them all at once.
yeah, to inflict terrible harm, as, like, she jumps up, and, like, her dress comes up, and it's like a it's like a Toho pattern, basically, of knives that come out against all the things in the room.
Yeah,
As she spins around.
Yeah. You just like basically in a circle. Edward has seen you do this before, so he literally just ducks down to the floor, and he's short enough to where it all dodges him completely. Isidore just kind of jumps over them all, and then in a circle, you just take out like fucking 10 of these rich people, just completely cut in half. They're splatted against the wall. Oh, and the horde of people.
Just for the record, her knives normally do 2 harm, so this would be 3 harm.
These are shitty rich people. They only have 1 HP, so don't worry about it.
Cool.
And they're all splatted up against the wall, except for Benjamin, who managed to take it pretty well since he seems to be in human form. Oh, and the horde of rich people who are like around this blob man have died. They've been cut in half and slurped into the ground. And you notice that the ones who are already dead, they kind of melt into, not into glob puddles, but into actual regular puddles of weird blue shit.
Ugh.
The victim, he's already dead. No saving that man.
For the best.
For the best.
Really.
He had a horrific death.
Really.
The man literally shoved his hand up his ass and through his mouth.
Yeah.
And Benjamin is like, oh, how dare you. He's gonna, like, basically go over there and give you a fucking right hook.
Yo, what?
He's gonna go over there and give you a right hook. He's gonna punch you straight up.
Alright, nice.
Bare knuckle brawl. They have different stats for their human and not human forms. Allow me to check. Yeah, he goes over there, and as he's like coming towards you to punch you, you notice how his knuckles the bones that are in his knuckles literally like stick out. They like pierce his flesh so the bones can hit you as he's swinging, and it gives you 2 harm. Armor applies.
Yeah. Margaret has no armor, so
Damn.
yeah, just right in the face, and she like stumbles back a bit.
And as he punched you, Edward, who is still on the ground by the way, gets up and puts his revolver into his mouth and just fires, and his brain is just straight into the ceiling. Margaret, are you okay?
Yes, I'm alright, thank you.
There's on all the rich people. There's still some rich things here, and they've all witnessed this, and they're just like, and they're all just like goosing away.
I'm not letting a single one of these get away. Marge's gonna pull out more black keys and sprint after them.
Roll a kick some ass and just clean up the rest.
12.
Whew.
Inflict terrible harm.
Yeah, you're going off.
Margaret is like leaping between each one, and like every time she lands in one, she just throws a black key, or not even throws, just plunges the black key into their
You're comboing these fuckers.
And then leaps to the next one.
The band who is playing has stopped playing. Let me represent this. They've stopped playing.
It's at this point, it's just a slaughter.
Yeah, it's just a slaughter. Allow me to put on some appropriate music now that the body horror is over, and I won't barf having to hear it.
It was very disgusting. I loved it.
Fucking gross.
I'm glad you immediately then go on to Lisa the Painful.
Yeah. If I put it on while it was happening, it would have been too gross.
There's something.
You can thank me for that.
Hey, the rich feed off the poor.
Rich feet off the poor.
Do you like the symbolism? Look.
I like it. The bugman of St. Christopher.
The bugman. Isidore just kind of puts his knife away. Very talented, that woman is. Yes, I've trained her myself. And they just watch you as you go off, slaughtering these things. And they're all dead now. They've all melted into puddles. Well, I will never recover from the trauma. Margaret, are you okay?
Yes, I am now. Although, I do wish we could have saved that man.
It's unfortunate, but he seems to, looks at the blob. It seems too late for him.
Yes.
Isidore Strauss comes up. Well, it's obvious these things weren't human.
That is most certainly for sure. However, something odd. My magic swords, or more accurately anti-magic swords, did not affect them.
Oh.
They weren't using magic of any kind.
Oh. Seems to have a grim look on his face. They're gonna know what they were.
You do?
Yes. Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials?
Yes. Beings
Edward,
not
what's
from
that
this
mean?
earth. Beings not from this earth, Margaret.
Oh! They're like aliens!
Yes, like aliens.
I've never had to fight an alien before.
The Freemasons have limited contact with some, but it seems to be a different, unrecognized form.
How odd.
You know, now to think about it, all the seemingly inhuman conversations I've had with these high society people now make sense.
Margaret puts a finger to her chin. Does that mean all the ones in high society were all aliens?
Well, if according to my research, Mr. Guggenheim was a part of the American government, so it seems they've gotten into very high positions of society.
That is truly unfortunate.
We may have fixed the problem on this Titanic tonight. But for the world, it seems that it's nothing we cannot fix.
It does seem a bit beyond our scope.
Well, we've learned a lot tonight.
And here I was hoping only supernaturals be the only threat I'd have to face. I suppose I must extend my reach to aliens as well.
I guess so. What are we going to do about this mess?
Isn't it order policy that we aren't allowed to tell anybody who isn't a part of it about supernatural occurrences?
Yes.
Does that mean we have to clean this all up?
He's the door. No, don't worry about it. I got some connections I may help.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Strauss.
Yes. All a part of my job as a Freemason. Now that you two may leave, we're going to contact Well, I'm just going to bribe the janitors, really.
Well, I suppose that would be one way of doing it.
You have no idea how much money could fix your problems.
Well, she looks at, all of the, puddles of rich people around. I'm not sure money fits theirs.
I suppose you're correct. Well, it's been a very fruitful truce.
Indeed.
Until we meet again.
Until we meet again, Mrs. Strauss. She gives a brief curtsy as more black keys, not quite fall out, but dangle there.
Yeah. Alright, let's go, Margaret.
Margaret nods, and follows Edward out of the shunting room.
Yeah, you head out, just breathe a breath of fresh air. Oof.
Edward, I hope we never have to deal with anything like that again. That was absolutely vile.
Well, I'm afraid we might have to.
Hmm.
Seems like a problem you might encounter often on this ship, at least.
It would seem so. And I think this is only our second day aboard.
Oh, and still no clues on the vampire.
Yes, the vampire. I'd almost forgotten with all this shunting business.
Please let us speak of the shunting from here, gun.
Yes, it may be best if we don't talk about it.
Let's go.
Back to the cabin.
Back to the cabin. And so you go back to the cabin. The last time I remember, Calvin was banging on their door.
No, he went onto the deck afterwards, just like, oh, here's the trail, where the trail of blood ends.
Oh god. Calvin, did you just go back to wait for them to arrive?
He's just looking around like, and like he's just looking panically around for it. It's like he checks the cafeteria. No, he goes back, checks on the door, bang, 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 bang. You're there.
As you're banging on the door,
And he goes and checks somewhere else, comes back.
Edward, Leg, and Margaret show up as you're banging on the door.
Oh dear. Mr. Calvinius. Why are you banging on our door at this hour?
He whirls around, panic in his eyes, and grabs you by the shoulders. Werewolves.
What? Excuse me?
There is a werewolf on the ship.
Oh.
Another thing for the list, I suppose.
I have injured him, and he is still alive. He has escaped the lower decks and is on the deck now.
This seems urgent.
And he holds up the pin. He dropped this, however.
Is that the pin of a Freemason?
He looks at it.
That's
What?
the Freemason pin. Margaret, you saw it on Mr. Isidore Strauss.
Yes, I do believe I did.
What the heck?
Is there a second Freemason? I do remember that Mr. Strauss still had his pin when we met him.
Yes, and he was with us during the...
You guys look like you've been through hell.
Well, not okay.
However, I do not care. I've seen this thing up close. I don't like it, and it has also been killing the poor people down there.
Oh dear, many things seem like targeting the poor.
Correction, killed one poor person. Adam just shows up.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Atom.
Hello. Calvin.
Should we get Mr. Strauss in on this?
Calvin.
He did say he was the only Freemason on the ship, did he?
Calvin, show them the heart.
Yes.
The heart?
The heart.
Oh yes, he opens up a sack which just gently pulsating.
I just pulled out a still beating heart. What the fuck? What the fuck?
This is the victim's heart. I will
I'm
add.
gonna pull out her black key and like just tap it with her anti-magic sword.
No, that's natural. That's not natural. It's not supposed to be. No, more. I don't think this is an alien thing. I don't know what this is really.
This is very odd.
This is very strange. This is not normal. This is not normal at all.
Oh dear.
Alright.
Well,
Alright. Can we work on this in the morning?
In the morning?
We've had a very long night.
As have I.
We've seen things that should not be seen by mortals.
I'll be honest, Edward, I don't believe I can sleep right now. I think I'll do a few rounds before I can close my eyes again.
Well, I say sleep, but really I'm just going to lie in bed with my eyes open and just hope to sleep with my eyes open.
Yes.
We're in no condition to be hunting a werewolf right now.
I suppose so. I do need to restock, after all.
And you
There are
are.
slightly less keys in her dress than normal.
And you are a bit harmed.
I am. I suppose I do need a bit of rest.
Well, Calvin. Until tomorrow.
He just has a sour expression on his face, like, waiting. He's like,
Do not worry, Mr. Ford. Should the beast show up, I promise I'll be there. You have my guarantee. I'll keep a close eye on you.
and he pinches the bridge of his nose. Come on, Don Chad. Well, we can take turns pointing a gun at the door.
Don Chad isn't here, it's just Adam. Don Chad was busy talking to his people.
Oh yeah, it was Atom that was here.
Yeah, Adam is here. I will protect
Atom.
you, Calvin.
Yes. Do you even need to sleep?
No.
Good. You will be on watch duty.
Let us go.
I feel a lot safer with him around.
And that's the night.
At least he will protect me. And then he places like a hand on his shoulder and just like, good evening, and starts walking away.
Very tough shoulder. Man, this guy must do some fucking hella exercise or something. That shit's like steel.
What makes this even funnier is that Chiron and nothing bad happened to Chiron and Will.
No, they just had a nice evening. You're like day 2.
Day 2.
That was fucking day 2.
Dawn of the third day.
And so, the night ends. Oh man, fucked up.
Something's pretty fucked.
Yeah, shit's pretty fucked. Do you guys want an interlude?
Sure.
Yeah.
Allow me to put on this interlude. Meanwhile, in the bow of the ship, and by bow I mean bowels, down and deep below, this cult shit is still going on. They are continuing to chant around this circle. It seems they've been doing this literally all day and night. However, there is one or two who are like standing to the side. And they seem to be more of higher standing, as they have a different sort of mask under their hood. It's sort of a yellowy mask. It has green, almost like painted on eyes. And they are speaking in whispered tones of a language that does not really lend well to the human voice. However, they seem to speak it, even if it seems to hurt them. And through all of that, they keep speaking, and they speak of only one thing which can be understood in the English language, and that is mailroom. And that is what happens in this interlude. And this is important because Margaret.
Oh boy.
Something happens this time. Something you've never really experienced, and that this time, while you were actually sleeping, you have a slight future vision of that cult in the bowels of the ship.
Oh.
And it's very difficult to understand where they are since it's so dark and only lit by candles. But you do hear the sound of like a loud engine, like boom, 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 going off. And you hear their whispering, and it's very difficult to hear. But the only thing you understand is mailroom. And that is what happens that night. And on to the morning of day 3. Woo.
Third day.
Everyone, what you doing on this day?
Margaret will start by telling Edward of her dream, and then going to go investigate the mailroom.
Hold on, I know exactly what to play. If Probot wants to play it.
No.
I don't think Probot... Ah, there we go. Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean, Colt in the basement?
Well, I had a dream of this. This is the ice cube guys, right?
The Ice Cube guys.
Could she see the ice cube?
It's very difficult to... It was very dark, so you didn't quite see what was there. What was in the middle there.
Well, it was a bunch of robed figures, and they were all in a circle around something, someone or an object, I think. I do believe they were worshipping it. It was nearby the sound of an engine, I believe, some sort of pounding, and I couldn't understand entirely what they were saying, but they mentioned a mailroom.
The mailroom? Down in the... well, where's the map? Hold on, let me look up the map. I have the mailroom listed here. I believe it's number 1. Yeah, down in the lower decks, the mailroom is. The mailroom on the lower decks.
Yes, that one.
Why would they mention a mailroom?
I don't know. I think they might have been chanting. Perhaps they need some mail.
As well as Cold Snake mail living on them. Well, even if we do go to the mailroom, how do we know what we're supposed to find?
Perhaps find signs of a ritual.
Well, I suppose we go check it out.
Plus, we might run into that werewolf Mr. Ford mentioned.
Well, it's daytime, so I doubt it.
Yes. I do hope they're doing alright.
I hope so. What is Calvin doing? Calvin.
Calvin is probably stalking the deck, being like, "Hey," with Atom and Don Chad being like, "Where the hell is it?"
Where is
He said it's a Freemason. We gotta find a Freemason.
What is Kieran doing?
Reading the book.
Where are you reading this book?
Where Chiron always is.
The bow of the ship.
Yeah.
Alright. What about you, Will?
Wearing the nun outfit.
Of course. What about you, Will?
Will is gonna go head over to Margaret and to Margaret's cabin.
Yeah, you catch them as they're just exiting their room.
Hello there, Phil.
My name is Will. Sorry. I was
My
just,
apologies for them.
thank you. You look like you're in the middle of something.
Do you need me? It can wait.
Not particularly. I was just going to stay by you and your partner for safety.
Huh. In that case, would you like to join us in the mailroom?
Okay.
Fantastic.
Calvin, as you're walking around, that person looks suspicious. They're wearing a nut. Oh, just carry on. It's just Kieran on the back of his
I knew it. Oh, it's just you.
Mm.
You wouldn't happen to be a werewolf, would you?
Quite the opposite.
Classy.
Classic.
He scraped his chin. A wah human?
I suppose that is an acceptable answer.
You
does that
brought
mean you're
Adam
not a
along with
human
you,
normally?
right?
Yeah, I brought Atom
Adam
and Don Chad. He's dragging. It's the three. It's the three dumbasses.
The three amigos.
The three amigos.
Don Chad is just a little peeved. He's just a bit tired. Adam is looking at Kieran there like,
Yeah, he's just like, Don Chad, I must keep you safe. You're coming with me.
Looks over to Adam.
It's very large man.
Hello.
Hello.
Why do you look at me in such a way?
Weird.
How rude.
Atom, stop calling people weird.
Excuse my rudeness.
It's okay. You're excused.
Thank you. If you, Kieran, if you had a guess, you could assume he's on to you.
I don't hear any heartbeat.
You don't. There's no heartbeat there. It's if anything, it's like a really annoying car engine sound.
Weird. Calling me weird.
This guy's not human, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Seem to have a knack for attracting trouble, don't you?
Some guests walk by. They're like, "Oh, did you hear about the person on the dance floor? Oh yes, he seems so weird, but he danced so well."
That dance floor. Okay, I was gonna go look for the dance floor.
Are you coming along, Kieran?
Sure.
Cool. You guys head over to the dance floor. And there's a lot of people here dancing. They're mostly just kind of chilling. But there is one strange thing here, and that there is. How do I describe this? You know the dragon form in Dark Souls 1?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that, but a lot taller and a lot lankier and with a weird goat head.
So Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, and now imagine it doing sick ass dance moves.
You
say that, but it's you say it, but it's 1912, so it's probably just doing like the Charleston.
No, it's doing modern ass dance moves. It's doing the Charleston. It's doing waltzes. It's doing fucking flapper shit.
It looks like
I don't think it's very modern.
It's straight up doing the default dance.
Yeah, there you go. You're naming off to like 20s dance moves right
Oh
there.
fuck, he's doing the Dougie. Oh shit.
Go, man's in stanky leg.
No, it's what is it? It's just Elizabeth from Dancing Moon Knight just dancing really weird.
Oh fuck, he's doing the sprinkler. Oh fuck.
He's just serving everyone.
People are coming up to him and we're like, yeah, and they're dancing, and then he just fucking serves them super hard. For some reason, people are not terrified of this strange goat demon.
He just looks around at Kieran. Are you seeing this?
Don Chad is here. He's like, oh, that man's dancing very well.
I am perceiving.
Don Chad.
Look, Calvin, look at how good he's dancing.
Don Chad, you don't see him?
What do you mean?
Like, that man has a goat head.
What? Oh my god!
Did you just not see it?
Yes!
Can people not perceive it without, being, told of it? I mean, I know magic. Is that why?
I need some dance music.
No, you know what it's time for.
The religious theme.
Put on the Yakuza music.
Oh no, yeah, that's Friday night. Here, hold on. Yakuza.
I don't know what the song is, but
it's Friday night. Bam, bam, bam. Welcome to the dance party section of the session.
We need to beat him in a dance off and he explodes.
So yeah, this is happening now. What you guys do?
He just like, what do we do?
I do not know.
Perhaps we did him in a dance off.
I practice dance from my silver screen.
What role is dancing?
Charm, I'd assume.
I'd assume it's plus charm, yeah. But as you guys are discussing this goat demon, literally like turns his head to look at you and points at you, Calvin, as he's like doing the shuffle. He literally like dances over to you, and he continues to point at you. And then while he's dancing, he stops and he like pulls his hands and he crosses his arms, like, and he's looking at you like he's waiting for you to do dance moves.
He's just sitting there, and then Calvin starts swinging his arms and swinging his legs.
Roll plus charm.
I have -2 to charm, so.
Oh shit! This is
so
Calvin. This is Calvin's battle. This is Calvin's battle right now.
So if I can, I'd like to not roll.
Yeah.
7.
This is Calvin. Oh, what's the 7's a mix, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That means this dance off is gonna go on longer. Yeah, you do a dance that you like learned for a movie. You're just like, yeah, you do it, and then other people are trying to crowd around, like, oh yeah, and they're cheering. And they're like, the fucking goat demon dance. He like nods, like, and then he starts doing the fucking. He does like that same dance you just did, but like the second half of it, and it's way better than you did it.
Oh shit!
And then he stops and he crosses his arms again. And it looks like he's expecting you to continue.
And
Use your powers. Use your powers and just somehow perform the Gangnam Style.
The world's first dance off, as we knew it occurred on the Titanic.
Calvin is
Open Gangnam Style.
Yeah, Calvin is going to cast. As he's gonna do like the dance, he's gonna spin around and like he's gonna do like the how low can you go thing, but he's gonna put a wall behind him, his back, so he doesn't fall over and he's gonna stand back. Can I roll plus weird instead on this roll?
Yes.
Yeah. 7.
7. Oh, that's so mixed. Yeah, you do it, and it looks pretty good, but the goat demon isn't impressed. He knows he did that, but he's gonna show you up by going even lower. His ankles literally snap as he goes lower than you. Your turn, Calvin.
Man, part 9 is really weird.
Damn it, I got a 7 again!
What dance were you doing?
You must work together.
Someone could roll to help out here. But
Yeah.
The only person here is Kieran, and he's fucking garbage at dancing, so.
He just looks around. Wait, so Don Chad and everyone isn't there?
Don Chad's here. He's witnessing this shit happen. He's terrified and impressed.
He's like, he looks over to Don Chad, and looks over to Kieran. Okay, most of them probably believe that he's a woman, and he grabs her and starts doing a tango.
Alright, roll. Okay, Calvin, you roll your plus charm, and Kieran, you roll to help out.
Okay.
Help out is a different
8.
role. I believe help out is... Where is help out? Help out is here somewhere. Protect someone, manipulate, rescue, so help out. When you help out another hunter, roll plus cool, Kieran.
Okay. That's a better roll, I think. It's a better roll.
Well, it's cool. Come on, you do it.
Oh, nice. 10.
Nice. 10 plus. You get a Calvin. You got a +1 on your roll.
Nice. 10.
Ooh, nice.
And at the very end, Calvin is going to like do the dance, and then he's going to spin Kieran out back into the crowd where he was, and then put his arms together like the dude did. Like,
yeah, and the goat dude is like, and he seems to acknowledge your skill. And as a reward for beating him in a dance-off, you gain an extra point of luck.
An extra point of luck.
You get an extra box of luck.
An extra box.
And he rewards you with a key. The key's in the shape of a skeleton. This is a skeleton.
He's going to pocket this, and he just nods at the guy and turns around and walks back into the crowd with a swish of his suit coat.
This is a skeleton key. It opens any lock that's not strange or abnormal. You did it. You won the dance off against the demon of song.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time that I want to dance off in,
You have 2 nickels.
You want to dance off with Mike specifically?
It's not a lot, but it's weird to have him twice.
That's how I feel about that. Getting
Getting tangoed there for a second.
Odd, but okay.
Weird flex, but okay.
This might as well happen in my immortal life.
Another list to the experiences.
Yeah. And the demon literally just dissipates.
And then Calvin became the demon of dance soon after leaving the Titanic.
And then everyone's like, "Oh, that was cool," and then everyone just disperses.
I wonder.
Don Chadley comes up. What's that?
I believe we had a dancing contest.
What?
I really should get into the theatrical plays.
Aaron
Dance in front of a crowd.
Aaron walks up after adjusting his veil. Why did you grab me?
Well, it worked, didn't it?
I suppose so.
And I couldn't exactly grab Don Chad.
That is fair.
Maybe a good dancer, Don Chad, but at least they can believe that he's a woman.
He's not.
No.
Oh. Oh. That's it for them. Meanwhile, back with Margaret and Edward and Will, who's not currently here, but we'll just pretend he is. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking Friday night off. Look, it had to be there after the shunting, alright? We couldn't just fucking keep going into horror when the fucking shunting happened. What kind of music? Come on, there was something good here. Why did we put on so much Lure of the Maw? Hey, Margaret. We've arrived at the mailroom.
All right. How's it look? What does it look like?
It's definitely a mailroom. There's like just big ass bags of just like letters and shit around. And there's about 3 or so male people here doing mail things, just organizing stuff and like doing their jobs.
Does this look like the place from her dreams?
No, not even close.
Hmm.
This mailroom is a much smaller than that area they were in.
Well, this isn't the place of my dreams.
It's not.
Also, does the Margaret heal any harm?
Yeah. You heal 1 harm because Edward is a doctor. He can help you out.
Cool.
Cool.
Mono in the mailroom.
Yeah, there's basically just like a straight up piles and piles of mail around. Hello, you got something you need, or what?
Oh, did any mail come in here recently?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yes, She looks at Edward.
Any weird mail come through?
Yes, very, very weird mail.
You know law. Yeah, can't tell mail about people. Yeah.
What if it's our mail?
Or may I have your names?
Well, I'm Margaret Cross.
I'm Edward Finch. Kind of like, he takes out a big ass book and he starts flipping through it. It seems to be like the directory for all the people here on this boat for this voyage, and he finds your names. No mail.
Do you have any mail for Benjamin Gutenheimer? I'm here to pick up mail for him.
Sounds legit. Starts looking through. Benjamin. He's got a painting.
That'll do. Yes, that's what we're here for.
Well, he kind of like goes in the back, pull out this big ass painting. I'm gonna find the picture of this painting.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're in the mail room.
All right.
Jinx, you owe me a mail.
Dude, you're about to get
Mail
a
god. Mail gang.
Mail gang.
So, Mrs. Margaret, why are we in the mountain?
Well, I have these dreams. They're
Okay.
like, visions of the future. And I saw a certain cult worshipping something here on the boat, and they mentioned the mailroom.
I see. If Will does not react at all, he's like, "Oh, I see." Yeah, that makes sense.
Unfortunately, I was hoping this would be where I would find them, but it seems that this is not the place for their ritual. It looks nothing like what I saw in my dream. And I don't hear that distinctive thumping sound.
No, if you're looking for a thumping sound, the engine room's pretty anywhere across the engine room.
Oh, the engine room. Well, that would be wonderful.
Well, you're not allowed down there, but you know.
Oh, that's where we need to transport the painting for Mr. Grundenheim.
That sounds like a lie.
Can we still have the painting?
Can Will?
Yeah, I mean, this is expensive painting. You know, I can't just give it to anyone who's not Guggenheim, you know? Or at least a written message from him, you know?
What?
This
would you roll
This
for?
is the painting, by the way. I can't put it on screen for reasons.
What would you roll to forge a signature?
Plus cool? This is the painting, by the way.
Oh, it's like a Aphrodite thing, isn't it?
It's La Crème Abouin. I've no variety. It's French for some shit.
Neat.
A real painting. It is the most highly valued item of cargo that was last lost in the Titanic.
Do we need this painting or anything? Or like he whispers.
Well, it was being sent to an alien, so...
Still doesn't react. Like, why would an alien want a painting?
I knew they were real.
I'm not sure.
Is there any way you can see if it's like magical or something?
She looks at the painting and at the moment and then back to you. Not discreetly.
Not this.
What would you roll to do extraction?
To do what?
To distract.
Y'all are gonna fucking rob this painting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, more seriously, Margaret's going to stab the painting.
Extremely valuable painting.
So what would he roll?
-3 sharp.
It would probably
-3
it would
sharp.
definitely be manipulate someone, which is a plus charm.
Ooh, plus charm.
You have to give a reason though first. You can't just manipulate someone without a reason. You need to.
I mean, it was more distracting, like his eyes.
Yeah, you need to make up a reason and or distraction to me, and then I'll let you roll.
All right. He was gonna be like Will was gonna because he's a doctor, so he's gonna be like, oh well, I guess we can't really get this painting. Come on, Miss Margaret. I walk, and then suddenly grab his chest and like pretend to have a heart attack.
Margaret goes back. Clearly not expecting that.
He is a doctor, so he knows he's seen one before.
Edward is literally in the corner witnessing this shit. It's like, oh, okay, alright.
My heart, my chest.
Roll roll plus charm.
All right. Roll. Oh wait, roll. There you go. Can I spend? How does spending luck work?
Believe you just mark off the point of luck, and then that gives you an automatic plus 10.
All right, good, because
it gives you an automatic 12 to be exact.
An automatic what?
All right, good.
Automatic 12.
Automatic 12.
All right, good, because he got a 5 and he has -1 charm, so he's gonna spend.
All right, you spend a luck. It really looks like you're having a heart attack right now.
I have bad news.
Yes.
What?
Margaret got a 4 on her sharp roll. She is also convinced.
Oh my god, he's having a heart attack! The mailroom clerk says, oh my god, he's having a heart attack!
Mr. William, are you alright? Edward, we need to do something.
He's like coughing. He's like coughing, but like under his face, like, painting, get the painting!
Is there a doctor in the house? He is the doctor!
Is that doctor? He's the doctor!
He went to like wait, what was Margaret's partner's name again?
Edward.
Margaret Cross?
No, it's her partner.
Edward.
Oh, Edward.
Partner! I'll fucking... He'd kill you if you said that to him!
He's going... I mean, partner in crime. Anyway, he's gonna look directly at him, like, while, like, still having a heart attack and, like, point, like, very... Like, point dramatically at the painting, was like, painting, it's cursed. It's so indecent. It wasn't giving me a heart attack.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're having a heart attack. Oh my god, it's a doctor.
Frantically pointing at the painting.
Edward just, like, grabs it, walks out of the room. He just leaves you fuckers with this shit.
And then, like, the moment, like, he's gone from the room, like, actually, no, a few seconds of, like, pretending, like, and then once he's, like, absolutely sure Edward's gone, he's like,
Margaret, you need to give him heart pumps.
Margaret will start giving CPR. One, two.
I imagine, like, he's like, all right, now this, and then Margaret just shoves into the ground and gives him CPR.
He just starts
I'll
pumping
save
your
Mr.
heart.
William.
She's basically punching you in the chest.
Yeah, Will regrets doing this, and he's gonna, like, as soon as she's done with, like, the first time, he's like, oh wow, wait, look at that, I'm magically cured.
Question: Lemon, do you count fists as old-fashioned weapons?
No.
Yes.
That means Margaret's fists do a minimum of 2 harm.
Oh god! She punches him in the chest.
A fist is as old-fashioned as weapons get.
Yeah. Margaret's fists do 2 harm.
Ew, that's not good.
She is very strong.
You take 2 harm.
He, like, recoils from the first punch.
2 harm, armor applies, William.
Right, so he recoils from the budget, and, like, before Margaret could give him a thought, he, like, pushes her head, like, oh wow, you look at that, I'm cured.
You're pretty sure.
What?
You're pretty sure she cracked the fucking, like, your fucking rib cage a bit.
Well, yeah, I think we
there's
should better.
definitely a fracture in your ribs right now.
He's tempted to ask Phil for a favor to regenerate that, but no, he can't waste that. Ugh. You
You
have
do have a few favors saved up.
Yep. You have quite the healing hands, Miss Margaret.
Well, thank you. I've never been told that before. Edward always said I was too rough. Called it gorilla strength. Which is an awfully rude thing to say to a lady.
I suppose it is.
It
Just gonna ignore
definitely felt like there was a gorilla punching you. Will,
it doesn't help that he's a twink.
you had like a flashback to your like ancient caveman ancestors being attacked by gorillas.
Well, I think our work here is done.
Yes.
Well,
We mustn't tarry now.
Good day then.
Good
Yes.
day.
You guys walk out. You guys walk out down the hall up into the next floor, and Edward's waiting on the stairs. He's looking.
He's
at
gonna
the
also
painting.
He's also going to apologize. I am sorry for being so convincing. But that was the only way we could get the painting. To Margaret specifically.
Oh, it's all right. I did not know you had heart troubles.
No, that was fake.
Painting? She tilts her head.
He's even more glad that he stopped her before mouth to mouth, because he is very glad he stopped her from doing that. Oh, I just kind of wish I prevented the punch, but
You go up the stairs, and Edward's just sitting on the stairs looking at the painting.
Did you find anything, Edward?
Well, it's a nice painting.
So you said you had a way to non-discreet method of seeing if it was magical.
Margaret lifts her dress and pulls out a sword. Pulls out the black keys.
How indecent!
Oh my god! I think you think you saw fucking Sock there for a second.
He's on angle.
Oh god!
My weapons are constructed with anti-magic capabilities. If they touch anything magical, it'll dispel the magic. This includes stopping spells, psychic effects, everything of that nature, as well as dispelling ambient magic in the area.
He's just like, okay.
And she goes over and cuts a bit of the corner of the frame.
Nah.
Well, doesn't see any magic. It might be alien though. I have learned yesterday that these do not work on aliens.
I believe this is just a normal painting.
That we just stole.
Perhaps we can give it to the order.
Sure.
I mean,
well, to the engine room.
Am I? It's like, am I an associate to an art theft?
This is, under law, would be considered a grand theft, yes.
And sadly follows them to the engine room.
Oh, don't worry. Benjamin's dead already. He won't claim the painting.
You go
Wait, what?
You don't ignore that. You go to the engine room, and there's a bunch of engineers around. There's an engineer like, hey, I'm not supposed to be here.
Does the engine room, from the glimpse she gets, does it look like
You can't really see since it's closed behind a waterproof door. But they're basically stopping you from getting down to that air floor in the first place.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
There's a lot of good places up on the Upper Fhtagn and get out here.
Very well. Margaret will go a bit away from the group to have a group huddle with the other two.
Group huddle with the painting.
Group huddle with the painting.
The paintings are for our third member.
Alright, Margaret, what now?
We have to be... I mean, do you know what time those people were in?
Well, I don't even know if it's happened yet.
That's troubling. Wait, Will's gonna ask, actually, did you see anyone, he's gonna go out of the pile and walk to, an engineer? Wait, did you see anyone suspicious passing by here?
A random engineer?
Yes.
Nah.
And by the way, suspicious mind. If someone lies to you, you know it. So
not lying.
All right. And then he's
other than Thomas Andrews going around, nah.
That's Like huh. All right, and
but
he's
he
gonna
always goes around. Fucking calls the ship his baby or whatever.
So, yeah, see, it's I guess it's nice that Mr. Andrews is making the rounds. He's gonna return to well, besides the he's gonna like return to Margaret Enzio. Well, besides the architect, no one else has been here.
I wonder if there's any other ways to get in. I mean,
I mean, can we look around for like any weak spots?
Well, there are ways to get into those rooms separately through like emergency escape exits. However, you are on the floor above it, so you're not even being allowed onto the floor where to get down there. So the only way down there is through the stairs.
Wait, actually, there would be like pipes and stuff like that lead down the engine room. Like would there?
No.
He's gonna like have the excuse like, oh, I dropped something and it must have fell down here.
That's just lost forever. I don't care what it was.
Yep.
William?
Yes?
You said you mentioned the architect, Mr. Andrews.
Yeah.
Do you think he'd be able to get us in there?
Perhaps. I've spoken with him before. Though we'd probably have to convince him we don't mean any harm to the ship. He'd probably try to strangle me if something bad happened.
We could give him a painting.
Okay. I guess we're looking for Mr. Andrews.
Edward's just like, well, thieves now. This is what we're doing. Fine.
I mean, you did say I'm an associate to Grand Theft. Might as well go all the way.
Give him the curse. It's not a cursed painting. It's a normal
Very
painting.
much.
I don't know, man. It gave William a heart attack. That's pretty fair.
Oh yeah, no, definitely cursed. Anyone who lays eyes upon it gets a heart attack.
And not. No, then again, he just faints at any sort of nudity too. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, that's just indecent.
Indecency.
No, but it's okay. It's it's like a Greek style painting, so it's totally fine.
It's artistic.
It's artistic. It's artistic today. Now, Margaret showing ankle. That's harlot.
Lewd.
Harlot. Whore.
Harlot.
Like,
How dare she?
Indecent. Like, you know, he does like the arm on your forehead faint.
You've seen things, William. You've seen Margaret's fully clothed ankle.
Yeah.
I feel so unclean.
You've seen a bit of thigh, and that's horrific. Yeah. You can never get married.
I can never be married. My eyes have been tainted.
You've seen shoulder.
Tainted
Oh
forever.
god. Bare shoulder. Ah.
Hated by someone I barely even know. My sanctity, my chastity, gone.
Gone forever.
Anyways, you go around looking for Thomas Andrew, and you don't find them. Everywhere you go, you hear people talking about how he's just been here, but you never seem to catch up with him.
Will's gonna like inspect the clock again where he first met Mr. Andrews.
That's honor and glory crowning time, alright.
He's gonna assume like, oh hey, he's gonna say something like, have you seen this clock before?
To Margaret and Edward.
Yeah, have you seen this clock before? He's gonna see.
Well,
passing.
I've passed by it a couple times, yes.
Yeah. What is like the most blatantly wrong thing he can say about the clock?
Embarrassment and despair.
Yes.
Dethroning time.
Yes, I believe it was. I think it was embarrassment and despair dethroning time. He's gonna like look around for Andrews being summoned from
yeah,
that.
you're like, that is wrong.
Oh, Mr. Andrews, we were just looking for you.
Ah, yes. Anyways, this is honor and glory crowning time. That is incorrect.
Oh, I'm well aware. That was just to get you here.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's an interesting clock.
Yes. We took a lot of Greek inspiration from this piece.
Also, we need your assistance.
What for?
We'd like a tour of the engine room.
Also, please, it's spelled with a U.
We are, in
Filthy
fact.
British.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would like it to be known. I set my notes. I changed the spelling to British English specifically for Margaret.
Good. Ah, yes, the Cold War. What does it
All
need?
of-
What is it?
All of Margaret's notes are in British English.
What is it you need my help with?
Well, we'd love to take a look at the engine room. Take a tour of it, you know?
Well, no. Why?
We'd like to see the ship.
Well, I
I've
could show
dreamed
you.
about it.
I could show you other parts of the ship. I don't know once you send me the engine room.
But I've already seen the other parts of the ship.
Well, you haven't had my tour. Yeah, come.
And I guess we're gonna follow him.
Yeah, may as well.
His tour takes all day and
Oh my God.
most of the evening.
We're gonna be.
He takes you through every single part of the ship and describes it in excruciating detail.
Margaret forgets most of it.
So, Will, like many other things, regrets his decision.
Edward leaves. Edward just leaves halfway through to go put away the painting.
We were carrying with it the entire time.
Yeah.
Will also takes just 2 steps back from Margaret, so just in case he doesn't want to get elbowed.
I like to mention every so often, if he's talking about something particularly interesting, Margaret takes out a pair of binoculars and looks at it closer.
Does Will get any sense of deja vu from the binoculars?
Love it. You feel like you've seen it before. Maybe you've seen it in your childhood or something. I don't know.
Meanwhile, in his head, he can just hear laughing.
Yeah. And Mr. Thomas is too busy with his baby to notice. Is that the crow's nest binoculars? He's too busy for that.
Meanwhile, in his head, the laughing gets louder, and he can hear the distinct sound of hands slamming, like punching a table from laughing so hard.
Nah, he's slapping his knees, ah!
A real knee slapper.
A real knee slapping. Anyways, it is now evening. You guys are so busy with this fucking tour. What's Kieran and Calvin doing?
I will be right back.
Calvin is still stalking around for that werewolf.
Kyron just following him.
I suppose. Oh, actually, okay, that's gonna happen right now. Y'all are hunting around, and Karan, you feel like a lot of you feel the little man moving around a lot.
Yeah. Takes off, lifts up the veil and grabs him. What's wrong? What's wrong, little man?
He's moving his arms around and flailing around and pointing at Calvin.
Karen looks over to Calvin, then looks back to him. Are you scared of him?
Crosses his arms.
Makes a little mouth.
Calvin jumps up. What? What the 7 layers of hell?
Gets rid of his mouth.
Calvin, you were there when that happened last time. It's equally as terrifying.
Yeah, he just gets surprised. What the hell?
Man is looking at you and saying no.
He just goes, what does that mean?
More X is shaking his head.
Am I?
Chiron brings the little man closer to Calvin.
He's he's reaching at him
Reaching
Like-
at him.
At him, yes.
He like holds out his hand. The little
Just gonna
man.
put him on Calvin's hand.
He's like he's like Shadow of the Colossus in you. He's like
He's climbing up Calvin.
he's coming down towards your pockets.
He looks and he just like he's like which pocket?
The one that has the beating heart in it.
He pulls it out. In his one hand, he's holding the little man in the other hand.
He's nodding.
I don't know if I can exactly ask you what you want from it.
No. How did I not hear that?
What did you ask?
Kyron asked, how did you not hear the heart?
I mean, it's quite quiet. It's not really making that much of a sound. And he puts the little man like on the hand that has the heart in it.
He's like it's trying to like it's like he's like weirdly hugging it. Like almost like he's trying to get it in him. But he's simply too small for this very large heart.
What are you doing there, little man?
He's like flailing on it.
Perhaps we need more clay.
It
I'm gonna
seems,
make
it seems,
life.
it seems he's simply too small for this heart.
And he puts it in his pocket and gives the little man back to him.
Perhaps we need more clay.
Where do we get clay on a boat?
I do not know.
What's gonna be like? No, that wouldn't make any sense. People to just make pottery on the fly. Why do you always keep screaming?
The little man shrugs.
We give you a mouth, and yet you only scream. You could at least tell us what you want.
Why are you complaining to the little man?
It'd be a lot easier.
Grab the little man.
You hold the little man.
I'm sorry, the heart's too big for you.
He
We
looks.
can either
The little man looks sad.
find a smaller one or more clay to make you bigger. Which one would you like? Put up a 1 for the first one and put up a 2 for the second.
True.
He wishes to be made bigger.
Well, we can always ask. I don't know if there's like a pottery making area in the ship. I really doubt it.
There's not.
What if they do keep any clay on the ship?
Probably not.
That's a shame.
Well, he scratches his head. I don't know what we're supposed to do about that then. Once we, dock at the port, get him some
Fix little man back under the wheel.
And that's the event with the little man.
little man event.
Little man. Look at little man.
The little man has no blood, therefore he is safe.
Little baby man.
He gets a heart in him. Finally, I'm alive. Well, damn, it's Rita's first mistake.
Yeah, that was your first mistake. And the rest of your evening seems to be pretty okay. You don't find any Freemasons, at least. You assume that if you were to find any Freemasons, they're likely to be where the rich congregate.
Yeah.
Perhaps a dinner party or something.
Yeah. But
Or something.
Calvin have to go in alone,
or a good old shunting.
something.
You do know that there's an onboard church for the rich.
Just for the rich.
There's two of them. One for the poor, one for the rich.
Yeah, exactly. Good Protestant Catholic.
So you'd assume maybe in the nighttime mass you could grease some hands, find a Freemason perhaps.
A Freemason. Oh, it's the Freemason. He's Catholic.
Iran doesn't know the Freemason plot, so he cannot pursue this.
Meanwhile, with Margaret and Will. And that concludes part 1 of Ottawa.
Can we conclude
Part
at
one?
the engine
Yes,
room?
part 1. We haven't even gotten to the lower decks yet.
Oh, but it'll be like a sneak peek of things to come.
Yes.
Does part 2 include the engine room?
No.
Oh.
But I wanted to admire the craftsmanship. Surely you must have worked on the engine room too, if you worked on the entire boat.
Well, I don't. I've mostly positioned the engine rather than not make the engine.
Still, the placement of the engine still contributes to the feng shui of the area.
Why do you even want to go to the engine room?
He kind of like looks to Margaret.
We think someone snuck into the engine room and we're trying to get them out.
That's impossible.
Are you sure? Because there are multiple entrances there.
Please.
I'm quite sure. I heard
Please,
chanting coming from
the
there.
staff of my baby is top notch.
What if they are what if they are top notch stealth person?
I don't believe you.
But I'm quite sure I heard chanting coming from there.
That's impossible.
Well, surely you had to perform a check to see if your security isn't slacking off.
Well, I go there now myself to make sure everything's okay. But that doesn't mean that it's safe for you guys to go down there. I know this ship like the back of my hand, and those engine rooms are quite precarious. Plus, we'd be interrupting the engineers doing the hard work.
Like he kind of tilts his head toward. Excuse me for just one moment. I have something to. Excuse us for just one moment. Something in private. Something family related. Yes. And then he's gonna pull Margaret away. Do you have any ideas?
I'm not very good at ideas.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, actually, wait a minute. Will ask what's too sharp. Does he come up with any ideas?
For what?
Anything?
I don't think this man will help us.
You have a distinct feeling. No, he's not gonna let you in. You also, and Margaret, you have a distinct feeling you did not find anything of use in the mailroom with which they might have been referring to. Perhaps another time.
I think perhaps the only best option is to sneak our way in.
I believe so.
Well, if nothing else, we tried diplomacy and it failed.
Yes. Well, there is one thing we could do. We could sneak in and wait till nightfall. Perhaps we could ambush the cultists when they come in.
I suppose. He's gonna turn back to Mr. Andrews. Well, I think you're right. This concludes our tour. I really should escort Miss Margaret back to her husband, and then
My
husband. Yes, very gentlemanly of you. I will take her leave. And he leaves.
What's wrong?
Are we near the side of a ship? side of the ship?
Yeah, you're probably near the side, yeah.
Mark's gonna like look over.
A lot of ocean down there.
Calvinius mentioned something. The werewolf climbed up to the deck. Perhaps we could do the opposite and climb down and climb into a porthole.
It seems a bit dangerous, though.
Portholes do not
Perhaps.
go down to the engine room.
Damn, and we would know that from our tour too.
Yeah, he'd tell you that the portholes only go down to the lowest deck of what's it called, lounging quarters. You know.
I suppose the only option would be maybe perform a distraction, or just try our luck. We may have to resort to knocking someone out if worst scenario.
Yeah, suppose so. Let's try with the distraction first.
All right,
To the engine room.
the engine room.
What the fuck is?
I will genuinely believe that Margaret and Edward are married.
I'm just imagining Margaret doing a distraction dance.
Will has a second heart attack,
From witnessing that.
and then Margaret punches him again and kills him.
Killed him.
Murder.
Murder on the Titanic.
Phil is pissed as he fades away.
Of all the ways for me to go out, it had to be like this.
Meanwhile, with Kieran and Calvin, you guys are continuing your search of the decks. And Calvin, you're currently formulating that plan you've been thinking of. But as you're kind of walking by, you see like a crowd of people kind of like, oh, and they're like mumbling some stuff as they run past you.
Well, what's going on?
They're running towards the port. The port is the back, right? The port, the starboard
Stern.
side.
The stern is the back.
I know it as the aft, but yeah, they're running towards the back of the ship, the back deck.
And he follows him.
Trouble has come our way once more.
That's a funny way of doing that, doesn't it?
And as you go over to the deck, you see a lot of like wet floors. And as you there's like a crowd of people crowding around someone or something in an area, and you kind of like push through them, and you come to where they are crowded around. It seems to be a group of men dressed strangely, almost like a militaristic uniform. They have a weird they're militaristic uniforms, like kind of like a beige, dark brown, and they seem to have a weird like red armband.
Oh, this is funny.
Oh, and there's a guy on the side of the ship who seems very out of breath. He's like, there's some guys off board. I dragged them in with the life. They were off. They were off board. I don't know what happened to them. They must have fallen off the ship somehow or something. And these guys are very wet, as they seem to have been in the ocean for a while. And they're knocked out. If not knocked out, they're at least like super tired from having to swim in this cold ass water. But very strange, and they seem to be in trouble. You know, they might be in danger of dying since they've been in the cold water and having to swim for who knows how long. This could have been a ship sinking. They could have fallen off. Who knows? But these guys need attention.
Well, we should get them to the infirmary.
Oh yeah. Come on.
Yeah. Atom, you take one in each arm.
Oh yeah, I got that. Yes.
And then we're just like dragging like one person for one of us, and then Adam with two.
The absolute fucking Chad. Yeah, and you take.
He's got one under each arm and one in his hand.
Yeah, and you take him down to the medical area, which
Chiron
is
is not carrying any.
yeah, the medical area, which has been getting a lot of attention recently. And it seems to be less clean than the last times you've been here. It's a bit dark, and the lights seem to be flickering a bit, but all in all, everything seems to be okay down here.
What
The
kind of horror shit is
and the
this?
quarantined area is locked off, and there used to be like a little like porthole like glass thing, and it's kind of been dirty up that you can't see through there.
Oh no!
But the doctor is still here, and he's doing his job. He's like, oh, what is it this time?
Well, apparently, they picked up some overboard,
Oh,
True.
okay, get them blankets. I need to dry off.
and grabbing blankets.
And you help dry them off. They are shivering. They're cold as fuck. They are like nearly freezing. You could like feel their fingers, and their fingers are stiff.
Ugh.
So you said they were off deck? They're in the water?
Someone pulled them up, saying that they probably fell off their own ship.
It was then the guy who brought them up. He kind of takes off his hat. I was like, man, I'm just an engineer. I was taking my break up here, and they were off deck. They were swimming in the water. They looked dead, to be honest. But I pulled them in with the life preserver. You know, the thing that circulates.
Yeah.
Lifesaver.
The lifesaver. And I pulled them in with my fishing skills, not the dragon. But yeah, I brought them in, and I don't know. I've never seen any uniforms like that before.
That kind of freaked out. I was like, "What the hell is that noise?"
All apologies to Spooky.
I thought you put on Masamune for a moment there. Soul Eater.
Yeah. So what the hell are they wearing?
Like, I know.
You want to take off their armband and take observe it closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take it off, and it is it's wet, so the colors are a lot more off than they should be. But it is a red with a white circle and a weird like black sort of cross thingy.
Oh, that's like the Buddhist symbol.
What?
Buddhist what?
Point to the mark.
You're wasting away. What you laughing at, Adam? What you chuckling at? It's so funny. These men are almost dead, and you're laughing. What the fuck, man?
Men.
These men, they almost drowned.
I feel so sorry for them. I do hope they dearly recover.
Oh yes, me and Adam.
No. I knew from the first moment he said red armband militaristic. It's like, ah, shit. Look at this.
Oh yeah, but just hearing calling it the Buddha symbol,
Yeah.
like the Buddha symbol.
Yeah.
It's very amusing. It mostly reminds me of that fucking like one band Pokemon card art.
Yeah.
No.
Or like that fucking the gang anime, Cody, the one that has that.
Oh, Tokyo.
Yeah, Tokyo Revengers, where it's on the fucking cover, and there are people with tattoos of it. It's like, oh,
Yeah, the cultural divide with
yeah,
that. Is
oh
kinda,
boy, it's very cultural. It makes sense when you're like raised and you see that everywhere, but oh boy, for us Americans,
Oh boy.
as in the
And when
West.
people and like when fan accounts have the symbol as well.
But yeah, it's very strange looking man. They do seem to be armed though. They seem to have guns, although they've been waterlogged.
Hmm.
Roll plus sharp. Anyone who would have gun knowledge.
Nope.
Calvin owns a gun.
Calvin, do you have any sort of gun knowledge?
Not he knows that he has this one.
He is American.
Well, it's not like any gun you've seen before when shopping for it, but yeah, weird guns.
Hmm.
They're not like revolvers, which are common in this era. They seem to
Hank,
be
why would you do that?
strangely formed.
Don't worry about it.
Cody, don't look at that.
Hank, why would you
What?
do that?
Don't look at the spoiler tagged image. Don't look at it.
Okay.
What? Well, now that you put attention to it.
Son of a bitch!
Nope, you don't get to it.
Well, these men seem to be. Well, I hope they live. I'm not sure. I'll do my best to get them back to shape, and perhaps then we can learn something. Thank you very much for the very often things you're bringing to my office.
I don't know why we're always here.
It's very strange, to be honest. Anyways, you can go now if you feel.
Aaron leaves.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Weird shit.
Meh.
What's up with that? What's up with those guys? Weird.
Adam, do you know about guns?
Did you keep the gun, by the way, or did you give it? You put it back?
He put it back because that's someone's property.
Alright.
He would have been obviously stealing this man's gun.
You should have stole it.
Calvin has zero reason.
Yeah, I know, but you know, he's just saying for us modern days, like fuck those guys.
Yeah, dude, should have.
Should have fucking kicked their ass.
Throw them back.
But they seem like such fine gentlemen.
Yeah,
Why would
they
you
seem-
agree?
No, you
Such
see,
fine
here's the thing,
gentlemen.
Here's the thing. Calvin, you didn't take that, they get sent back to their time. After a little bit, they use that gun to kill a Jewish family. How about that? How about that, Calvin?
I feel like that's your fault, Calvin.
Your fault, Calvin.
It's all your fault, Calvin.
You killed that Jewish family, Calvin.
It's all your fault, Jafar. Anyways, that's your evening. Meanwhile, back with the fucking sneak into the engine crew. Oh, man. Turn on my light. Oh, God.
As we'll recover. Oh wait, Matt, Lemon's gone.
Engine room sneakers. What you doing?
Well, first of all, has Will recovered from the rib punch?
No.
All right. So what's exact? Actually, no, that's a bad idea. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Letting Margaret come up with a plan.
Yes, it is.
Did we get Edward back or?
You
I'm
got
pretty
what?
sure we did not. Edward is still off.
Yeah, Edward left and he hasn't come back.
In the time between, can we fetch him for the plan?
I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, let's
We
get
shall-
him in for the. We fucking need him.
Why do you
Yeah.
need me for this? Why do you need
need
me
to
to commit crimes?
We need you to distract the guards, and then we'll sneak
You-
into the engine room.
What? Why?
Of course. So we can sneak into the engine room.
I thought that was established, Edward.
Are you sure there's anything even in the engine room?
That's what we need to investigate, to find out.
Well, how do you even want me to distract them?
There's a loud noise.
Can I have a heart attack?
I can't do that on command.
I mean, it. Can Will? Will's like, can Will give him his jacket? Maybe if you like use this as like a shroud or a cloak to hide your identity, and then make a ruckus, and then run, you might be able to get away scot-free, and while they're chasing you.
I'll be honest, I'm not very athletic.
But you're a monster hunter.
I leave the muscle to Margaret.
Are you good at deceiving people then?
I presume so.
Well, you can pretend to have a heart attack.
Why
What?
is every
Get
answer to
away.
you a heart attack?
Well, I am a doctor.
It worked last time.
It worked a little too well.
Why do you guys suck at plans?
I mean,
That's why I have you. You're the
I
one who
mean-
comes with the plans, and I help enact them.
Fine, I'll figure something out. And what are you going to do once I distract them?
We're going
You
to
sneak
wait in
into the
there.
lower decks.
Right, alright, fine. Whatever. Let's do this.
Thank you, Edward.
Yeah,
Much
don't thank me.
Would he know their last names? Or would Will know their last names?
They've also the last
They've
names in
said
front
it.
of them,
Well,
yes.
they said it while you weren't here, but Will did
Yeah,
hear it.
that's-
It's Edward Finch and Margaret Cross.
Alright, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Finch.
Oh
He almost said thank you, Mr. Cross.
yeah. You, Mr. Cross. I am
clearly-
not. I am not. That's incorrect. I'll
I
fucking
mean,
kill you.
I mean, she clearly wears the pants in this relationship.
Alright, let's do this plan. Let's do
Hey,
this
Margaret will have you know
plan.
she never wears pants. She much prefers dresses. Pants are very
Pants.
unladylike.
Pants.
You'd be hanged for wearing pants. Well, you wouldn't be hanged, but you'd be stoned at least. At the very
Margaret
least,
much
they would
prefers
throw
dresses.
rocks at you.
Anyway, continue to the plan.
Yeah, you come up, you guys come down. It's like, all right, you guys wait here. Edward goes over to these engineers, who are an engineer who's blocking the entrance, and he's like, "Excuse me, sir." He's like, "Yeah, what's up?" Well, you see, a pipe has burst, and there's hot steam blowing everywhere in the first class. Oh, jeez, not again. All right, leave me. They start leaving.
Now's our chance. Margaret will rush over and sneak through.
You rush
Will does the
over.
same.
It's locked.
Margaret?
Is the lock in front? Or like
It's not like a
behind?
normal keyed lock. It's locked by just since it's a waterproof door. It is locked by the fact that it is simply just you need a wrench basically to be able to open this thing up.
Can
Would a
Margaret
claw work?
kick it open?
It's metal.
Would you say it
Would-
also requires a crank?
That does
Would
not
a-
answer my question.
You can
Would a claw
try.
What was William going to say?
Would a claw work to pry it open?
I mean, if a claw could become like wrench like, yeah.
I mean, I think you need to have control over it. And worst case scenario, he can slice it open because he sliced over rails before.
Mm-hmm. Worst case scenario.
Margaret
Yeah.
looks like she's getting ready to kick it open.
Margaret, could you please look away for just a second?
Very well. She looks
Alright.
away.
You just
Music.
fucking agree.
Yes.
So I'm gonna use a minute of that time because he said 30 minutes to 30 minutes. So
Phil's excited. Phil's the.
but instead he's like, up. I'm not gonna waste. Up. What you said? Whatever. Screw it. And then he's gonna temporarily He's gonna switch only. Is it possible to only give Phil control of like one of his arms?
Nope. All or nothing.
Alright. All or nothing. Is there any way to roll to resist to being a shit kid?
No. Phil's Phil.
Well, if that's the case, he's not. Instead of prying it open, he's gonna slice it off.
Go for it. Roll.
That's weird.
Yeah, or plus weird.
Alright. So let me just see. Yeah, it's weird plus 3. So roll. Oh god, 11 plus 3. So 14.
Yeah, you just. Like, you just cut it open. It does the anime thing where it just like. It just comes off and down.
And
It's really loud. A lot of fucking metal hitting more metal.
And then Will quickly switches back. Yeah, we should probably run in.
Agreed.
Marco, what the fuck did he do to this door?
How did you get it open?
I will tell you later.
Well,
But,
considering we're breaking in, that seems like we're just not going to argue that.
Yeah.
Later it is.
And Margaret will close the door behind them. And let's sneak to the lower decks. Or the
Yes.
engine deck.
Off you go down into the lower decks.
Can I just say, once again, Phil contributes to the sinking of like Titanic.
Mm-hmm. That's a broken ass watertight door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just a golf ball sized hole in
Not
it
even
now.
you completely ripped the claws. You just cut it off completely. There's no kind of like you can't even patch that shit up. It's literally in pieces.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway,
I'm sure it won't come up. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
yeah, I mean, if we save the ship, then nothing will go wrong.
Yeah, you come down, and there's a lot of engineers down here doing work. But they do not turn around immediately. They're more concerned with like, what the fuck was that sound?
Go.
Going.
You just like fucking sneak past them. The engines are loud, so they don't hear like. Yeah, and you move past. Allow me to post the map again because of how this area works, and it is completely. It is all closed off by watertight like doors and shit. Here, only post the picture again.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
I have the map up.
That's good. You guys probably entered through. Let me. The engine room is reciprocating engines. So you guys probably entered through the middle there, which you probably entered in the areas of K and J. So right about now, you probably came down into J, which is a boiler room.
All right.
Margaret will look around.
So
We'll also look around.
there's a lot of people here. Not a lot of people. It's a couple of just like singular engineers doing their job of just checking and making sure everything's not fucking exploding.
Mm-hmm.
And people feeding the engines coal and shit.
Is this as deep as we can go to the? Actually, no. Margaret, does this look familiar?
I assume this does not look familiar.
No, because there's a lot of boilers here.
She shakes her head. Too many boilers. It wasn't a boiler room. I think
I'm
we
gonna
need to go
get
deeper.
Deeper in. Can we continue?
Yeah, you continue. You're in boiler room number 2, so you go into K into boiler room number 1. And the sounds of the engines are getting a lot louder as you get closer.
Is it sounding more familiar?
It's sounding a bit more familiar, yeah.
I think we're on the right track.
Although the way the engine sounded is that it sounded as loud as it could be being here, but it also it was as loud as it could be being here, but it was also just a bit farther away. So if anything, it's probably further past after the engines.
It could be in the turbines.
In the turbines we go. Also, really glad we did this on day 3 and not day 4. But anyway, continue.
Yeah, you go into the reciprocating engines, and oh boy, it is very dangerous in here. Lots of heat. It's very, very hot in here. If you even scrape up against that engine, it would for sure burn you.
And Margaret will keep her distance.
Will also keep his distance.
And into
She may be dumb, but she has a survival instinct.
Yeah, and into the turbines, and it's sounding a lot more familiar. You feel like one more segment, and you'd probably be where it is. And there is a watertight door here that is completely locked off. And it's not at all like the wrench kind of lock that the others were. This one's locked off by like a crank.
Like a crank?
Mm-hmm. A strangely shaped crank, like a triangular sort of thing.
Can we crank it open?
Crank. Does it look like it can be broken open?
You could try.
Maybe you can do that thing you did before.
Okay, please look away again.
Okay.
Alright, shooting in another minute. Alright, so he's gonna... Phil's just gonna, do it with all his force to break it open.
Don't even roll. As you like, you literally just bounce off like in Dark Souls and you hit a wall.
I'll give you that one for free. That was exhilarating. Anyway, and then just stop back. Okay, you can look again.
Oh. I don't believe it worked.
And I go, Will looks...
Didn't work.
You got any ideas about opening this?
Well, we could go looking for a triangle crank, or we try and wait here for someone else to open it. Although waiting in the engine room might not be the best idea.
You're in the turbines right now.
Oh, we're in turbines?
Yeah, you're in turbines. It's N specifically that you're trying to get into.
What's above N?
Above N are, I believe it is cabins. I believe it is third class cabins.
Could Margaret theoretically cut through the floor of a cabin?
It's a lot of metal.
Could Phil theoretically cut through the floor of a cabin?
If you wanted to, you try. I mean, it's certainly an idea.
Well, do you have any ideas, Miss Margaret?
Well, we could try and cut through the floor of a cabin to get in, or we could try and wait here for someone else to open the door.
Can Will reach it like on his own, or
Reach what?
like the floor of the cabin? What I'm saying is, can he do it while standing, or like jump up?
What?
We would have
So
to get
he
to another
won't-
part of the ship to get to the cabin and then cut through a floor.
Yeah.
So you'd have to leave.
I thought we were gonna like cut. I thought we were going to like cut it open from the bottom and then jump up.
You're trying to get into N, and in M currently you cannot get.
Yeah, we are currently in M, and we need to get to N.
There's nothing we can like, because like I was thinking we could cut through the ceiling and go around that way.
The ceiling of M does not lead to the place you want to go right now.
Can we get through a wall of M to get to there?
You could try.
Well, you already know what I'm about to do.
Phil comes out and basically Phil, you've learned that like just go fucking wild, and you just fucking start going, and they all just like bing 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 off of at any place you try to get into N through, it just bounces off.
That's unfortunate.
You do cut the fuck out of the floor though.
Okay, could we sneak under the floor?
You get the floor. You see like the hull of the ship is like, oh, that's not good. You're a little too close to comfort there.
Phil maybe should get, but he knows like, yeah, I probably don't want to drown, so he's gonna. Looks like there's no cutting through that.
N seems to be oddly protected in some way.
I assume Margaret's anti-magic can't do anything against it?
You could certainly give it a shot.
Yeah, she'll give it a slice with her sword.
You give it a slice. Yeah, that's definitely magic, but your black key is not strong enough to be able to cut into it. And you like cut it. You basically when you interact with it with the black key, you see like a force field come up, and you can cut it a bit, but as soon as like the black key is no longer in contact, or like it's like Jello basically, where you cut through it, but it just like kind of closes closed still. Anyway, it's like moving a blade through water.
Anyway, Will, can I help with that? Okay, yeah, you cut out for me.
Well, I've confirmed that there is indeed magic here. Although, unfortunately, it seems my anti-magic sword doesn't have to cut it.
He kind of like thinks about, Phil, do you got anything to cut through magic? Or
Nah.
no? Do you have any... So I guess the only option would be to wait for someone to come in or come out.
I guess so.
Is there any place where we can hide?
You could hide behind the turbines, I presume, I guess.
I guess.
We'll hide behind the turbines, and we will wait.
And so you wait. And wait. And wait. Hey, Calvin Karan. It is now nighttime. And they say nighttime is when monsters roam. Whoa. Whoa.
I'm wearing the white button up and shorts now.
Nice. Allow me to change the music.
Also, whilst getting my whilst changing apparel, I zucked on a dude.
Sucked on it, dude. Calvin, do you go back to your quarters?
Yeah, he's with the boys.
With the boys. Do you tell the boys about what you've encountered today?
Yes, of course he would.
Go ahead and talk on how you tell them.
Weren't they there?
No, they
Yeah.
weren't. They left at some point.
All right, so
Hence why Atom and Dunchad didn't say anything.
all right, so
At what point did they leave, by the way?
Left probably at some point in the middle of the fucking day.
Well, they were there for the
they
Nazi
carried him there.
Evening.
Well, they were there for the
No,
Nazi
they weren't
thing.
there. That was. Oh no, wait, Atom did that, didn't he?
Yeah, Adam was there at least.
Yeah, so maybe Dung.
Chad.
Yeah, maybe Dung Chad didn't see it, but Adam was definitely there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dunchad, no, I get it. Adam was simply too big to fit through the door of the fucking medical area. So he basically just handed it off once he got there, it's like, here. You gotta bring him in yourself.
So, guys in the military outfits,
Mm-hmm.
weird symbol on their arms.
I did not get to see the symbol on their arms.
A piece of paper. He roots around his luggage and he pulls out like a sketch pad, and he he draws it in circle and he draws it. Looks like this.
What?
Yeah, it was on like a red armband. They had like weird
He
guns.
Adam immediately gets up and starts leaving.
And
Go, Adam,
he
go.
looks over to Don Chad.
Yeah.
And Calvin gets up. Well, I'm gonna investigate it.
Alright, good luck.
You're gonna come along.
No, I'm tired.
And Calvin roots around. Do you have a gun?
No. Also, you attract trouble. I just kind of don't want to go along with you.
And he places the gun,
especially at night. I've just learned not to.
Yeah, he places the gun down. All right, use that. Defend yourself. If you're into that sort of thing.
I'll probably be fine.
I'm gonna go. And he just steps out. Calvin does not have his gun anymore.
Yeah, you hear him going down the halls. You just follow the sound of him leaving. And as you are going through the halls, he seems to be heading towards the med area where you took them. And as you are going through these halls, following him, you're trying to call out to him, but he seems to be on a single-minded mission. But as you are walking around, you do, is that the guy with the weirdo fucking legs coming out of him? The bug legs coming out of him?
You mean like the rust thing? The rust demon?
Not the rust man. The man in the mirror.
he hides behind Adam. Adam.
Adam seems to ignore him, and so does that strange mirror man as he just walks past you. He seems to just be wandering around. It's very strange. Doesn't seem to be interested in you, though. And so you continue on. Until you do arrive here. What have you been asking, fucking Atom?
Adam, where we're going? What is there significance to those guys? Are they supernatural as well?
No, they are worse.
Worse.
And you come up and you come in, and he he forces his way in. He kind of bends it a little bit, the doorway a little bit, so he can get in. And the doctor's not here, but these guys are still, those militaristic guys are still there. And as he's here, he's looming over them. Somehow in his leg, the suit pants, it just something comes out, it extends out like it's been there the whole time. And from there he pulls out some sort of sheathed thing, and he pulls out a fucking sword.
What?
And he's go in the fucking chop this guy.
Whoa! Adam, wait a moment.
Why?
Because you can't just kill a man.
No, these guys are worse.
What are they then?
You are not allowed to know yet.
Yet?
You are not allowed to know.
What the hell does that mean?
Trust me, they are better off dead.
But how am I supposed to believe you?
Trust me.
How? How am I supposed to believe you? I can't just let you kill a man.
Seems to be processing something. Conflicting directives. Will not kill.
What?
Puts away his sword.
Directive? What the hell? What are you talking about?
It's just...
Adam doesn't start David and Wiggins the nuts and give him an excuse to kill himself.
They are not supposed to be here.
What do you mean? Not supposed to be here.
They should not be in this time.
Time? Do you travel through time?
No.
He gives him a face. You're a time traveler.
No.
You are, aren't you?
No.
You can't lie to me. I know.
My directive requires to say no.
Ah, I see.
And Tom literally just grabs this fucker by the neck and just shaking him.
He's just like, whoa. Okay.
But this does seem to wake this fucker up, and he starts speaking a language you don't understand.
He could probably understand that
you
German.
You are a movie person, yeah, but you think you've heard this before. You think it's a German.
Whoa. Hey.
He seems to be a bit afraid and confused on what's happening.
Adam, stop.
Okay, I'll stop. You don't understand, Calvin.
You can't just, tell me?
No, you're not allowed to know.
Oh, come on.
Could interfere too much.
Look, you just have to tell me, what this dude is, right? And, I might touch a kid. I might help, depending.
Tom, what does sea Kyle mean? He seems to be yelling very scared German.
What are they doing?
What?
What do I have to do? How much? How much? And he pulls out his wallet. How much?
I am not swayed by human money.
Human money?
Currency!
What'd you say?
Currency.
Currency?
I cannot be bribed.
Okay. Let's see,
I can tell you on one condition.
Yeah.
Well, more than one condition. 3 conditions.
Yeah.
You do not tell anyone else.
Yeah.
You do not do anything to interfere in the future.
Yeah.
I kill you if you tell anyone.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
And then I kill the person you told.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty fair deal.
These Germans are known as Nazis.
Uh-huh.
They are from the future. I'm not sure why they are here.
From the future, Nazis. Now, what have they done?
Lots of things. He kind of like gestures for you to lean in.
Leans in.
And he whispers to you the atrocities of World War II.
Yeah. he's just like smiling, just like, oh shit, yeah, I get to figure out like what they did. He gets to tell me, and it's just,
Oh. Gas chambers.
I will help. And he cracks his knuckles.
The fucking Nazi looks fucking. What the fuck? He's very spooked. Hold on, let us interrogate first.
Can you speak German?
I speak many languages.
Is German one of them?
Yes. I also speak Portuguese.
What?
I was told Portuguese is a popular language.
Uh-huh.
I think that was a lie.
Yeah.
Anyways, I will do the translating. You ask the questions. There are 2 groups in this party. People we talk about, people we know.
Alright.
So Tom just like goes to the door and he locks it, just in case anyone decides to come in.
He looks around. And just slams his hand down next to the guy. What are you doing here?
Just assume you. Basically, I'm gonna talk in English, in a German accent in English, and just assume that Tom is translating everything, so that we don't have to. So I don't have to say, and then Tom translates it. I do not know what am I.
What was the last thing you remember?
I was in submarine.
He looks at him. How's a submarine?
3 conditions. Do you agree?
Yeah. I agree.
A submarine is a submersible ocean vehicle. It's like a boat, but it goes underwater. And it also has nuclear weapons. The fuck is a nuclear?
That's a false limit. Nuclear weapon. The Germans didn't have that until way later.
Also has powerful torpedoes. Sorry, I got my circuits confused. I mean human brain. Confused. Please continue.
What the hell is a torpedo?
Explosive device.
And he looks. Calvin's gonna be. If Calvin survives this, probably not. It's gonna be a trip. He's like, U-boats? Oh shit.
Oh god.
Oh no, it's coming. It's gonna happen. It's happening.
No, don't kill the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, no!
Well, no, he probably wouldn't learn that. It's like, oh, Archie Franz Ferdinand was killed. And then Adam just sticks around. He's like, oh.
No, little German boy, don't go to the weed cave.
Little German boy,
Oh my god, this cave full of blunt smoking.
This cave is full of blunt smoke.
Anyways, you have the scared German man. And by German man, I mean Nazi.
What happened after the submarine?
The submarine we sank. I think we got shot. Something pierced through the hull of our submarine, and we started to drown. But were we saved by? We must have been taken by the Americans.
We are American Idiot. Adam starts humming American Idiot. Don't wanna be.
What are you going to do to us?
I'm thinking about kicking your ass right now for what you've done.
Calvin.
Yeah.
I think he thinks we're the American army.
The army?
3 conditions.
Yeah.
He tells you a little bit more about World War II and the Allied powers.
Wait. Do you know what year it is?
When the fuck does World War II happen? It's like 19 something what?
It starts in 1943. Well, technically they start conquering.
Well, when do
shit
Americans
like
get in there?
1940.
The Americans get in there in 1940.
The Americans get there, I think, in 1940, like late 1943.
Yeah, so he's and when does the war end? 1940.
1948? No, because I don't know.
1946.
I think it might be 1945.
He's well, I guess let's go. He's he thinks it's
Like 1940.
1944.
He looks at him. Looks over at Adam. Do I tell him?
Do what you think is best.
And it's 1912 currently,
1912,
right? 1912.
Lying American.
Newspaper. You got any of those around here? We got some of those, don't we? Adam, do you have any newspapers?
He just takes out a newspaper.
He shows it. Maiden voyage to the Titanic. Do you know what you're on?
Would the Germans know about the Titanic? Yeah, they probably would know.
Of course, it was a national tragedy. There were everyone was on
American. Yeah, American. It was kind of worldwide. Yeah,
it was worldwide. Brits, everyone.
Titanic. Oh
yeah,
fuck!
You're on it.
Oh fuck!
He looks at him. He looks right at him.
You're not allowed to know.
He just looks at him. I'd like to know.
You're not allowed to know.
Look, man. I mean,
it is better you do not know.
He looks at him. He asks the German guy, "What happens to the Titanic?"
He's speaking in German, but Adam is not translating it.
I'm not translating that.
It's better you do not know.
You say that.
That is not important. You should not know that.
Not important.
Don't worry about it.
He seemed very distressed.
Either way, things are weird. Do you have any other questions for him?
Can I have your gun?
No. You immediately realize, oh, I have a gun! He like points it at you.
He points it at him.
Yeah, he points it at you, Calvin.
Do it. Try me.
Just do it.
Puts the wall up.
The Adam just fucking grabs the barrel and like,
Adam, no, don't break it.
I just bent it.
But I bent it back. I want it.
But alright, bends it back.
I gave my revolver to Don Chad.
Bends it back.
Is it workable?
I don't think I broke anything.
Is it broken?
It might work. Be careful if it explodes.
I'm guessing if I roll bad, it's gonna explode on me.
Yes. It is semi-automatic though.
And Calvin takes that. I'm guessing it's a Luger.
It's a broom handle, yeah.
A broom handle. Those were around by then.
Yeah, it's German, so you never fucking see this shit.
That's a good point.
It's a Luger, at least. Yeah, Nazis fucked either way.
Yeah. Either we're gonna kick his ass.
This
or what?
Nazi guy is freaking the fuck out.
Freaking out, man.
Permission to knock him out.
Yeah.
Punches him in the throat.
Oh, dude.
He fucking knocks out. He deserved that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Oh, what now?
He didn't. But you could have killed him with that. I don't know if you did, but
How did they even get here? This is a different time.
he said something pierced the hull. He raised his hands.
Hmm. Well, from the sounds of how he implied it, it was not a armor-piercing shell.
What?
It was something else, likely.
Something. What could have done that?
Shrugs. Something capable of bringing them to this time, at least.
Wait, if it can bring things this timeline, does that mean? It's here.
That's a good point.
And he gets a very concerned face.
He also looks concerned. Also, I'd like a bit more detail on the sword he pulled out. So you have no fucking idea what it was doing, but since we in the modern times are here, it was a vibroblade. It was high frequency. It was a high frequency blade. Yeah.
So that blade is just hum.
It is also solid silver. It is the only silver he has on him, hence why you couldn't just have people touch it, because it's a fucking high frequency blade.
Wow. Wow.
Well, what now? He starts slowly pulling out the sword again.
He doesn't stop him.
Permission.
He nods.
And then atoms slit their throats. Except for one, he leaves one.
Well, why not all of them?
It might be important.
We should probably dump the rest of these over the side.
Good idea.
He's dumping bodies.
Yeah, you just fucking go through. It's like, oh, these guys, they were drunk, they were lucked out.
And it's like, oh, we're just taking these guys home. They're all drunk. And then as soon as people turn around,
Fling them over the side.
it's dark out, so no one knows.
Calvin, there's a saying in my time.
Yeah.
The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi.
That's a good saying. That's a really good saying.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start saying that.
You shouldn't.
Oh yeah, right. You have to kill me.
We will never speak of this to anyone.
Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Except for you.
Except for me.
Yeah. Still won't tell me about what happens here.
Nope, not allowed to know. Plus, even my knowledge on what happens here is limited. Considering how things have gone down right now, things might change.
Change?
Do not worry about it.
But wait. If you're from the future, and this is, the past, doesn't that mean you've already seen what happens and it's not gonna, change? Is that how that works?
I do not know the specifics of time travel.
You travel through time!
Well, sort of. If you really think about it, time is linear.
Yeah, so if it's linear, then, it's like A to B, like a book, so it would have already happened. So you know what happens.
If
It's not
you
gonna,
really think
change.
about it, I shouldn't be here in the first place since time is linear.
Well, no, because it could be, like a circle, and he pulls out a piece of paper and he draws the timeline, and it draws him in the future, and then he draws a line going, like an arc going up and back down. You see, you're there, and then whenever you leave, I don't know if you.
And then he starts drawing your groundhog. Am I the groundhog?
What?
Oh, you don't know that
Please name drop Mark Phillips.
Am I Bill Murray? That's your night.
I'm Bill Murray. Who is that? An actor? I'm out of my people.
Karan, what are you doing at night? Karan?
I don't know.
What you doing at night? You could do anything.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I guess eating some folk,
Might as well,
but respectfully.
Respectfully. You could try a rich person this time?
No,
Nah, another poor person?
you go for second class.
Yeah, we're moving up in the world. As you're stalking around, looking for someone alone,
Wait, no, we give the corpses to her.
yeah, you should have just if only you know. If only you know.
If only I knew what.
There's nothing. As you're stalking
Yeah, if only I knew
around,
what.
you encounter another person stalking around. I
dat?
don't know if you would have met them. I don't think you met them at any. No, you didn't meet them. It is the captain who is stalking around.
What are you doing?
Oh, hello. What are you doing?
Nothing much.
Stalking on my ship?
Aren't you stalking on your ship as well?
Well, I'm the captain. I'm allowed to stalk on my ship.
Technically, you should be captaining the boat.
You're correct. So, how many has it been?
I've been respectful. I think I'm at 5 now. Have you?
I have been doing my job as captain and protecting the passengers of this boat. Anyways, if you must have dinner tonight, I have someone you can take care of for me.
Okay.
He kind of points to a room down the hall. That one.
Why?
He is infected. It shouldn't affect you, though, with your immortal body.
I do not wish to dine upon something so callous and ugly.
Well, at least it'd be cleaner than what I do.
I do not mean to be insulting, however, I suppose that is the difference between how distinguished one is.
Look, I am not doing it to feed my primal desires like you are. I am doing it for the sake of the people on this boat.
I will do no such thing.
Fine. Do take
How
care.
can you tell? They're infected, by the way.
My sense of smell is stronger than yours.
Why not just throw them overboard?
Well, I'm afraid of what would happen if I do throw them overboard.
Eyebrow raise.
If I'm thorough enough, you shall never learn. However, I'm afraid you might learn. Have a good
Pyron
night.
walked past him and goes to open the door.
The door to the thing he told you about?
Yeah.
Okay, he's trying to get leave, but he's like, oh, okay, he's doing it anyways. As you open the door, you kind of hear like a kind of croaking, like vomiting sound.
I don't think I need a sense of smell to understand this.
Do you peek him?
Mm-hmm.
There seems to be what was once a man who's currently transforming almost, similar to what that guy you guys brought to the fucking quarantine was doing. Almost to a mass of like sea slugs. He's still mostly human right now, but the slugs are almost like coming out of him painfully.
You should do your work now.
Yes, I should. Kind of opens the door and gets inside. Have a good night.
Closed door.
You leaving?
Yep.
Yeah. As you leave, you hear the sound of someone clawing apart meat.
Neat.
Weird shit going on. That is your night, Kiran.
Cool.
Is that have I gone through everyone's night already? Oh no, we cut away from Margaret and William.
Yeah. But besides that, yeah, everyone else.
Yeah. Margaret and William, it is nighttime. You've been waiting here for a very long time. If you had a guess, it's probably like 2 or 3 a.m. right now.
You're certain that you view visions of like the future, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they should be coming, and we definitely didn't miss it.
I certainly hope not. Although I am getting quite antsy waiting here for so long.
Roll to investigate a mystery.
Right.
That's plus sharp, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thankfully for Phil, guys, plus sharp. Wait,
Incredibly, I still got a 7.
Wow.
All right, hold on. Will plus sharp up 2, so. Oh, I got a 7, but plus 2 makes it a 9.
Nice. Yeah, you guys are just quiet for a bit longer, and over the sound of the engine, which is the engine and turbine, which are very loud, you can almost if you like just focus just enough, you can hear like the shuffling over in that N area, like inside already.
I think they're here. They're in there then. Yeah, we're gonna
inside.
cautiously peek out.
You just you could just no one's here, so you just put your ear to the wall, and you hear a very very muffled chanting.
They've already gotten into Ramin, but how?
Did he look for any signs of entry?
Nope, nothing. If they got in, you would have known.
They must have been here the entire time then.
So, unless they somehow have another way in.
That too.
No, it's probably the
So what
first
Matt?
answer. It was probably the first option.
Yeah, probably the first option.
Probably the first option.
They
Well-
was inside the entire time.
Well, how do we... Well, that means we have to look for a way to get in then. Do we
Can
look for like
Margaret hear what they're saying?
Let me whip out my good old relay and
And with her magical lore, would she know Relayan?
you know what? In passing, maybe. You'd have to roll plus sharp
Okay.
with a +1 because Edward fucking nailed this shit into your brain.
Alright. I got a 5, but I'm going to spend a luck point to make that an auto 12.
Oh, nice. All right. Please excuse my ancient. You got an auto 12 on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something about relay. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna say it the way that a normal person would say it, and not the guttural way, which hurts my throat to say. Something like that, at least.
Yeah. Relay.
And something about.
I think that's Relayan.
is what?
The language of the Elder Gods. They're trying to summon something big.
Yeah, we got to get in there.
If only we had the crank.
They say other things, which I don't. I don't. Relayan isn't a real language, so I can't make more of it. But they are saying other things.
Yeah, we gotta look for that crank.
Similar to Fhtagn, which is dreaming or waiting.
So
And they're saying other things such as like trapped inside something.
Trapped within, dreaming. She heard the Cthulhu part, right?
I studied very intently how to say Cthulhu.
And yeah, well, yeah, like we are, like Will is like looking for any sort of crank. Anything we can see?
Anything you can see what?
So like any crank?
No, nothing similar to that around here.
Do we have any keys or?
You got a black key?
Yeah, luck. Okay. The answer is you do not have the puzzle item here on you.
Well, Margaret is going to go into the next nearby boiler room.
It seems that there's just a single engineer now that they leave for the night shift here.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, wow, what the fuck? What? What are you doing there?
Oh, there goes stealth.
Now, first of all, I must ask that you forget our faces as soon as we leave. If that's quite alright.
No. What? What are you not supposed to do here? What are you doing here?
Will sighs and pulls out a gun. Will sighs and pulls out a gun.
Alright. What are we doing? Alright. Hands up.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Mara does a slight curtsy, seeing a lot of swords under her dress.
Will nearly faints.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so impure.
Anyway.
A few doors over, there's a crank. Or rather, a hole where a crank should be. Triangle shaped, I do believe. How do we get in there?
I don't fucking know.
Do you know someone who does?
Yeah, he's not lying.
Who would know? Yeah. Who would know how to get in there?
Oh, chief engineer.
Who would that be?
I believe their chief engineer did have a name. Hold on. Titanic. There's a lot of engineers.
Didn't do your research, SMH.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Strauss is also a real dude.
Yeah, he was.
He was, yes.
He is.
Yeah, Lemon said he was.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
He
that.
is a rich ass person who is connected to, I believe, Macy's. I said.
As was Benjamin Gorman.
Oh yeah, the Macy's
Mhm.
guy.
Rich, therefore, rich and political connections, therefore, Freemason.
Can we continue?
Engineer. The first officer would probably be the person. Yeah, okay, he changes his answer to first officer.
Where is that?
Or does first officer anyone in the bridge really? So the first officer is probably William McMaster.
Wait, William, what?
McMaster Murdoch. Ignore the William. There's a lot of similar names here.
Alright.
First Officer Murdoch.
McMaster
Where's
Murdoch. Let's just ignore his
where's
first
Murdoch?
name is William.
Yeah. You know where he is?
I should have the name McMaster.
Yeah, fucking imagine.
The fucking
If I don't fucking know, probably
cool
someone
ass name.
someone on the bridge, probably.
I'm gonna have to find a lot more people. And also, yeah, you're not going to tell anyone, are you? Just to make sure he's not lying.
Please don't show me.
Well, will you tell anyone?
No,
Is he lying?
doesn't want to get shot.
Alright, good.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
See ya.
Oh, and we'll be back here in a short bit once we find that crank.
Why is it always me?
And then we looking for the McMaster.
Why is it always me?
Does Margaret have any like money on her?
You probably have a bit of money.
The threaten and then pay them for their troubles and trope has been used by us many times.
Professional.
Margaret pulls out like a couple £100 notes and just puts it in his hand for your troubles.
Corruption.
Yeah, he has like a
William
name tag on him. His name is J.H. Hiskif.
And Will got corrupted quickly after stole one painting. Alright, time to threaten people.
I guess this guy's in league with you guys now. He's like,
They
"Oh,
are now.
shoot me! I'll accept the money."
Yeah.
Looking for the McMaster.
And so
I was
you,
not expecting to perform crime when I boarded this ship. It's so
neither.
new experiences for me.
So much crime has been committed.
I didn't expect to be embarrassed so often.
Anyways, you
Well,
exit. Where are you heading now?
That's where he said.
Yeah. We'll look for McMaster Murdoch.
Well, he's not in the bridge, but it is currently nighttime, so in the bridge would probably be just one or two people making sure shit ain't off, you know. The second captain and stuff, you know, people who are there for the nighttime.
Yeah.
Second captain.
I don't fucking know what the boat terms
First
are.
mate.
First mate, yeah, that's it. First mate, second captain, same thing.
Yeah, well, Margaret will go in there.
You like knock on that?
Yeah, we'll knock.
Follow me, Margaret.
You like swim like they're like open up the door. Hello.
Are you McMaster Murdoch?
No.
You know where he is.
Probably sleeping.
And do you know where he sleeps?
Who are you people? Why are you here?
We need to find him urgently.
What's wrong?
There's been Margaret, like, her last two brain cells turn, and then she, like, has, like, a flashback to Edward going, like, the pipe broke. And then it's like, oh, I'll use that. There's been a break-in
Again?
in the engineering
Wait,
area.
what? Wait, what?
Yes.
Another.
I heard shouting down there, and I was awfully worried. I felt that I would faint.
And why then the engineers come?
Well, I don't believe there are any engineers. The only one down there, his name was Mr. Hetzeth. He sent us up here.
Why wouldn't he just come and stuff?
Yes, I do believe the intruder injured him. And it's very vital that we find Master Murdoch.
I mean, I could go down.
We would personally need.
I don't.
Yes,
I really don't want to interrupt Mr. Murdoch. He's had a long day.
Yeah, has something bad happened to him?
No, just a long day at this ship business, I have to stay up all night for this.
Well, I mean, you can take a break and we can make Master Murdoch.
No.
He's gonna like whisper to Margaret. It's getting harder and harder not to threaten them.
Harder for me as well. I do believe it's too much of a ruckus.
I mean, most people wouldn't shout if they're being, held at gunpoint.
Margaret shrugs.
Sighs, pulls out gun again. Where is McMaster Murdoch?
Oh, come on.
We just need
you
it.
have good intentions. There's a cult in your basement.
What?
Yes.
There's a cult in the engineering room. This is for the greater good.
Just tell us where the master is, please. I want to get this over with.
We need a triangle crank.
Kind of like face palms. Oh, was Captain Stewart when you need him? Where's Captain Smith when you need him?
Does Captain Smith have the triangle crank?
No, he'd deal with us. Being turned by a gunpowder.
It's either the master or the triangle crank, please.
Margaret smiles. If it makes you feel better, I promise neither of us would ever actually shoot you.
Well, I don't know what the fuck a triangle crank is. And I'm a gentleman, I'm not gonna sell out Mr. Murdoch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you at least believe us about the cult?
I don't know anything about the cult.
Would you like to hear the whispers? They're whispering down there.
No, not really, no. I don't believe you. You're holding me at gunpoint. I honestly don't believe you.
What would you roll to intimidate?
Apple's cool.
Yeah, Will's gonna try it at least.
It's not very charming to intimidate, roll plus tough. Plus tough.
Oh, plus tough.
Plus tough makes sense.
Alright, let me just...
Trying to intimidate him physically.
Okay, 8, and hold on, let me check Will's... Oh, no, it's just an 8. It's Phil with a plus 2 tough.
What are you trying to do?
Threaten him with the gun closer, just tell us where he is. Are you really so much of a gentleman that you'll die over something that doesn't need you to
Well,
be killed over?
firstly, I'm going to -2 because Margaret said it's not like we'll shoot you.
She did say that.
So it's
minusing
an 8 by 2 makes it 6. So he's like, no. It's my job to go down with the ship now. I'll die for this. I'll die if it protects Mr. Murdoch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You can just hear in his head, Phil, come on, shoot him, do it. Margaret?
Yes?
Can I pistol whip him?
No. That'd be awfully rude. And it won't get us anywhere. We must be polite.
Damn British people with their politeness.
Oh, well, we got a license for that stabbing.
You got a license for that gun.
What do we have to do to get the McMaster?
This is very urgent. The very fate of the ship is in danger.
I don't believe you. I simply do not believe you.
Sir, I am pointing...
Margaret's going to grab him and just pick him up.
Alright, I've been carried.
Threatening you.
She covers his mouth and she's going to bring him back down and bring him to the turbine room so we can listen to the whispers.
Oh, well, that was a bit rude,
She greets the engineer on the way.
He's just hands up. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's alright, what's this done?
Bring him there, sit him next to the door. Now see?
See what?
Listen,
Of course they've stopped, haven't they?
Will's gonna check.
Yeah, this stopped.
Or just leans her head up against the door.
Can we try opening it now?
It's still locked.
Alright.
Okay, do you see the crank here?
Yeah?
We need a crank here.
Why?
Because
Open
it's
this
told on the
door.
other side.
Again, don't believe you.
Margaret, Miss Margaret, it's getting really hard. Can I please?
It's alright, it's alright. Now.
I let you know there's no one on the
She's
bridge.
gonna pull out her
right
black key and try and pierce the magic barrier again.
Is there any? I was just gonna ask. Is there any way Will could get Phil to assist in cutting it?
No. The answer is
Damn.
no. You need the key item to get through here.
Damn it! You've soft locked the game.
You need the triangle crank to get through here.
Let's see.
I'm sure someone wrote it down in their notes.
Oh, I know. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's Calvinius has it, doesn't he?
He doesn't. No one has it.
Rusty.
Not.
Frank.
Yeah. Okay. Someone has it. I think. You have the rusty crank. Okay.
Oh.
Didn't you just?
Wait,
But here's the
no
thing:
one has-
Margaret does not know everything I know,
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
and is also not that smart.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, I remember. Will woke up when Will woke up before the rust man. He found a key in a bottle. Is there any key for that or no?
No.
Well, I'm out of options.
Lemon, didn't you just say that we don't know? We don't have it.
You don't have it. You don't have it. But someone I'm trying to remember who was there.
I know for a fact Margaret has 0 clues as to the whereabouts of the triangle key.
The triangle crank. It's different.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
a
key.
crank. So,
Triangle crank.
Will definitely does not know.
Damn you, Resident Evil puzzles! I know that
here's the
Calvin.
thing.
I know that Calvin was there for sure.
Calvin has all the
Calvin.
items.
Oh my fucking god! Wait, I remember. It's Kieran. You know, it's Kieran and Edward who know.
Damn it!
Kieran and Edward.
I don't remember it, Edward.
Sure. I guess we could try regrouping.
Oh wait.
Suppose so for now.
Yeah, no other options. We'll be back.
This is why I asked.
I'm terribly sorry. I took notes.
Yeah, I know.
So did I.
Margaret
I also
does
took
not
notes.
know everything I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Margaret and Will are the two people who
I've been
wouldn't
taking as
know.
many notes as I
This
can.
is the problem with Resident Evil puzzles with different characters.
Yeah.
Margaret does not know everything I know. I can only act on what Margaret knows.
It's the same here.
The basic gist of it is that you're locked right now.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point out Chiron is kind of disconnected from everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the worst person to find the clue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm terribly sorry for your trouble tonight, Mr. She gestures to the secondary, the first mate.
The first mate isn't named anywhere.
I'm terribly sorry for your trouble, first mate. And you hope you have a nice night.
Yeah, alright. Sure.
I do hope we can stop whatever cult is happening here. I promise to put my full efforts towards it.
I still don't believe you. No.
Will is going to smack the wall. I'm getting really numb. Come on, and just goes in and say, "Come on, shoot him, do it. Come on, this guy's annoying. Shoot him, do it." No.
All right, let's go out to the cabin for now, and we'll regroup.
Yeah.
I'm not stopping until I open that door.
Same here. I don't think we're probably not sleeping yet.
All right, you
I don't know.
regroup
Nope.
to the cabin. For the first
Regroup.
mate and the engineer are like, "What the fuck just happened?"
I don't know about you, Will, but Margaret is professionally trained to go multiple days without sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And Will has gone. Will has just naturally gone without sleep.
You get back to the cabin at reserve. Like, what the hell took you guys so long?
Yeah. Do you know
Well-
where a crank is anywhere?
A crank?
Yes, a triangle-shaped one.
Triangle shaped?
Yes.
It's in the hands of a dead man.
Oh, but that's easy.
Ah,
You know where it is?
Yes, it's in the medical area.
To the med area.
Well, thank you very much, Edward. We'll be back
To the med
soon.
area.
We'll track this cult in no time.
Really?
By the way, we found the cult. They're mentioning they were speaking in Relayan. I believe they're trying to wake something called Cthulhu.
That
we
sounds
should-
bad.
Yeah, we
It
should.
does.
Are they
Follow
on the
us.
vampire?
Unfortunately, no, not yet.
Well, there's
I think summoning something is a bigger of a priority.
I'm just.
However, perhaps if we take down this, we can lead to the vampire.
Perhaps. As you guys walk down the halls, you encounter Kieran.
Oh,
Karen, do you know
hello,
where
Karen.
where Red Crank is? Lady Karen.
We're just on our way to a
Kieran.
medbay, actually.
Yeah, he still doesn't know Karen's a guy.
Mike! It's your time! Mike!
Have a nice night, Karen.
Mike!
You're skipping out on his time! Kieran is there, but not doing anything. He'll just be there silently.
Kieran's just in the medbay.
Oh, you,
Karen's,
you mentioned me?
Yes.
we need you.
Apparently, we ran into you in the hallway.
Lady Karen, do you have a Red Crank anywhere?
We were just heading to the medbay to go get a crank off a dead man.
We had a crank.
Oh, are you aware of it?
Yes, dear friend Edward made a mention of it.
Yes. Well, we're trying to
need
track
it.
it down and then use that to open a magical door to then bust the cult.
That's good.
Would you care to join us?
I suppose I'm not doing anything important tonight.
The party
Wonderful.
goes.
I wonder how Calvinius is doing.
I assume Calvin is like sleeping.
he
Calvinius, who is right near the engines, hearing all this shit through the walls.
Yeah.
he's just laying there trying to sleep. You just hear shit,
Slash
muffled shouting, and
Yeah. Is that
It's like-
Margaret? Is that Margaret?
he's just sitting like, not tonight, not tonight.
Not tonight,
tonight.
Calvin. Not tonight. You've gotten
And
yourself.
he pulls the pillow from the top bunk over his head.
You've gotten yourself in enough shit tonight, Calvin.
Yeah.
First the Nazis, now this.
They didn't expect the Third Reich to show up.
No one expects a Spanish Inquisition.
Nobody expects the Germanic Inquisition.
But yeah.
To the medbay.
Alright,
The
so
medbay.
it's gonna be the party of Will and Margaret and Kieran.
And Edward.
How do you guys mispronounce his name? I've said
I've
it.
been saying it Chiron the entire
It's
time.
Chiron, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, I know it's Chiron, but like I keep saying, but the way it's
Chiron?
spelled reminds me of Kieran.
I have
And
never once not said Chiron.
I do not know how people can mispronounce a name whenever it is said in front of them.
I'm
Anyways,
just being lazy.
Chiron, you go to the medical area. I believe I
Okay.
called it what did I call it? Onboard
Medbay.
hospital. The onboard hospital.
Locate Crank.
You were
Which
here.
corpse he had
The
cranked?
doctor is still not here.
I wonder
Think
how
we could
that
be-
ill man is doing.
Looking in the quarantine area, it's very mucky, the porthole to look through into it.
Not well.
It
Yeah,
is
okay.
available now, I presume.
What was that, Chiron? Well, yeah, I finally said it. Fuck. What was that, Chiron?
I planted it into your brain. It looks to be not well.
That is unfortunate.
As much as I want to help, I'm being warned, Finn. Right now, let's just look for the crank.
Yes. Which body had the crank, Chiron?
Walk over.
The one in the
Point.
far corner, which is
Point.
currently, since it is a corpse, it is being like behind curtains, basically.
Yep.
You like move the curtains aside, and this corpse looks it looks pretty bad right about now. What doesn't help is that he seems to have been cut open at some point.
Good.
Perhaps for an autopsy, although this seems a little strange to be doing an autopsy right here, right now.
Yeah.
But in his hand, and he is laying down, and you guys are on his left side. In his left hand is this crank, and it seems the process of rigor mortis has put an iron grip on this fucking thing.
Without even saying like, all right, I've had enough. Switch to Phil, cut off the fingers in front of everyone.
As you're going to cut off, it's like, what the fuck? And like you're cutting the flesh, but it seems to be bouncing off his bone.
Are you sweat?
It seems as this
What was that?
looking a little bit closer on the cut open man. It seems his heart has been taken out.
Wait a minute, Chiron. Looks like he doesn't have a heart. You wouldn't happen to have any of those, would you, Miss Chiron?
Oh no. Galvinius has a heart.
Going to go, idiots.
Margaret claps her hand together. Perfect. We'll find Calvinius.
Yep.
Just a little bit more description. Since I guess Chiron will know this, since he seems to have been shot through the head with some sort of barnacle thing. It seems that barnacles are growing out of the wound of which killed him.
That's concerning.
That's strange. As you were about to leave, someone closes the door.
For fuck's sake.
And out of the quarantine area, it seems they came, is the doctor. He looks a bit haggard.
Pointing that, nah. Why did you close the door, sir?
He does not say anything.
Margaret's battle instincts kick in.
What's his heartbeat?
No heartbeat.
Like Phil noticed that Will notices like, what's going on?
That man doesn't seem to be alive.
Well,
Mr. Doctor.
at least, well, I don't think do no harm applies in this circumstance. Then points gun. All right, what are you?
It doesn't seem to be listening.
Gonna walk closer.
Since this room is a lot darker than it was much earlier if you've ever been here, which you have.
Irrelevant to me, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But it is much darker, so it's a bit more difficult to see. However, since the light in the front area where he's standing is completely off, you notice that since he's facing the wall where he closed the door, there's kind of green light emanating from where his face is.
Margaret ain't fucking around with that. Draw black keys, throw.
Alright, roll to kick some ass.
Margaret ain't fucking around with that. She's
Are you fucking around to find him?
Not fucking around to find. Not about to fuck around and find out.
We finally fighting, boys.
Unfortunately, I rolled a 6.
And then,
oh, that's a fucking hard. You get your ass kicked instead.
Yeah, because you have 4 tough, so you rolled the two ones.
yeah.
As you throw out the black key, he immediately turns around and these sort of tentacles come out of its mouth as it catches the black key in the air and then throws it back and impales into you.
God.
How much damage does your black key do?
2 damage. 2 harm.
That's 2 harm.
All right.
Now that he's facing towards you, it seems a unnatural green light is emanating from his eyes, which are completely hollow, and from his mouth is just a horde of tentacles, almost like if you've ever seen a sea anemones coming out of that. And all around his body are barnacles and weird shit, and weird sea stuff. He's all crusty and strange. He seems to have since he has all his clothes on, it seems that he's barfed on himself.
Yeah.
Some sort of but not normal barf, an almost tarry black barf, combined with blood.
All right. So, I'm sorry I keep relying on film this time, but it's I kind of want to end this game of werewolf. So he's gonna turn to Margaret. Miss Margaret, do you trust me?
Well, I think there's a lot of things going on right now, but I suppose I shall.
Okay. Promise not to slay me after this. And then he's gonna switch. And he's gonna say, "Hey Phil, go buck wild on him." And he's just gonna switch.
Go ahead, Phil. Do your introduction.
All right, finally, time for. I was really annoyed when you didn't let me fight that Rust man, but I suppose having some fresh calamari will ease my sorrows. And he's gonna roll to kick some ass.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Let me just get rid of the 2 boxes. He rolls plus weird, right? Because he's a monstrous. All right. 10 and then plus 3, 13.
10 plus what harm? Plus what?
10 plus 3 weird,
what
which is 13.
bonus do you want on your kick your some ass?
There's one to inflict extra harm, right?
Plus 1 harm.
Yep, then that's what he's gonna do. And claws also have a plus 1.
So you do a total of 2 harm?
Alright.
Is that what it is, or?
Yeah, if claws are plus 1, and then I have extra.
Yeah, okay. So you do 2 harm and he has 1 armor, so. Yeah, you just use your claws to slash into him. And it seems that your claws did slash into him, but it seems that it stopped while you were cutting into him before you can cut him in half. And you kind of pull your claws out, and it seems it stopped on a barnacle-y spine.
Oh.
These barnacles seems to be as hard as iron, or even stronger, since your claws didn't cut through them.
I suppose I'll have to try harder
Kira,
then.
now's the time you can finally fight! Chiron!
No, they haven't.
They got it?
No, I don't think I will.
No, I don't think I
Anyone
will.
anyone reacting to the claws?
Margaret's yeah, there's been weirder shit. She went through the shunting.
She did go through this something.
There's weirder shit.
And Kyron doesn't react because she already knew Will told him.
This is a question for another time.
Yeah.
Aaron doesn't react just either. React either way.
Once your your claws stopped on it, since you guys are currently stood around, from the cut that you gave him, he reaches into his rib cage and pulls out cracks out a part of a rib, and he's using the rib barnacled around a kind of barnacle hip, hilt, and it forms a sort of rib hook.
Rib hook. Alright.
And he uses it to hit you.
He hits Phil, right?
Yeah, it hits you, Phil. Armor does not apply, since it has an armor piercing factor because it's a hook, and you take 1 harm.
Yeah. 1 harm.
Actually, Margaret would like to roll to protect someone.
Oh, do that. Ooh. Roll it.
11.
Nice. Do you take the damage, or?
Yes. What it does is I take some of the damage, whatever that means, and it does it to DM for whatever that means.
And since it's just since it's 1 harm.
Yeah, and I divert the damage away, and then I get a special bonus because I got above a 10.
What's the special bonus?
Let's see. I can choose to suffer little harm for -1 harm. All impending danger is now focused on me. I inflict harm on the enemy, or I hold the enemy back. I think I'll just suffer little harm.
Yeah.
Unless I would already suffer little harm.
Yeah, you just block it completely.
Yeah. Yeah, Mario will like go towards pull out like 2 keys and just block it.
Yeah.
Much appreciated,
The
little lady.
sparks fly off and it's cool. Alright, who wants to act next?
Is Cameron gonna do anything?
Not right now.
Then Phil's gonna do it again.
William, if that is still you, if you can act as the offense, I can act as your defense. And she pulls out more black keys and then spirals them around her.
That ain't your name, Phil.
Sounds like a sounds like a plan. After all, that's a little punch you gave the lad. Still hurts. Alright, so yeah, he's gonna... so yeah, Phil is going to roll to slice again.
Nice. Go ahead.
Another 10.
Nice.
13. Phil was made for this. This is the moment he's been waiting for.
This is a very cramped area you were fighting in.
Yeah. And Phil does not care.
Well, what bonus you want?
Or harm.
Cool. Yeah, slice into him. Again, you stop on his barnacle ribcage. And as you are stuck in the barnacle ribcage, he just tries to hook your shoulder in.
And 13 to protect someone.
and then just gets parried again.
Yep.
Hold on, let me post the appropriate gift.
Look at this gang. Look at this gang.
Are there gaps where the door that was closed?
Yeah, there are gaps.
Cool.
There also seems to be a weird, almost like someone used their hand to grab the sides and pull them apart a little bit. It's a bit strange. Like finger indents.
Elaborate. Okay.
I guess someone pulled the door frame a little bit. I don't know. These are weird. That's accurate.
Take it out! Take it out!
Fight back!
Fight back! Fight back!
Aaron's gonna go open the door.
Cool. Roll act under pressure.
Man, why are the monster designs of this so cool?
Look, he's the barnacle doctor.
Barnacle
I like the
Doctor, we got
Barnacle
Rust
Doctor, man.
Monster.
Yep.
I got 10. Or got out of 9, I mean.
That's still yeah, he tries to attack you as you walk past him.
With how much?
With how much?
With nothing, because I got 10 dice to protect someone.
Yeah.
Shit stomp on the monster!
Yeah, he's about. He's going to he's about to offhand slap you, and then just Margaret just Dark Souls.
Karen was just looking forward, not even looking at him.
Stone Cold Party we got here.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Open door.
The door has been opened. So who would like to act next?
Alright, I was gonna look for the Sukuna picture, but I can't find it. So, yep, we all know what he's gonna do. Oh, 6 this time, but again, plus 3 weird is 6, 7, 8, 9.
So it's not a plus, so... he stops, this time it seems he's learning, and he uses his hook to grab a hold of your claws and almost try and crack them by quickly shifting the position of the hook.
You're gonna have to try harder than that to crack my claws.
It doesn't crack them, but it does do damage. It does. You cannot protect this one, Margaret.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
It does. Since it's the rib hook, 1 harm and ignores AP.
Alright, so 1 harm. Still got 4 boxes left. I didn't hear no bell.
You didn't hear no bell. You'd like back next. Door's been open.
Margaret will take an attack next.
Go.
Calvin
13.
steps into the scene.
Calvin steps and shoots him.
Yeah, Margaret rushes forward and throws a bunch of black keys. However, then twists around, pulls out the revolver, and just puts a bullet, puts up the gun to his head, and just pulls the trigger for 4 harm.
Yeah, right. So, does the thing take its action?
Oh, Lemon's gone.
Awkward.
Yep.
Man, Margaret is a fucking fascinating character because it's literally just combat is not an issue to her. So
And
all of her
Having
horror,
coherent thoughts.
non-combat horror, and being around her eliminates the horror of combat.
If it was just getting, he's a close second because he's got +3, but he's no Margaret.
Yeah, both
I
of them
would
are combat monsters.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that Chiron also has +3.
Oh my god.
Chiron just does not care to act.
We
Yeah,
are
Chiron-
all combat monsters.
If Chiron cared, this would have been over faster. Also, by the way, yeah, Phil can regenerate.
Nice. Margaret's only supernatural power is seeing the future when she dreams. And other than that, she's just really good at fighting things.
Phil's also got a Dark Negotiator, but this doesn't look like it's gonna talk, so not really that useful. Fine.
What's going on?
Yo.
Waiting for you.
What in
Yep, we're waiting.
this?
Yeah.
Waiting for him to
Margaret.
attack.
Yeah. Margaret put the gun to his head, pulls trigger for 4 harm.
Nice. What did you roll?
I got a 13,
Oh, nice.
and my special was deal grievous harm for +1 harm for a total from
Yeah,
upping
okay.
3 to 4.
We
Yeah.
are jumping this monster.
And he's gone again once more, like the wind.
Winds of Spanish.
Fighting with a partner. Maybe I should do that more often. Then again, I don't think there's many people like me.
And what are you?
Well, hey, hold on. I guess going by meta, a demon.
A demon. You know, I'm supposed to exterminate your type.
I suppose you will. I suppose you should. However, my little, and he pulls on his cheek. My little ride is not quite the predicament you have there.
What?
Well, I suppose first we have this to deal with.
I suppose.
I shall figure out how to exercise you later.
Good luck. He's already tried that. We wait. And it's very weird. My first experience with Monster of the Week is playing with 2 sheets.
Phil, yeah.
It's not something that is often done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Playing 2 characters at once in one.
Yeah, because
2 characters at the same time.
because otherwise Will would have been basically useless without Phil. But obviously having Phil on 24/7 with drive cruelty is bad. So you'd be left with a combat character that couldn't fight. And also, yeah, so if it wasn't obvious to Mike, yeah, this is where the first Sukuna-based character came from.
The first out of all of them?
Yep, he's the progenitor.
What's Kuna?
Jujutsu Kaisen character.
Ah.
Yank likes Suguna.
Yes, he's quite
Is
the
he
shitter.
gay?
Nah, I like Itadori. We haven't seen what Sukuna looks like. He could be ugly.
Nah. He's got to
Also,
be a
yeah.
worker. He's got 4 arms, man. Look at him.
Okay. Yes, Kuna is this lovely fellow.
What a friendly face.
Winning smile. Yeah, you can see the inspiration is, possession, slicing things, really like fighting.
I'm back. What happened?
Nothing.
Cool.
Wait,
What were we talking about? Where are we?
the things are for harm, and also, we're waiting for it to act.
Yeah. I think it might be cursed to never act, because every time we say, and then we wait for it to act, Lemon leaves again. So I think we just, I believe, clearly
Keep
the only
jumping
option here is to never give it a turn, and only we
Never.
get turns.
Keep jumping it.
See, we gotta wait for it to act, and then Lemon just goes, and just cut off, and he just gone.
We're bullying
Like
it too
shot
much.
in the head by a gun in real life.
Yeah. Man, Marker's gunshot did a fucking lot, did a fucking number on it.
Phil's slicing up Lemon in real life.
You see, you've never DM'd before, but that's actually common with all DMs. We actually link our life force to all NPCs we play. So every session is a fight for our life as you whittle away our very real life hit points.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
This time for sure.
Monster, please. Please do something.
How much damage should you do?
4.
4 harm.
Okay, it's fucking dead.
Oh, good. Because we were afraid if we mentioned that it was his turn was coming up, you'd be vanished from our world again.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil's gonna use Unquenchable Vitality.
It had 3 left. Yeah, you just brains explode onto the ceiling and pretty much everywhere. And it's a very gross sight, and how its brain has also been oddly covered with barnacles.
Let's go get. Alright.
Margaret then turns her gun on towards Phil.
Oh!
Now, please do release your hold on the poor man.
Aww. And just when I was having fun. Oh well, I am a man of my word. And he still I've been counting this as... I've been counting 30 minutes as one favor. How many... Lemon, how much minutes have passed as he kept using Phil?
In combat, I'd say about 2.
Alright, and 2 minutes plus, the other, 3 attempts. So 5... He's used the 5 minutes of his first favor. It's like, oh well. And then, his eyes closed. Open. Miss Margaret, I thought you promised?
I did. I was not pointing at you, I was pointing at that demon residing within you.
Yeah.
And she holsters her gun once more.
Chiron
God, you
kind
saw a bit of thigh.
Chiron kind of is looking over, he, with a blank face. Well, monsters all over the place, huh?
Yeah. That's kind of why I didn't want to tell, Margaret, because I was worried she would kill me.
Don't worry. The Order specializes in this kind of thing. Perhaps once this is all over, I can take you back to the Order's headquarters, and you can be exercised properly.
I would very much like that. Let's go to Calvin now.
Chiron, are you alright?
I'm quite alright.
Well, that's good to hear.
And
Can Mark take a look in the quarantine area?
Oh god! Oh god!
That's unfortunate. Oh, that's quite disgusting.
It
actually.
looks like a neural network of network of moss, veins, and barnacles just
I've
covering
had
the
to
walls.
study. I had to fucking study what brain tissue looks like. That's god.
And there's one really big chunky vein that's that's transporting some sort of weird shit.
As someone who is in real life dissected a brain, I can assure you this room looks disgusting.
It's gross. Yeah, I've seen it too. It's gross.
Yes, I have felt a real brain before and cut one open. It is very gross.
The brain has a really big, gross vein on
It does.
Yeah, that's basically
Fun
what
fact,
the inside of this
our
room looks like.
Our nerves go past our spinal cord and just sort of fucking dangle there.
They're just chilling.
I'm back.
All right, we coming for you, Calvin.
Come for you, Calvin.
They come from me?
Come for you.
Yes.
Why is that?
You'll find out when we wake you up.
Oh boy.
What the fuck?
You rush through the halls down to fucking third class.
Can Margaret grab her axe along the way?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because at this point, shit's fucking going down. May as well carry the axe around.
Mhm.
Yep.
But yeah, to Calvinius.
You're at his door.
Margaret will knock.
Adam opens. Hello.
Hello, we need Calvinius's heart.
No.
I don't think that we mean that quite literally.
Wait. I get it.
Whatever it is, yes, that.
Margaret will enter the room and is standing menacingly over Calvinius's bed with her axe.
Do you not require protection?
And Will covered in blood.
He just slowly turns over. What is
We
it?
need your heart, Calvinius.
Oh, Calvin, yes.
We need that heart.
He opens his mouth. That one, yes.
Oh, that heart. I thought you meant it in the other way.
Oh,
And he reaches into his stuff and then pulls out the still beating heart. Why?
I'm not quite sure. It's missing. We've seen it.
We need to
Also,
put it inside a man.
Yes.
But the
Also,
tiny
I'm-
man. But
Also,
tiny
wait, what-
man wanted that heart.
Tiny man?
The tiny
Oh,
man.
yes, that small
Tiny
creature.
man's like.
Tiny
Tiny
man
man,
is in Kyron's
Would you like to
pocket.
also go inside that pot? Also go inside that man?
Point is, we need that.
I assume you just carry tiny man in your pocket when you're inside
Yeah.
the shawl.
Yeah.
Tiny man's like, no. Cross these hands, no.
No heart? I thought that's what you wanted.
Nodding, yes heart,
Calvin.
yes heart, nodding.
Calvin stands up. Do you have any clay?
I don't believe so.
Sorry, little buddy.
I forgot how sad we're, but I don't believe we've brought any clay.
We could get clay when we, get off the boat.
And looks at the camera.
Adam looks at the camera.
Adam looks at the camera.
Adam looks at Adam.
He
The
pulls out
dead
a mirror.
Nazi looks at the camera.
Honor and glory, look at the camera.
Phil looks at the
Continue
camera.
session.
Anyways.
No, Phil winks at the camera.
Well, you see, Calvinius, we've discovered a man. He has a triangle crank. We need that crank. However, unfortunately, he's invulnerable to all damage. He has a hole in his chest. We need to put a heart there.
I believe maybe if we put, because since the heart is still beating, it could circulate blood and maybe, make him open his hand.
Right. And he stands up. Well, I would insist that I stay here, but I don't believe that, one, he would take that for an answer, and two, he would follow me anyways.
I mean, we were gonna just let you there, but if you insist to come with us, then sure. And he grabs Calvin's hand. Would you like to
Yeah.
come to Mr.
Don't do that. And he pulls his hand out. And he just wipes it off on there.
I should stay to guard. I should stay to guard this duck.
As you will. Will's
Calvin.
patience has been more.
Calvin,
Yeah, Adam.
remember
I remember.
What's he talking about?
nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Are you also a demon?
Me?
No.
He's not human, that's for certain.
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean almost?
Well, that's good enough for me. None of you are vampire either, right?
Atom looks at friggin' Chiron.
No? Good. Okay.
Let's go.
I can't believe Chiron lies.
Chiron doesn't
Hey,
lie. Chiron
hey.
just doesn't speak.
Also, Margaret said either of you. She was referring to Calvinius and Atom.
Plus, this is a boat on the way to America where you have the right to remain silent.
Yep. And Phil meanwhile says like, "Oh man, I want to fight a vampire."
All right, let's head over.
Let's go.
Put heart in man.
I can't wait to enter the better word. Calvinius be like, "What the fuck is that?" It's a fucking barnacle man corpse.
and then
Mr.
the
Egg.
fucking brain room.
The brain room.
Yep.
And the Nazi.
What?
Anyways,
problem.
you make it here. What the
What
fuck is
happened here?
that?
Nothing. Holy shit! What is that?
We killed it, or I suppose Phil and Margaret killed it.
Who the fuck is
Just like-
Phil? Calvin, who the fuck is Phil?
Tastes like dick ball.
Phil?
Good ingredients.
I suppose the cat's out of the bag now.
That's Calvin gagging at the at the corpse.
Oh, it tastes
Yeah.
like dick and balls.
So we just need to put our
Why'd you
heart
lick
in
it?
this corpse here.
I suppose the cat's out of the bag now. I'm possessed by a demon whose name is Phil. Anyway, let's put this heart in this man.
I've never heard
You do it. And he holds the sack with our hearts in.
Chiron
Calvin,
grabs it.
Will was gonna grab it. He's like, "I'm a doctor. Of course, this is my job." And he walks over and
Put heart in.
Chiron's already grabbed it.
Yeah, Chiron took it with like vampiric speed that none of you saw. He just fucking, Chiron just like plops it in, and immediately all the veins inside of this body just get in there.
Miss Kyron, that's very unsanitary.
Didn't
No,
need
it
to do
is
any
fine.
surgery; it just automatically hooked itself up.
That
Oh,
was
and-
really
I'm
nice.
gonna take that crank now.
Yeah, cool. And then
Right.
just like slowly, and then the Resident Evil key puzzle sound plays. Brrr.
And then
You got the key
we
item.
return.
Water wheel crank.
We going back down.
Does the tiny
Well,
man still want the heart?
yeah, the little man is like, yeah.
What is it, little man?
You take the heart, take it back.
Oh yeah, by the way, wait, what the fuck is that?
Grab heart.
Yeah.
Where's the tiny man?
In Chiron's, I get a guess in Chiron's shoulder.
Every time Chiron like speaks to it, he took it out of his pocket.
Yeah, Calvin's just like, oh, dude. It's like, hey guys, watch this. And he draws like a little crude mouth on it.
Ah!
Margaret, Margaret covers it. Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah, he rubs the clay back into place.
This is just the make lemon scream button.
Chiron looks up with a glare. Don't tease tiny man like that.
Whoa, okay, yeah.
It's very rude.
Is he like your pet or something, or?
No, he is tiny man. Look at him.
I guess he's gonna like shake. Does Tiny Man have hands, or does he have stumps?
He has vaguely hand. It looks like, you know, when you get like a knife and you like if on a stub you got a knife for clay, you just like cut like little indents as to make them like look like fingers.
Yeah.
He's gonna gently with like two fingers, like in this finger and his thumb, like shakes hand. Hello, Tiny Man.
He looks terrified.
He's got like a paw.
He's
I
horrified.
imagine Tiny Man. I imagine instead of seeing Will, Tiny Man saw Phil.
Yeah, Tiny Man sees the deepest secrets within all of you.
Tiny man sees all.
Tiny Man
He's
sees
Phil
all.
doing the Zakuna smile at him.
Well, Margaret will remove the heart then.
I got the heart.
Oh, never mind. Chiron already got it then. Cool.
Still beating.
Just
Keep moving
viscerals it.
We moving down.
Whenever you like, just help us join
a little bit
When
of blood came out since it started circulating a bit, but then no, it just dries out a bit.
whenever no one's looking, Karen sniffs it.
Do you just slurp it like a Capri Sun, like the blood that's still spurting out?
When no one's looking.
Did we hear it though?
Nah, it's very quiet slurping, I imagine.
It's very quiet.
He's a gentleman.
You know, it's you know, for how many places this heart has been, the blood's pretty tasty.
At least it isn't Slug Man.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna eat
it's
Slug
like
Man.
it's like aged wine, you know.
So,
Yeah, but I'm
would
not
you
gonna eat Slug Man. That's like milk.
What are you guys gonna do about this mess, by the way?
Meh.
Not my problem.
Oh, Karen grabs Barnacle Man and throws him overboard.
Yeah.
It's like Calvin looks at Karen,
Nods.
nods.
That seems bad for the
The way Karen does it feels very practiced.
he like flips it over the side. He does like a flip in midair and doesn't even touch the ship. And just like, if there were judges, they'd like hold up
woman, she might have realized that.
It's like an Assassin's Creed whenever you're against a wall and you just keep assassinating a conga line of dudes.
Yeah. How many fucking people have we thrown off this ship?
More than we've seen.
Yeah.
Alright, down. Would you like to accompany us to the boiler room? It might be dangerous.
Well,
We're going to fight a cult.
all of you can go down there, but I'm afraid there's a problem.
What now?
Hold on. Talk
sun
amongst
comes up.
yourselves.
Oh no. Is this gonna be the iceberg?
It's day 3. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, thank God. Not yet.
Anyways, what are you guys talking about?
Mark's just filling the other two in on the cult situation.
Cool. Everyone
Cool.
gets caught up on each other's plot points, except for Chiron, who I don't know.
I guess since we're talking here, and there probably won't be any other way to say it. Will also says he's from Germany. There you go.
Wait, so you can speak Nazi?
What? The Nazi.
I've not heard of that dialect.
Oh, it's a regional thing apparently. Yeah.
It's
I've heard it's
Steam
from- I've heard
Dams.
it's from- I've heard it's from Northern Germany.
It's a regional dialect.
I'm afraid I don't know that.
Aurora Borealis.
Oh well, not my problem.
It lies right here, right entirely within this boiler room.
Yes. Can I
That's
see it? All this chanting looks like entirely. May I hear it? No.
Anyways, it would be great to, confront this cult. However, the universe has decided that it's not time for that plot point.
Nope.
Uh,
God. God, fucking damn it, what if?
Oh boy. Oh, he's in the doorway. Oh, he's blocking the way. Oh god.
What now?
The Rust Man. He's back. He just comes out of the floor and rusts up the door that you guys cut open. And rusts it up just to block your path, and now he's in that. Now he's at the end of this hallway ahead of you.
Boss. Alright. Well, if that's the case.
oh shit.
No.
Not this thing again. Not it again.
I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this shit for one day. And he's going to switch to Phil. And Phil's going to spend a lot to heal.
Oh, nice.
Calvin. Barrier.
Barrier.
Set up.
My epithet is
Barrier.
My spell is barrier. His spell is
Please,
barrier.
Mr. Barrier was my father.
Please. I'm Barrier Senior. I'm Barrier Junior.
His epithet is Barrier.
Everyone's favorite substitute Barrier.
Alright.
Anyways, the Rust Man is here.
Yeah.
Marta's
And that
getting real tired of bullshit blocking her path, so she's gonna go over and just fucking attack it.
Do it.
Will's
Roll.
already tired.
I'm gonna go and get some water.
That's fair.
And Phil's like, finally, I get to fight this thing.
What do you got?
Yep. 10.
What would you like?
Suffer 1 less harm.
I'd like to mention Rustman is spelled with a hyphen in between Rust and Man,
Nice.
much like Spider-Man.
Much
good
like
for him.
Spider-Man.
He's a superhero. We shouldn't kill him, guys. We should leave.
You should leave him be.
Phil's a supervillain. He doesn't care.
4 harm.
Cool. What do you want for your bonus? It's
And I suffer less harm.
okay. As you just are you using your axe?
Yeah, she's using her big fuck off
Yeah, you
axe.
just use your axe to get in there, and you like it kind of like bursts into like almost like a spore of rust into the air, and it like kind of coughs you up, and it does a 1 harm ignoring armor as it just gets into your lungs. And that's gonna be a fucking disease later in life.
Everything to suffer less harm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She fluxes it off.
it would do 2 harm.
Oh, it would do 2 harm? Okay, so
It's
1
one,
harm.
but it's 1 harm now.
Margaret is now at 4 total harm.
Oh, she's dying. Oh, she's dying.
You should get out of the way. I'll handle this.
Karen grabs Margaret and starts pulling her back.
I'll be alright.
No.
You should use her gun more.
Yes, I suppose.
Is Rustman gonna take his action?
Rustman did his action there by exploding. The Rustman walks forward.
Calvin, wall, and it's gonna put a wall in between us and him.
Yeah, it like kind of like stops up against the wall and then like it mimes against it.
And now Phil is gonna run around the wall and just start. He's gonna start slashing.
You're in a hallway.
Hey.
You can't run around the wall.
Yeah, it's encompassing the hallway.
Damn it!
He's just like, oh yeah, this thing ain't getting around us. This thing ain't getting to us. I will not let it.
Phil stares at Calvin. For the first time, he is genuinely like, he is fucking pissed. Release that barrier and let me through.
He just looks at him like, are you crazy asshole? I ain't doing
He extends his claws.
Margaret points his gun at him.
I will not be interrupted again for this fight.
What the hell do you... No, I ain't doing that. No.
Don't place us all in danger for your base desires, demon.
Yeah. Oh, please, you don't have... The only one who's going to be at risk is old Will here. All you have to do, open up the barrier, I start fighting, and you can just close and run. And I'll...
But I'm not exactly that proficient with it.
What a crass argument.
Can Margaret retroactively, like, you spend 1 luck to reduce that harm she took to 0?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, cool. Just so she can stay up and about.
You can spend luck as to heal 1 harm on yourself.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I'll just let you do that.
I'm not even sure why you're sticking with this nobody, someone you barely even know.
You're quite unreasonable, demon.
I'm quite reasonable. I'm a man of my word. Had I not sworn a pact with him, had I not made a deal that I would give him a free favor, I would have gone buck wild by now.
Chiron is just like crouched down at the barrier, just poking at it.
It seems pretty weak. You could probably break it yourself.
Have you tried to do anything? Karen looks over to Phil. Have you tried to do anything about the barrier yourself?
That's a good idea. And he's gonna attack the barrier.
Roll.
Alright, I'll make it. Make the wall stats for it.
Yeah, what is it? What's the situation on this?
Alright, so it has 2 armor.
Alright. So he's gonna roll 11, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14.
Nice.
Fuck this wall.
What bonus you want?
If he uses like move them where I want him, can Phil like get through the barrier?
You can push the barrier. Yeah, I'll let you do that.
Like he's trying to go like through the barrier. Like is
If you choose to move it where you want, I'll tell you what happens.
yeah. I'm gonna pick like move where
You
you
pick
want.
move it where you want it, and you basically just embed the claw in there and move it into the wall on the side, and it like dents this wall on the side. You basically opened it like a sliding door.
You asshole!
Does it close behind him or?
No, you'd have to close it behind you.
So, all right, Rustman, come on.
Yeah, and since I was in action, Rustman is going to. He's gonna rust you, boy.
All right.
Let me read up on this. Roll me plus weird.
Plus weird. All right. 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. Cool. Yeah, he just the second you walk in, your whole boasting shit has been proven immediately wrong as he just rust hugs you and you disappear into him.
Ooh. Well, rest in peace.
I can't believe he's dead.
I mean, can he? Nah.
You're not dead. All of you who witnessed that immediately forgot what Phil looked like. However, you remember Will.
Oh.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Uh-oh. So I told that asshole.
Yes, you did tell him.
And the rust monster moves past your barrier and starts coming towards you guys.
Margaret pulls her gun and begins firing a few bullets at him.
Yeah. Do
it. As she does that, Karen just sighs. Okay, I'll be nice for once.
13.
What bonus?
I will deal extra harm, I guess. And actually, no, I'll move it where I want it. I'm going to shoot it backwards, back down the hallway.
Alright. All the way down the hallway?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah, you just like pistol out, bang, bang, straight to the chest. As it just like slides kind of back.
Yeah. Just like unload on it to keep sending it back down the hallway.
Mm-hmm. You're just keeping it away from damaging you by just.
Yeah.
This is basically a Resident Evil hallway. You're
nice.
It's a fixed camera.
And then Calvin can protect her from harm, correct?
Yeah.
He gonna do that with a wall.
Nice. Wall.
The wall. No man on earth can make it fall. Yeah, because I have the shield spell ability to protect someone, gain +2 armor against any harm that is transferred to you.
Oh, that's nice. I like that. What do you roll for that?
It just sort of happens.
Oh, cool. Like
and
that.
then, I
so
take
like
the
rolling,
damage.
Rolling protect someone like normal, and then any harm that you would take is then my 2 armor applied.
Yeah, and wall.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I'm good with this shit.
Yeah, it tries to, since it's getting pushed back, it tries to rust spike you, like out of what you think is its arm, because you can't quite grasp the figure on this thing. Out of what you think is its arm, just a spike comes out, but it is blocked by a barrier. Like, it is blocked inches from your forehead.
Calvin is sitting there with his hands in a gesture, just.
Margaret doesn't flinch.
Karen kind of turns back to everyone. I'm doing this as a Marvin.
What? What are you talking about?
Would you guys like me to help you?
Yeah?
If possible, but don't place yourself in excess danger.
Yeah, or,
Okay.
do you help? We're always happy to help. You're happy to help, please.
Okay. I will make an attempt. We do plan to kill this, correct?
Yeah?
That is the idea.
Then I will make an attempt.
What you doing?
Oh, wait, I was just looking at something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did I miss anything on this?
I can't believe Phil is fucking dead.
Yeah.
Phil murdered.
Man, no one's gonna mourn his loss.
Yeah, no one. Actually, for the first time, when Phil got gooped, he heard Will laughing instead.
Nice.
Alright. Kyron's gonna bite it.
Yeah.
And I got an 11 for that.
Pretty cool. What bonus do you want?
Well, since we're moving it away, you're just gonna bite it and then kind of lift it up and then spin and throw it.
Nice.
3 harm.
Ooh. Nice. You feel your teeth get into it, and it tastes firstly gross, as it like rust.
He doesn't like it.
Oh, and you feel it trying to absorb you, but thanks to your inherent immortal nature as a vampire, and basically being a corpse already, it cannot absorb you as you just spin and throw it down into the down the hallway more.
Margaret looks at that, frowns slightly.
Biting things.
Karen looks over. I've had good teeth since I was a kid.
What?
Yeah, really good teeth.
I do like how Margaret managed to befriend the two supernaturals on this boat.
Margaret rolled a 3. She believes it. She rolled a 3 on her plus sharp.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
Did Calvin roll plus sharp to believe it?
Yeah, roll plus sharp.
Should I roll charm?
11.
Nah, Calvin, that bitch is a fucking vampire.
Oh wow, I rolled the I rolled the 9. I rolled a 9 on my -2 charm roll to convince.
Bitch is a vampire.
Holy shit, you drink blood!
No, I don't.
Look at those fangs!
No, they aren't. They're teeth.
Look at them! Pointed!
They are very pointed.
They're clearly pointed.
You know, Calvin. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone.
Tell anyone what?
You promised you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, whatever this is, it's a problem for later. For now, we have a rust monster to deal with, and then a cult bust.
Yeah, cool, let's deal with that later.
Can
Oh,
Margaret
wait.
see if it is taking any damage?
Could what?
Margaret tell if it's been taking any damage at all, or
It's taken some damage.
so it can be
It
killed.
can... maybe. You do know
Margaret will try-
that monsters cannot be killed without their weakness.
Yeah. Oh, if only Edward were here.
So, like, at best, you could incapacitate it if you beat its ass.
Something like this can't be permanently killed unless we have its weakness. Best we can do is slow it down for a while. Normally Edward's the one who does the researching, and then I wind up delivering the weakness, but... oh dear.
Well, what would its weakness be?
Oh, that I don't know.
Some DW40.
I really want Chiron to just go get some salt water and throw it at it.
I mean, you could probably do it. Well, what's a good anti-rust thing?
Well, salt water causes massive amounts of rust.
You make them stronger. All right.
Do you mind if we change the song? It's making I have a bit of a headache and it's
Go
kind of making
ahead.
it worse.
Go ahead, change it.
Thanks. Okay, I have no idea what to change it to.
All right, is the Rust Man up next, or?
There's no such thing as turns, so
Yeah.
anyone goes whenever they want.
I mean, Phil can't really do anything. He's
Yeah,
going.
Phil, you're busy
Well-
right now.
In that case, Margaret will she'll just shoot it more. Uh, 12. And I'll move it where I want it.
Nice. You just move it even further back into the fucking wall.
Yeah, she just aims her revolver and just keeps firing.
How much damage?
That'd be 3.
Yeah, you just keep pushing it further and further back, and then it tries doing the spike again, and then again, stops row.
It doesn't have a heartbeat, right?
Does not. Although there is a heartbeat somewhere else. In the walls?
Your walls. Your walls.
Taps where the heartbeat is.
It seems like it's there, but not there. From what you can tell, it seems like it's not actually in the wall, but the sound of it is there at least.
Are there any gaps in the wall, or is it just a solid hallway?
It's a solid wall. So, Calvin, you're the only fighter left, other than, Chiron, but,
Yeah, Calvin is gonna just run forward and push the barrier and smush him into the wall.
Shield bash it.
Yeah.
What would you roll for damage on that?
It actually has its own damage values.
Oh.
1 harm.
Nice.
So, what's weird? Kick some ass. 11.
Bonus?
Huh?
Any bonus you want?
Keep it where I want it, which is against that wall.
Yeah. You unfortunately don't do any damage against it, but you do press it up against that wall, and it's kind of stuck there.
Mm-hmm.
It tries to spore, but it all kind of, stops on the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And, this is quite the pickle you're in.
Pickle.
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 Colonel. Turn himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Pickle.
Has Chiron acquired any knowledge of anything like this upon his immortality years?
Well, there's a problem. This is some miscellaneous monster, likely. Basically what you've come to learn is monsters can be fucking anything. There are some species, such as vampires, and werewolves and other stuff like that, but sometimes there are things just like a rough monster. It doesn't really need to make sense. So,
I suppose we just leave and regroup.
Roast monster. Simple as.
Monster. Adam's getting Advil, so it's up to you guys. Oh no, Margaret left to get Advil. Oh no.
Well, you see, he can't cast any more spells without, disabling the spell that he has.
Mm-hmm.
He can't do spell. Well, he can do he can technically do the shield spell move. That's something.
Chiron, finish it off.
It's not almost dead.
It's close to being incapacitated, maybe.
Okay.
Just give it a go, Chiron.
I guess I'll life drain it or something.
Yeah, give it a go.
You know what?
I'm
gonna just spend a luck point on this.
Fair.
I don't want to roll.
Rolling is for losers, you're right.
Yeah, and this is a one-shot character.
Any bonus you want?
Any bonus?
Mm-hmm.
I can take some. I can take some damage. I want to do some terrible harm.
Yeah, alright. So how much damage is living?
2 with the life drain effect.
Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, what does this look like?
Bad, by the way.
Yeah, I assume it's the suck power.
Yeah, you just kind of punch through the barrier and suck it a bit. It's a kind of gross. This energy is kind of gross. Since
It just kind of like
rust.
stick his fingers into it.
Yeah, it's a bit gross since it's rusty and shit, but it incapacitates it, as you could tell, as it just completely stops moving. However, it is currently posted up on the door you need to get through to get to the engine area, and well, not getting through there. Welcome back, Margaret. You can speak if you want, Margaret, or you don't have to. I guess that's a no. Anyways, yeah, that's incapacitated. Not dead, but incapacitated. Seems you've won at the cost of Phil. And by Phil, I mean Will and whoever that other guy was. You seem to have forgotten about.
We don't really remember who that guy was, but we kind of remember he was an asshole, so
Not much of a loss, to be honest.
we got one loss and one, who cares?
Calvin, how you feeling?
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Pyron, how you feeling?
Fine. A little upset because it wasn't good energy. It wasn't good life.
It wasn't very good. As you guys are here, I'd like to swap perspectives.
Mm.
I wonder whose perspective I'm swapping to.
It better not be Phil, whoever that guy was.
Whoever that fucking dude was.
Nah,
I
think
wonder
it's easy right
whoever
now.
it could be.
Fucking fucking care.
Also, I was probably muted when I was speaking as Margaret, wasn't I?
You were, yeah. That's why I asked you if you. I just
Because
assumed.
Margaret was saying things. I forgot to unmute.
I just assumed you were your headache was bad.
Oh no, it is. It is awful right now. It is absolutely pounding.
You get to have a bit of a break now.
Yeah.
You good, bro?
Hey, look at that. We're going swapping perspective to Phil.
Phil.
Who dat?
Phil / Will, you know. It's mostly Phil right now. Phil,
Yeah. Seems like
you
a bad
were
situation.
dragged into this thing. And you've come out into another world, something similar to where you were right just now.
Is this anything like where Phil came from?
No, it's different.
Strange neighborhood.
Oh
well.
You kind of looking around and it looks about the same. However, you kind of look at the walls a little more closely and you notice that they're a bit clay-like. And then you notice, once you're kind of like moving around, you notice that on your back, sort of where your heart is supposed to be, is kind of a tube almost, ventricle, maybe you could call it, connecting up into the wall, into the ceiling.
It's connected to his chest, right?
Yeah, it's connected to like the back of your chest where your heart should be, and it's connected in the ceiling. And as you move around, that thing moves along with you, and you have the feeling that if this thing gets cut at all, you'll die.
How unfortunate. Well, might as well look for a way out. If nothing else, at least I've made it inconvenient for you. And he like taps the side of his head.
Yeah, so this is a very clayey area around here. Would you like to explore?
Yep.
Where would you like to go?
Is it like the boat?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he'll go down to the engine area.
It is blocked off.
Still blocked off. Guess he shall ascend.
You ascend up into the cabin area, and it all looks about the same, just all very clayey. You ascend even further up onto the deck, and like everything is clay, even like the night sky. It looks almost like you're in a box, and that the sky is just clay.
One little.
And since you're up on top and this thing moves with you, you look up to where like the tube is connecting to you, and it seems to be almost like a clay heart that your tube is connected to.
Huh, I see. I'm a little leech in the heart of something bigger. I guess he's gonna head to like the bridge.
You head on over to the bridge, and here they're like, well, they're corpses? You're unsure. They seem almost like clay mock-ups of the corpses would be. And Will, if Will could even have any sort of input on here, would suddenly like recognize these people as the people who were brought in here before that he's forgotten about.
Can Will like fight for like some control?
Unless Phil gives it back now. Or if the situation is dire enough, and by dire enough I mean spend luck through that.
Alright, well, yeah, because at this point, Phil's not. It feels like, situation's changed. So he's gonna like prod at these people.
They too seem to have been turned into clay. You yourself are still fleshy and human, but these things have been turned into clay, it seems.
I see. And either something turned them into clay, or maybe it's just being around here turns them into clay.
And the wheel for the ship has been almost locked in place by these cartoony clay-looking chains. There's a big old cartoon padlock on them.
Phil remember, does Phil know about the key that he found in the bottle?
The key in the bottle, I assume, Phil knows about it.
He's gonna test it out.
This key seems far too small for it, but maybe... roll to investigate a mystery? Or just roll plus sharp.
Alright, plus sharp. Let me check Phil's, because it's different. Oh, Phil's stupid. He's got -1 sharp.
Phil, you might need to bring Will in for this.
Can Will roll instead?
You need to swap over. You need to swap over to Will. You need to give back control.
Alright, then Phil's gonna spend a luck because he got a 5.
Well, anything to not give back control to Will, huh, Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
Because Phil's like, no, you know what? If I die, I'm dragging you down with me.
Phil, an idea. A delightfully devilish idea.
A delightfully devilish.
It seems that this is the correct shape for the key. However, it's too small. Although, there's a lot of free clay around here.
Oh, and pure drive cruelty, you ain't gonna stop it. Nothing to stop me.
And maybe you could use these claws to like.
Yep. I think we all know what he does.
Yeah, he cut away just to like the outside, and he's just. And back in, you kind of have like a big old basically cup of clay.
Yeah,
and no more corpses.
Can I say?
Yeah.
He's not gonna cut it all from one person. And when he does, he's going to instead peel them.
Yeah.
Peel around them.
They are. This is an incredibly detailed clay model. It's like, oh, that's muscle there. Ooh. Clay muscle.
My problem. Will would save these people. Phil would not.
But yeah, you basically just cut them up enough so where they can slurp together to become a easily moldable ball of clay.
He shall attempt again.
So you could just mold this ball of clay into the shape of this key.
Yep.
Yeah, you basically just put the key down and you're like, alright, let's get some arts and crafts done with this human clay meat. You just start molding the key up.
He makes a little clay apron.
And looks pretty good, you'd say. It's about like the size of your arm, but this will work.
Yeah, clay key.
And you just put it into the big clay lock, swap it, click it, and it opens up the chains.
All right. Now what?
The wheel is open to be moved around.
Well, he's just gonna start going buck wild.
Just fucking playing around with the wheel.
Can you see a clay iceberg?
No, there is no clay iceberg, but there are clay tentacles?
Probably should avoid those.
I don't know, it'd be cool if you crashed into those.
Yeah. Listen, Phil's a cunt. He will screw everyone else over except himself. So if he thinks it's gonna be... If he even thinks for a millisecond it'll give him consequences, nah.
You might be okay.
Well, oh well. Oh well, if I die...
Yeah.
Oh well, at least I'll die in style.
You just swerve into these fucking clay tentacles. And immediately they grab onto the ship and start. And since it's clay, instead of like cracking it, it like bends it and morphs it. And it is doing that to the entire ship and holding it up like into the air.
Into the air, and there's a ceiling, yes.
And there is a ceiling, and you're a lot closer to it, to the point where like the big the crow's nest is basically poking through it right now.
Well, he's gonna climb up it, and he's gonna cut the ceiling. He shall pierce the heavens.
Pierce the heavens. And so you do, and it is a bright light out there.
My kind isn't so welcoming light, but I don't really have a choice. And he's gonna jump in.
You just jump in, and meanwhile, the Chiron, Calvin, and Margaret, you guys are like, oh man, I didn't like that guy. Who was that guy? Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember. Was his name Phil? Falls from the ceiling.
Crashes through.
I remember now, it's this asshat!
Do you really think it would be that easy to get rid of me?
I wish it was.
Oh, believe me, sir. Will also believes it. Oh, Will also wishes it was.
You have a lot of clay on you now. You don't know what to do with it.
Well, grab clay. Here, tiny man.
Oh, how adorable. You even named him.
Tiny man takes the clay.
Tiny man. He's still holding it there, but he's looking up. It's like tiny man.
Tiny man like jumps into the clay, and the clay starts like, and he becomes a bigger tiny man.
So Will can only roll to. He can only like spend luck if he wants to like force himself to get control.
Yeah, Will would have to spend luck to force himself to take back control.
Do Will and Phil have shared luck or no?
I'd say for maximum representation now.
Alright, then in that case,
you two are different beings.
In that case, Will says he's only spent one luck at this point, so he says, you know what, Phil, fuck you, spend luck.
Yeah, you're back, Will.
What happened? Why is there clay?
That rust monster is still over there, it's incapacitated.
I'm gonna put the heart into the tiny man.
He is big enough to take the heart now.
Here you go, tiny man.
Tiny man.
Tiny man. He's like, yeah. He's kind of like flexing, and he takes it. And he kind of like sorps into him. Nothing happens though.
He looks at Calvin. Calvin looks at Chiron. And he points to his mouth.
Make mouth.
Ah!
Adam, you good, buddy?
The fact that we can just randomly have Lemon scream and there's no one in his house.
No, people are in my house.
There's no one in this house that actually thinks that something is up.
Nah.
excuse me, what happened while I was under?
Not really much.
Why am I covered in clay?
He shrugs.
You're not so tiny now. I do not know how I will keep you around.
He's like baby sized.
How are we gonna, like, hide him around?
You can pretend he's a doll?
I'll keep him in a purse.
You are a
Good
very
idea.
you are a very strange woman, Chiron.
Hmm?
You are a very strange, and I mean that in the nicest way.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
Wonderful, truly. And that's the end of that night.
So, yeah.
Look, as you guys are looking around, and there seems to be no other way to get down there, other than
Yeah,
past
so I
the
guess
rust monster, and he's kind of blocking your way.
We gotta get to like Edward.
He's
Edward.
just holding the rust monster. It's like, guys, I'm getting really tired.
The rust monster's incapacitated, and we'll stay there. You guys go back to reconvene with Edward.
Yeah, just like, all right, guys, I'm just gonna step away. I don't know how far this reaches.
Start running, guys! Start running.
He gets far enough away. It flickers, and just whoosh it out the time, and he starts running.
Run! Yeah, and you guys reconvene with Edward. It's like, oh, hello. May I get an update on what you guys are doing? Especially since the whole gang seems to be here now.
We incapacitated the rust monster, and also for some reason I'm covered in clay, and no one seems to tell me why.
Is that the Clayman time? Is that the tiny Clayman?
Oh yeah, he's baby sized now. Also, there was like a fishman thing, an anemone thing in the med bay. We killed it too.
Barnacles.
Oh, barnacle.
Yeah, definitely not a fishman.
That's strange.
Seen this before.
Oh yeah, wait, no, Well, do you know how to kill the rust man? Because it's kind of covering our way to progress.
Is it like actually made of rust?
He seems to rust whatever he touches, and
Do you know of any cleaning products, perhaps?
does he?
Rust cleaning product? I'm not sure if that exists.
Well, does Phil know?
I don't know if WD-40 exists yet. I don't know if you have acid to clean away rust.
I had an idea, however, it was mostly just an assumption rather than anything concrete.
Oh, white vinegar, apparently.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Perhaps this is gonna sound a bit strange. Perhaps the universe. I don't know. The ship itself, perhaps, is trying to stop you from getting down there.
You're saying that thing? The ship?
What an odd thing for you to say. Oh.
I don't know. A lot of things seem to be getting in your way to stop you from getting down there.
I'm back. Hi. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, Phil was in Clay World. He escaped, crashed down, and Will said "fuck you" and regained control and spent a lot.
Nice.
And now we're talking to Edward, and we're told him everything. And he's talking about how it seems the universe or the boat or something is trying to stop you from getting to the cult area.
Well, what is most likely to destroy? What is most likely capable of destroying a boat of this caliber?
Iceberg.
I wonder why the universe would not want us to get to the bottom of this. Quite literally, at the core of the boat.
Oh well, we should still attempt to. You know what? Screw fate.
Killing the rust monster is, in fact, a good idea. However, firstly, Margaret, you're very injured.
Yes,
Miss Margaret. Phil's gonna get to work with medical attention.
Yeah, Edward's gonna get to work there.
Thank you.
Flesh sharp?
No, you guys are doctors and you're teaming up, so you guys will figure out. It'll take you all night to do it, though.
Yep. Transition no matter what. Wheel attack.
Tonight, can Chiron get a get a bottle of seawater just for test?
Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get it. You just gotta like tie a rope to a bottle. And
No,
like,
Calvin puts you on like a wall that's like horizontal. It just lowers you down.
elevator,
Please
man.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Chiron's like very like, no, please don't. No, I don't like that.
I just want to tie a rope to a bottle and dip it into the seawater. I just want a bottle of seawater for science.
Oh, by the way, Adam, I forgot to mention, yeah, in Clay World, all the people who got like erased from existence, they're probably most likely replicas made out of clay. And Phil, kinda sorta made a key out of their flesh, so yeah, we're not saving them. Those fuckers have been skinned
Also,
alive now.
Tiny Man has become baby now.
Yeah.
Oh, he got more clay?
He got more
Yeah,
clay.
he got more clay. He got his
Nice.
heart.
He's about the size of a toddler with an adult heart.
Yeah.
Little baby man.
Basically
That
his
sounds
entire.
disgusting.
He's puffing his chest
kinda
out.
gross.
He's got his chest puffed out.
It's kind of gross, yeah.
Baby man.
He's baby.
I don't understand why you're so attached to this Miss Chiron. Is it like a pet, or...?
He's the tiny man. Look at him.
Well, I'm glad
Can you
he's
not be.
well happier. Does he still scream?
Yes.
Hmm.
I would say this is like a very... I would say the Tiny Man seems to be an abomination to science, but like, considering I have a demon in my head, I don't think
Hey,
I don't think I have
don't
anywhere
pick
to
on-
talk.
Don't pick on Tiny Man.
Baby man.
Baby man. Yeah.
Will said that whenever he was with the other guy, he saw a bunch of clay people. Do you know anything about that? Leans ear in to hear whisper. He said nothing.
He does that mouth.
Hmm.
And he just looks at it. Just yeah.
Does the baby man need more clay?
Karen draws like a tiny mouth.
I'll pat it on the head.
What the fuck?
Wait. So once we
Edward
get
is
enough
just
clay,
watching in the corner. Like, what the fuck?
once we get enough clay, are we just gonna call it Man?
As Mike, I don't want that.
Perhaps just large man or clay man.
For context, that is a nickname that I'm referred to in real life.
Man, are you serious? Is that real?
That is real.
I need to hear the story of that afterwards.
If we give him enough clay, yeah, he'll turn into Mike.
No, it's the story is just all of the adults looked at me when I was a toddler, and I was wearing like a button up shirt or whatever. It's like, oh, he looks like a tiny man, and that's it.
Tiny man. Man.
So it's the exact same name. It's like, look at Tiny Man. Man.
Oh my god, I can't believe the claim is.
We're making Mike.
There he is.
We're making Mike.
Mike,
Mike, this is your origin story.
Mother of God. No wonder I've been so malleable and capable.
Chiron was your dad, Mom.
So
Anyways, that's the night. And so, it is the morning of day 4.
Did Edward have any leads on killing the rust man?
He said something that could clean off rust.
And
However, I have an interlude first, and the music is already playing, so I
There's also the werewolf.
the interlude this time. No one got
I have
to
a
see
theory
this
of who the
one.
werewolf
The
is.
interlude this time is the cult in there, and they're all huddled around, being very silent, as the talking is happening outside. And you guys would probably know that it's you guys talking. They are all very silent. And there is the big cool guy who have the yellow eyes sort of on their hoods. They are carefully watching and listening for you guys to leave. As from behind them, another hooded figure comes, and this big, big fucking cool, this presumably cult leader takes off the hood from this person, and the robes as well, as it seems to be the rust monster under there.
The rust monster?
The rust monster, yes. And he just points to where the sounds of you two guys are coming from, and it disappears into the floor. And that is what happened. See, I told you, WD-40, perfect for rust.
Oh, hey, by the way, I have a second solution to Rust Guy.
What?
Ahem. Why does Coca-Cola eat rust?
We gotta get the Coca-Cola.
Does Coca-Cola exist in 1912?
It
Yeah,
existed
absolutely.
in 1886.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, you guys got Coke.
We're gonna get the Coke.
It's like the
Should we
good
wake up?
Coke, the Coke that still has fucking cocaine in it.
Exactly.
We're gonna fucking
We
throw
have enough on the ship
Coca-Cola
we can
bottles
make
at this thing.
Can we do that right now in the morning?
Chiron, we need to cook.
We need to cook. It is, in fact,
Oh,
the
so-
morning.
Iron Pinkman.
Alright, we'll wait.
What
we'll
does
wait
Tiny
some-
Man say about this, bitch?
It is the morning of day 4.
On the final day.
Well, it takes a little. Yeah, it's final day, but who knows? One of us could survive.
Yep.
One. I mean,
Most likely, maybe Margaret, and if Chiron passes for a chick, they can survive. Women and children first.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see what happens. That happens
Anyway,
at
we'll-
night. Right now it's morning. Or daytime, but
So we'll waste no time going back to the monster hunters.
First order of business is destroying that rust monster.
Let me change
Yep.
the music to something a bit more upbeat to get us up in high spirits.
high
I would-
spirits.
I would like to point out that I would like to point out that if we die at the end of this, then Lemon is confirmed killer DM because it's only in his games that we die.
Oh yeah, 100%. Citrus and cyanide. We got the.
Tried to
we got
kill
the hobo.
Tristan.
Yeah, try to kill Tristan. Multiple times kill Tristan.
I'm not a
Honestly.
killer DM, no.
Kill Damien.
Honestly,
So what's the plan, guys?
Will grabs a Coke bottle and makes his way towards his market in Edward's room.
Calvin, he was like, all right, Don Chad, Adam, let's relax for a day.
You know what? That sounds good. I haven't had the chance to really relax and enjoy.
Don Chad, here you are. Here's a pair of my good clothes
Oh my
that I
God.
haven't worn. We're going up to the fancy dinner.
You know what,
We did,
Calvin?
boys.
You're not so bad.
This
We
was
cured
Calvin's character arc.
racism.
Calvin likes his friends. He's a bit of a soon about it, but he likes his new friends.
You're not so
Calvin
bad,
is no longer
Calvin.
racist.
Tom has
Calvin
been
is-
wearing. By the way, Tom's been wearing the exact same suit the entire time.
Yeah.
He's not changed even once.
So yeah,
Don Chad,
Calvin.
are you
Yeah.
a good actor? Can you lie?
Probably.
There you go.
I just won't talk that way on him, my accent.
You could be my new agent. Yes, that last bastard.
Hasn't even sent you a telegram. What an asshole! Hasn't even sent you a
Nerve.
telegram.
Nerved.
I didn't even get her email address.
I quite like the way telegrams work. Is literally they would send a telegram and it'd be like, "Is so and so there?" And then they just go around the ship screaming for that person. It was so quaint back in the day, you know.
Very quaint.
Very quaint. So Calvin, what's the plan?
He's getting all dressed up, just going up to the top deck and and just gonna hang out, do some activities, and then they're gonna have dinner up there.
A nice
He's
British breakfast.
Yeah, and then he's going to make dinner reservations.
Ooh, nice. Quite nice, quite nice. The breakfast is big old British breakfast, which is eggs, ham, bacon, sausage, baked beans, toast. To be fair, the baked beans is a bit of an odd choice, but I am Mexican and I eat beans for breakfast too, so it's not that weird for me. You, as an American, Calvin, though, it's a bit strange, but what you gonna do?
I don't think Mexican people exist yet, so.
There are some Mexican people on this show. How the fuck they came from Britain? I don't fucking know, man. They're probably not Mexican, they're probably like Spaniards, I think. From Spain.
Spain, considering Spain is over there.
Mm-hmm, and Mexico's
nearby where we left. Calvin's real character arc, gaining both a friend and a love interest. Which one's the love interest?
Adam. No, it's Don Chad. Yeah, right, it's Don Chad.
It's Don Chad. We all know.
Don Chad is enjoying this high-class breakfast. He's been in fucking oatmeal every fucking day for 3 days.
Dude, he's in the troubles are going on. Not the troubles, the famine's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Don Chad, I can fix it.
And he did. He fixed them.
Oh, fuck it. In my homeland, we didn't even have potatoes anymore. It was bad.
Here you go. He just pulls out a raw potato.
He like cries.
Bro, he shouldn't have.
He's crying and he just bites into the hole.
Here you go. You know, it's like, you know what? I'll have the potato soup special for my friend.
Look at these two lovebirds.
Adam's there too. He's just like, I cannot consume.
Gay? Of course we are. We're awfully happy.
Yes.
Adam is also there. He does not consume. He like pretends to. And just kind of like spills on his chest.
Adam, you can't eat, can you?
I cannot.
Feel bad for you, bro.
Yes, I feel bad for you too.
He just sounds like, what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
It's about that thing.
Nothing. Anyways,
Just like at dinner, he's just like, you look, friend, it's been great. I really have to be going in. Oh wow, 2 seconds, and then he just warps out of existence. What was that about? And then crashes.
I'm glad the fucking iceberg jokes are starting now.
They've never stopped.
They're just gonna ramp up in frequency.
Yep.
What's Chiron doing?
I'm at. Karen is at where he normally is at. Tending to baby man.
Yeah, he's a baby man.
Big man. Get him dressed up in some clothes. At least make him look somewhat human.
Like a baby.
No.
No.
Baby man goes into a purse that I stole from a rich person.
That you also ate.
Okay.
I know I don't eat rich people yet.
Yeah.
Oh, Chiron.
Tonight's the night though.
Tonight would be a good night for a rich person.
Yeah, tonight it's a good night for a rich person to be dining on the deck with his buddies.
Yeah.
Chiron says a day by just eating a rich family so we can all get on the rowboat.
He just eats all the people in the life part. Hey guys, look, free life pack.
He eats all of deck 1 so that third class can live. Timeline shift.
Anyway.
Honestly though.
Margaret.
Honestly, way better.
Margaret, what's going on?
Go kill that rust man.
Yeah, that seems like a good plan. Are you gonna gather all the warriors?
Yeah, gather the warriors.
Yep.
Gather the throng.
Gather the gang.
Gathering the throng.
Gathering the throng.
Will has Coke and vinegar at the ready.
Which kind of cook?
No, we're going for.
Also, Calvinius, I would like to point out. No, she's not. No, Chiron's not a vampire. He's in the sun.
Look at him, he's alive.
Oh shit!
That's
He drinks
impossible.
blood. What are you, a cannibal?
He didn't drink blood. What are you talking?
Look at those
You sound
fangs.
insane.
That's like
You sounded like I told you. Like Gyron
Yeah,
just does really
Margaret, you
like,
find
good teeth.
Chiron out here, and it's like he's in the sun. He can't be a vampire.
Physically cannot. It's physically impossible.
Impossible.
Are you alright, Calvin?
Gaslighting, bro. We use electricity now.
It's like,
Yeah, we
Mr.
moved
Calvin?
from that.
Mr. Ford, are you alright? Why are you so panicked around Chiron?
Many reasons. Many reasons.
Y'all are together
like her?
now. We just
Time to kill the rust monster.
Yeah.
Do you like her or something?
What? That's a guy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No way. Nah.
Kieran is a man.
Nah, that's impossible.
Chiron is a man.
That's impossible.
Is there an issue with that?
No.
It's not that there's anything wrong with it. Well, no.
What is there wrong with
There's a
that?
lot wrong with that. in my eyes.
Margaret looks over at William. Are you a queer?
Don't worry, Adam can say it. Adam can say it, guys.
Queer is a PC word to say.
Kyron looks up. Who is a queer?
Calvin, I guess. I suppose.
What?
And
You're the one who was walking around shirtless.
You're the one who's dressed as a woman, Batman.
I suppose. I mean, I have dated a man before.
What?
Margaret like recoils in shock.
That is genuinely the fucking most insane
Yeah.
shit you've heard in your life.
Yeah, even Kyron just goes, whoa,
Whoa.
Whoa, wait. And he's like, you do what?
Yep.
And he looks, it's like,
You know,
why?
I'm not a pious man, but you're not supposed to be doing a man as though you would a woman.
I mean, Chiron, that's rich coming from. Chiron, remember, I have a demon in my head. I've kind of
See
stopped
now why the
caring.
demon chose you.
The Lord already turned his back on me.
Kyron stops you from speaking. I'll have you know, I am wearing this because the sun is very sensitive. My skin is very sensitive to the sun, and I am very prone to sunburns. Also, I look very
whips
pretty in it.
around.
Also, I look very pretty in it.
That you do.
He
Anyway,
does look very pretty.
That's exactly what someone who dated a man would say.
queer would say.
I'm going to hell anyway. I might as well date whoever I please.
Y'all should ask him how he did it.
Kyron frowns at that. What an evil man.
What sort of
Thanks,
situation even?
We had mutual interest. We liked each other, and it didn't turn out. But unfortunately, it didn't work out well.
I
It's quite
don't imagine
racist.
any relationship between sodomites would ever work out well.
Adam is pulling out all the religious preachers
He's
at
pulling
his
out
college.
all of his backstory.
Yeah, whatever. Read it before. Honestly, I'm glad I left him. He was an asshole.
And he just gives him like a sour look on his face and looks at him.
So that rust monster.
Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna move on from this.
The monster.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Kyron says that as if he said it with quotes.
Yeah, bite me. Anyway.
But
Kyron
wait,
looks at the camera.
I would most certainly not wish to.
I'm glad everyone is just a little bit homophobic.
It's just a little bit.
That's how it was
It's
back then.
extremely common and
it's
makes perfect sense.
If anything, we were remarkably tolerant.
Oh,
for
you're
each-
remarkably
to
tolerant.
engage
Yeah.
with him
For
at
not
all.
just immediately throwing him off board.
Yeah, and we're not. Calvin is not stringing him up by a wall.
Yeah.
He's not facing a wall in between him.
We're continuing to engage with him in any way, shape, or form, and are therefore extremely tolerant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is tolerant for it. You're taking steps.
Calvin is immediately hurling slurs at this guy.
Go crazy.
Calvin initially was the most racist. Calvin now the least racist.
He's racist, most homophobic.
Quote
Alright, let's
unquote, Kyron calls William a faggot.
Powerful. He does not react. Anyway.
Let's go murder that fucking rust monster.
I have
Good
this
fun.
if it'll help.
Good
Kyron
fun.
holds
Just
salt water.
You come on down, and the rust monster is there. However, as you approach a little bit closer, it like comes out, or fucking summon. Like you're just getting invaded.
So what was the plan then?
I was gonna pour this Coke and some white vinegar on him.
Yes.
I'll keep in space, keep it in place, and protect you guys.
Alright.
Plan's a plan.
Sounds like a plan. And I guess we're gonna... Let's waterboard this fucker.
Waterboard this fucker.
Coke boredom.
Does the Coke and white vinegar do anything?
Who would like to go first?
Well,
I will go first. Whoa!
Walls!
The
Wall.
wall. The wall.
Barrier.
Yeah, but that is barrier!
I'm gonna spend a point of luck.
Nice.
I haven't done that yet.
wait, is it even moving?
Mostly because I forget it's there.
It's not, but you might as well.
Yeah, just gonna push that shit up
Since
against
since luck makes a 12, you basically just form like a.
He uses ball instead, but it's a ball wall. He puts him in a hamster ball
Yeah.
with a hole in the top.
Like, we put him in like a giant fucking like.
He's in a beaker.
We put him in a beaker.
No.
Oh, let's fill that fucker with Mentos and Coke.
Hold on.
It's like he's in a bucket.
What's the Relius's astrals where he like tortures the person, and it's Arakune in the beaker being boiled.
Oh god, this poor man. So who's gone now?
Is there any way Will can pour the things?
Roll act under pressure. Cannot spell.
Alright. Let me see. What was act under pressure?
Cool.
That's cool.
Alright, let me roll. So that's a 0 bonus.
Dingus.
8.
What?
What the deuce?
What the scallop?
What the scallop?
What the rest?
That's kind of awkward, bro.
What you got?
That's gonna be a big fucking yikes from me.
What do you
dog.
got?
8.
That's mixed success. So you get over there, start pouring it in, and you do like crack open a cold one and start pouring it in there, and it's like they can hear like the rust burning off of it. It's like oh, it doesn't scream, but you know, it screams in rust sounds. And as it's doing that, it just spikes up towards you, and it does 2 harm.
I've had just enough of your bullshit. That was Will's arc, going from a shy boy to fuck you, fuck everything, fuck the supernatural.
Fuck you, I simply do not give a shit.
Yep.
Since that is his weakness, it ignores its armor.
How much Coke did we get?
You only got a bottle, so it's not that much damage, but...
In that case, Margaret's gonna then charge in next, and swing her axe at the thing.
It's into the beaker.
Yeah. Is there like just like a hole for just shove the axe in?
Mm-hmm.
14.
That's right.
Deal extra harm
Nice.
for a total of 5 harm.
Nice. Oh, wow. That
She
incapacitates
just shoves
it.
the fucking axe in there.
That incapacitates it. It is now a sitting duck. Oh, God.
Yeah, like she shoves the axe in and then she like kicks the handle So with the axe inside the bottle, we just start spinning around like a fucking blender.
You blend this fucker? It is incapacitated. Oh god, no. Please, dude, please tell me how you run this.
Fill it with vinegar.
Or salt water. Either works.
Oh. Karen will pour both the salt water and the vinegar on it.
She's like, oh! Like you can tell, like it's like it literally fucking melts into like a rusty sort of puddle. It's a rusty sort of combination of liquids of Coke, vinegar, and salt water. This is what being well planned looks like for hunters and monsters of the week.
Yeah,
Look at that! It's turned into iron 2 oxide.
I'm solid, Chiron. This is liquid.
Mark, I'll explain it later.
There seems to be a note floating around on there.
Note grab.
It's a bit wet and Coke-y. So it's a bit hard to read. But from the looks of it, it says something about a mailroom, something about a music box, and something about it floating.
The floating music box in the mailroom. We'll worry about that after we kill these people.
Perhaps acquiring that music box would be a good idea, though.
Okay, we could run over there.
Perhaps we should split up.
Karen puts the crank in the hole.
Oh, off we go.
Alright.
You just go down.
Calvin?
No, he doesn't turn it, he just puts it in.
Yeah. Just do.
Calvin, can you fetch a music box in the mailroom for me, please?
What?
Apparently, this note says there's a mailbox. No, not a mailbox, a floating music box in the mailroom.
And then he slumps his shoulders and walks off.
Karen goes to walk with Calvin.
Alright. So who's going
When
down?
they're alone, Mark will delicately lay a hand on Will's shoulder. You know, the order can help with people who are victims of sexual inversion.
I mean, it's not really inversion. I honestly just don't care whether the person in my bed's a man or a woman. I don't really care anymore.
Oh, psychosexual infidelity.
Nihilism? What sort of daft idiot do you have to be?
Maybe the daft idiot that's possessed by a demon. Calvin, look at me. If I'm already going to hell, why the hell should I care what anyone else thinks?
Oh dear, we get that demon exorcised immediately.
Have you heard of the forgiveness of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I mean, everyone here seems to know about it except for you.
He pulls out the Bible. Yeah.
How that shit not burning on him immediately.
Yeah, exactly. He's using that song going, oh yeah, woo. It's like, let's see, 20 page. Oh yeah, so love thy neighbor and all that.
This motherfucker
blah, blah.
will be smited.
Oh dear.
It's like, say anything you want now, but just you wait.
Margaret does like the three cross thing, like he hit fingers on the shoulders and then the head.
Yeah.
Protect me from this sodomite.
Karen just kind of. I can smell the marinara from here.
Sorry, that's me. I'm sorry.
That's what to say. I'm German, not Italian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Craft
Sauerkraut.
beer.
Sauerkraut.
So
Karen's gonna walk away now.
How's everyone spelling up?
Wait, Will took 2 harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna heal that real quick.
Cool.
Karen is gonna go. Karen walks away to the mailroom now.
Yeah.
Right.
From what I can tell, it's Chiron and Calvinius going to the mailroom, with Margaret and William going to open the crank door.
Yeah.
All right.
Gun at the ready.
You head on down to the mailroom. First, we'll start with Tom.
Fun
Mailroom
little-
doors. Fun little fact.
Fun little fact. Just for the knowledge of it. If you couldn't already tell, Kyron's powers do not work in the day.
That's the drawback. He's like a
Interesting.
Sims. He's like a Sims 3 vampire.
I'm sure nothing happens in the day.
No, nothing happens during the day though.
Yep.
Night is where all the monsters come out.
Yep. Anyways, you go to the mail room. There's a bunch of people doing mail here.
I think. Where is this floating music box?
Calvin's just looking around.
A lot of mail here, not no music boxes though.
Karen kind of walks up and taps the. And is there like a bell to gain a mailman's attention?
Yeah, sure.
Gain a mailman's intention.
Attention.
Yeah. Ding ding ding.
Mail to you if I want.
Here to pick up a music box.
Under his name.
Mine.
And what is your name?
It's Kyron.
Flips through his book. You're not on here.
I'm not.
You're not.
Company is full.
Flips through. Yes, you're here. No music boxes on your name.
Any mail for me?
Says you're a telegram.
It says what?
Says you got a telegram.
Where's my telegram?
Something about an agent.
No need to read it. Need.
Sure. Well, if that's it, let's get back to work.
Calvin, stop. Visited by time traveler. Stop. Do not board ship. Stop.
Escape now. Stop.
And he just looks at Kyron. Music box.
They didn't really give us much of any information.
Hey, Will did say music box.
Did say twice.
He just said it word for word what was on the letter.
I assume it wasn't signed by anyone?
Nope. And even if it was, it's kind of cokey right now. Can't really read it too well.
So, where is the mail kept?
Here, in the mail room.
I was talking to Calvin.
Oh.
Yes.
Here, I guess. Just shrugs.
All right, lay it down to me, Lemon. What's the layout of this room?
Basically a big square room. A
Uh-huh.
lot of little fucking boxes in the walls to keep mail in, and there's a bunch of piles of mail around, along with miscellaneous boxes, like cardboard boxes, and like crates and shit. Mail room.
Nothing appears to be worrying. Floating, I mean.
Well, guess it's not now, I guess. Yeah, you always got tomorrow, yeah,
Should we rummage through mail?
And he just sort of glances over at the guy. I
think I can create a distraction.
Look, I don't want to waste time. You simply do not have. You're simply not in the scenario where this would work.
I think we've attracted enough heat already. Let us reconvene.
Oh, I hope not.
He's gonna walk out.
Meanwhile, Margaret and what's his fucking name? Will.
Crank it open.
Yep.
Gun at the ready.
Put that crank in. And you do, like the lock just kind of comes off and can be freely opened.
Gun ready.
Let's open. Let's head on in.
Alright.
You head on in, and there are, in fact, cultists here. However, they seem a bit, I don't know, almost like comatose, maybe?
I just say the word and I'll blow them away.
They're almost like if they're not active or something.
What's the room itself look like?
A lot like how you saw, but now there's a bit more. It's still pretty dark down here, but there's just a little bit more light now. And it is big rectangular room. In the center is a big ass fucking occult ass circle. In the middle there seems to be just like some sort of, well, in the middle there's nothing at all. There are candles around. There's all these people who seem to be just not responding, not responsive around, surrounding the circle. And that's about it.
Well, Marge's gonna pull out her black keys and just start cutting through the circles like chalk and stuff. Just defacing it as much as she can.
Yeah, you do that, and it is all wrist.
Margaret, should I? And he like
yes, but we may want to keep one alive.
Yeah.
For questioning.
So Will just basically puts a gun, like executes everyone except one.
They none of them respond at all to this.
Do the bullets bounce off, or do they just die without response?
They die without response. They don't even like flinch or anything. Nothing.
I think they may all be comatose of some kind.
Well, I suppose we'll wait until, just for the best, we should probably dispose of the bodies and keep the one somewhere.
Well, I suppose we could throw them overboard.
We could throw them in the boiler, perhaps, or the.
That seems dangerous, the boiler.
I suppose let's first work. We'll just
Can we search through their pockets, see if they have anything?
Well, you can search through their robes.
Yeah, we'll search through their robes.
You can take a look through their robes. They seem to have, good old ritual knives. It's like, the kind of knives, they're like the twisty knives, They're that kind of knives. And other than that, they don't seem to have much on them. Like a little bit of salt, a little bit of chalk,
A little bit of salt, you say?
Yeah, a little bit of salt.
Doesn't salt get rid of ghosts?
It's supposed to. At least I think so. Edward always said it, and he prepared some salt in our room.
Perhaps. Well, then again, with how populated this boat seems to be, with our captain, and in my case, maybe they knew there would be supernaturals here, and they're trying to ward them out.
Perhaps. Although, if so, surely that wouldn't have worked, as you were able to get in here well enough. I'm fairly sure it only works on ghosts, from what I know. Although it may affect other things.
He's gonna touch the salt.
Salt?
Yep.
Sure, it's very salty.
We should dispose of bodies.
Yes, I believe so.
He's also.
Do you
gonna,
like
drag
unhood any of them?
Yeah,
You
we
unhood.
do that along with the
you-
searching process.
You unhood them, and they.
A face only a mother could love.
They're definitely not. I'm not sure how to describe it other than they are. They have like sort of like a coral face, but like fleshy coral.
Well, that suits the theme we've been going for.
How strange.
We should also probably report this to the captain.
Yes, I believe we should.
Nagul's also going to make sure, he's going to drag one corpse and also the alive one, just to be sure.
Alright. You just taking them straight to the captain?
Yep.
There you go on. Straight to the captain. You run into Chiron and Calvin, maybe? Yeah,
most likely.
Might as well reunite now.
Calvin.
They see Margaret and Will, Will dragging this unresponsive guy and a corpse, and Margaret also dragging corpses.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Margaret's
whoa,
not
whoa.
many corpses with her, because we only need one alive guy, one a corpse, which Will has. Margaret's just a big fucking axe.
What he points to the corpse.
There are many cultists down there. We disposed of all but one.
Will has not bothered washing off the blood.
How did you deal with all those cultists?
I executed them.
They are all comatose. None responding.
That's not really a good sign.
No, it isn't.
On the right side, we
What's the heartbeat on this one? Is it comatose?
It's comatose.
Hmm.
It does have a heartbeat, though.
What now?
It does have a heartbeat, though. It is alive.
Does the other one have a heartbeat?
Yeah, comatose doesn't mean they're dead.
Does the other one have a heartbeat?
What other one?
The corpse.
You're not bringing. Are you bringing a corpse, or are you just bringing one?
Yeah.
We are. We're
Yeah.
bringing one corpse and one alive, dude.
The corpse sounds dead.
All right.
Corpse dead.
Good. Good riddance.
Straight to the captain.
Straight to the captain.
There's the captain. First mate's like, oh my god, it's them!
We found your cult. Well, not your cult. The cult that was in. I promised there would be a cult.
What's this about a cult?
Well, they may have been responsible for some of the stranger occurrences. The Rust man who seemed to try to defend their place. The aquatic nature of some of actually before Will says any of this, he goes closer to the captain. And just repeats what he just says.
Yeah,
And
don't worry about
aquatic.
it. Everyone, move the bridge. Everyone's confused, but captain's orders.
Yeah, so the aquatic nature of some of the passengers, and then he points to the coral. Until we've fully made land, I don't think it's safe to say this is over yet.
Well, well, we're on sea. My word is law. And we're gonna get to the bottom of this at least.
We are glad to have you aboard, Captain.
Alright, let's clean up those corpses.
And also, we should keep this one around just in case to question them.
Right.
I had a
Also,
mighty circle down there. I disrupted it with my weapon as best I could.
Also, there was salt there. Do you know anything that could be weak to salt that they were trying to keep out?
Drugs. Cult activity, I would assume.
Maybe they were just preparing. They did prepare a barrier after all.
And so the rest of that day is spent with the help of the captain, doing a lot of cleaning, basically, of corpses. And trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here.
Cameron does not help Quinn.
Thanks,
Why do I-
Caron.
Thanks, guys.
He's not strong enough right now.
Why do I feel like Margaret would just whisper to the captain, be on the lookout, he's a queer.
Do you?
Be on the lookout. This man sleeps around. And I mean sleeps.
Watch your
I
ass.
don't think she would.
Yeah, it's a secret. It's a secret for you guys to know.
Don't turn your back on him.
Don't turn your back at him, otherwise.
You'll blow your back out. And so the day has passed and it has reached evening.
Okay.
It basically took all day to, figure stuff out, talk stuff out with the captain, basically.
Alright.
Tell him of, the scenarios that have happened.
Actually,
The captain has had to deal with the aftermath of a lot of your shenanigans.
Yeah.
That
So he has a vague idea of a lot of your shenanigans.
Also, yeah, he tells the captain about Phil. It's like, by the way, on the first night, I had to let him loose, so we might want to do some things to make sure nothing essential is, broken.
Oh, sure, it's fine.
Okay.
So,
Good.
let me
Here's
get
Phil
this
looking for
straight.
last laugh.
There was a rust monster.
Yes.
Yes. We defeated that one earlier today.
There's a vampire.
Yes, we still have not found that one.
There were extraterrestrials.
Yeah.
There was a dancing demon.
Not anymore. He just brushes off his shoulders.
There was a barnacle zombie of my only doctor on board.
Yes.
You only have one?
As well as it turned into a brain room.
There is a strange slug infection.
Yes.
And anything else?
There's even a werewolf.
Cult?
A werewolf. Yeah, werewolf.
Yeah, it's a werewolf.
Who is a Freemason?
Freemasons all at that list, so that's 10.
Holds out, baby man, from out the purse.
What is that?
11.
It says baby man. Speak to him, baby man. Draw a little mouth. Close. Baby man only speaks in agonizing screams.
Charming. Very charming. And this one, he kind of like holds Will by his shoulder. This one has a
Demon.
Right. That's a lot of things on this boat.
Yep.
That's a lot of things on this boat.
Oh, there was also that mirror dimension.
Oh yes, the mirror man. I've heard of him.
Oh yeah.
The weird guy that got reports walking around the halls.
Yes, that guy.
I'm not sure what's wrong with him.
There's
Well,
also Calvinius' weird friend who doesn't have a heartbeat.
What? He looks at
Adam. I know him.
You know Adam?
Oh yes, and the strange thing that the heart attached to in the medical bay.
And Will probably doesn't know about the clay dimension, so no, he wouldn't say it.
Yes, I know Adam. He has my blessing to be on this boat.
Ah.
You do know about
He's
the
like,
clay dimension
what?
because you described it before.
What? You what, Adam?
No, Will came out confused. He's like, why am I covered in clay? Phil knows entirely about the clay dimension.
Right, I feel like a lot of these things can be answered. At least not with the lack of information we have now.
seem to be like quite the problem.
I get the
Yes.
sinking suspicion that we are being kept out of the loop.
Sinking suspicion. Sinking suspicion.
Phase.
You wouldn't happen to be knowing more than you're letting on, are you, Captain?
Oh, not about a lot of things, at least.
Yes, but is there anything you're not telling us?
Only a few things.
May we know what those are?
Kind of like
I think
sizes you all up. Yes, I suppose
Does not
so.
flinch. I want to end this madness as much as everyone else.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, the infection, I'm sure, has come from the sea.
The sea?
The sea.
Like the man who was hit in the eye with a barnacle?
Yes. It is not just him. The infection has been passing around. I've done my best to keep it in check, however. Perhaps it's not enough.
I see.
Any other questions?
Why do you suppose it comes from the sea?
Well, barnacles alone are a pretty good sign of that. However, if you want to say more markets and it's true and it has something to do with that Kahulu, then, well,
That would all add up, yes.
see Elder God.
He kind of like flicks the occultist on the head. And yeah, they are aquatic based.
Yeah,
So
this fellow has a strange coral face.
perhaps they're trying to summon their fish sire.
Oh, and you shouldn't worry about the werewolf.
Yeah.
Why?
I sort of made the connection.
Kevin looks around.
What? He looks at you. I'd like my pen back.
He's. Oh shit.
Yeah, we didn't encounter the werewolf again, and you are definitely supernatural. So
He just gives it the pin. Why
Yeah.
did you kill that? Oh, I get. Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
He's a werewolf!
Yeah. Yes, Margaret, I am.
See, I figured out a little bit of Calvin is not that smart.
and Will went to college. He has to be smart.
Margaret, she was a little slow on the uptake.
I cheated.
You did cheat. You did cheat, Chiron. You could just tell you cheater. Cheater, pumpkin eater.
Oh! So that's why you don't like going near me, and your lips are dressed up to reveal the massive amounts of silver.
Please stop.
Yeah, that'll do it. He's gonna gently push Margaret slightly away from the captain. You don't want to fall and burn him.
Oh, don't worry. I have excellent balance.
Just in case. There could always be an additional wave to knock you over.
Speaking of, the seas they will be particularly rough tonight.
We should put extra focus on. Just in case, I'll try to look around to make sure the cult didn't do anything else.
Alright.
Is there anything else we can do to clean up things on this boat?
Keep more people from dying, perhaps.
Yep. I'll check. I'll make sure
I already have a hell of a report to fill out when we land.
Yes, you do.
How long until we land?
I believe the Titanic was supposed to be a voyage of 5 days?
And
No,
it's sunk
definitely
on
not.
night
I think it
4.
was 10. Hold on, let me look. It doesn't say the estimated time for the voyage. It just
Say reason
says
have confidence, we'll believe you.
137 hours.
the fuck does that mean?
137
What
hours
does that mean?
divided by 24. Yeah, 5 days. 5.7 days, but yeah, basically 5 days.
About 2 days from now.
I guess survive until then.
That shouldn't be too hard.
No, so it shouldn't be too hard. Well, I suppose best of luck.
Yeah. Stay safe.
Yes. I wish you well, Captain.
I wish you all well too.
What do we do now?
Well, I don't rightly know.
Well, if you have anything to exercise, might as well do that.
Caron, Calvinius, how about you?
You know?
Well,
It seems like finally you can take a break.
well,
Well,
I'm
it's
going
not
to
taking a break.
dinner with Don Chad and Atom.
I'll check the. Would it be meta to say like he thinks that the cultists would try to fuck with the lifeboats?
Yes.
Do you
Damn.
think that he would try and think, hey, maybe I messed with the lifeboats?
He did run wild.
Well, there's no reason for you to think about checking the lifeboats at least.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that's a fuck up of your own making. No fixing it.
Yep.
I suppose we can
Phil will-
only check the ship. Top to bottom.
Okay.
Better hope that iceberg doesn't hit. I guess yeah.
Mark's just gonna keep investigating.
So
And
you
he's gonna
spend your evening investigating. Calvin goes for a dinner.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I'm taking off. I ain't investigating anymore. You guys can deal with that shit if you find anything else.
Chiron.
You know what? Chiron will join Calvin if he'll have him.
Hey.
Yeah, we're having a dinner party.
What about you, Will?
Yeah, he's gonna follow Margaret.
Alright.
You know, these two duos were not what I was expecting
Yeah.
as party dynamics, but it's funny how often these two just split into duos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful,
If anything,
his gay might rub off.
If anything, I kind of expected the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
No. You see, she's gonna hang out with Will too much, and then she's gonna become gay as well.
Oh no, she likes boys now.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
What
that's
she likes
not
men.
good. You're not supposed to lay with another man as you would another woman, Margaret.
Damn.
I have no intentions of becoming sapphic.
But well, we all know that Will also doesn't wear the pants in this relationship, I guess.
Damn right you don't.
Damn right.
Anyway,
Nice times. It is a beautiful evening. The moon begins to rise. It's a beautiful evening. Let's start with the dinner. So, it is dinner. on the Titanic. They serve you a very nice soup, some good old oysters. You got some shrimp too.
Mm-hmm.
And at Chiron's request, some cheese.
Yes.
Cheesesteak.
You know what, Don Chan, help yourself to some wine. We're all drinking good tonight.
Yeah.
We got everything figured out. Don Chan, I'm bringing out the premium selection. You haven't had this shit, right? Look, yeah, look at that. I'm cool, right? Aren't I? I'm right.
Real good wine for tonight. Oh, it makes me so sad.
You're gonna kill Don Chad in a little bit.
Nah, don't worry about it.
You're gonna kill Don Chad, aren't you?
Nah,
Look, I do
him.
not care. I do not care if Calvin dies. As long as Don Chad gets out of this.
As long as you don't hurt him.
Don Chad.
It is a delicious dinner, and then you fill your bellies. And for the first time, you feel like you're finally free from all this fucking paranormal bullshit. Feels good. Feels like you've done something good.
Mhm.
Fill your belly with the fruits of your labor.
Yeah.
Margaret and Will.
Yep.
Patrolling, nothing seems off. You do spot that weirdo dude who throws people in mirrors. He just ignores you though, and he just walks past.
Strange.
We should fight him.
He doesn't seem to be hurting anyone.
You have challenged the Reaper.
He doesn't seem to be
He's the
hurting
secret
anyone.
super boss.
Not in this run. Perhaps in New Game Plus.
Very well.
So, yeah, assuming that we get off this boat, is that exorcism still on the table?
Yes, of course. And if you'd like, I'm sure the Order would be happy to have someone of your caliber.
I think I'd like that.
You're quite a talented medic.
After we fix your gay problem, but
She'll politely ignore it.
Yeah.
We'll fix it later.
I'd like that. Mimo, Phil is disgusted.
I would like to mention just something that won't come up ever. The Order is totally fine with the gay, because since they've existed since even before Greek times, and the Greeks were very gay.
Yeah.
So they're just cool with it. It's just
That's nice.
It's just your modern
Margaret.
sensibilities.
It's just Margaret growing up in like 19 or like 18.
Yeah, it's just the world. It's
London.
just the world telling you that that's wrong.
Yeah.
Like, we can cure his gayness, right? What are you talking about? He's fine.
Dude, that man just...
The Order's fine with it. Margaret's just brought a different time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's more of a Margaret problem than an Order problem.
As we continue, I noticed that I made way more Order lore than I should have, considering the relevancy it has.
Yeah.
I like the Order.
Yeah, yo, just bring them back. Just bring them back. It's that simple.
I know.
I got a question.
Don't worry about it.
Should I say the final secret?
If you want.
Do you want to know who Will's ex was?
Is it Phil?
Nope, Adolf Hitler. He broke up with Adolf Hitler.
Dude, if Calvin had asked, he'd be like, huh? Calvin would have killed you right there.
It is not specifically Adolf Hitler. It is a man by the name of Adolf. It is vague whether or not it is Hitler or not. It is just a man named Adolf.
Adolf?
Also, by the way, Will, the reason why, reason Will first discovered was he was into the occult. First of all, yeah, he was an occultist, and he also invented mustard gas, which goes off to the story of how Hitler. Some theorize Hitler went fucking bonkers because he got hit by mustard gas. So yeah,
It's crazy how you're talking about Hitler as if your boyfriend was not Adolf and not definitely.
I like the imagination of oh yeah, well, who did you date? Oh, it was a wonderful man named Adolf. Bam, like don't hole through the head.
Yeah, Calvin just freaks out on him.
All we know is his name was Adolf. We do
His
not
name
know
was
his
Adolf.
last name.
It's vague, vagaries.
Vague.
His name was Adolf. Relationship did not end well. That won't have any ripples.
I'm sure it doesn't matter.
His name's Adolf. Who no one said anything about a Hitler.
Yeah, no one's saying
Yeah.
You're silly.
Lemon did.
Nah,
Anyway.
you're silly. That's silly. Just because I called, just because the entire time he's been created and before I knew his name, I called him Hitler's boyfriend doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't
Hitler's
mean it.
Adolf.
It's
Just
false. Fiction. We made this one up.
Fiction.
Hey, you know what? This is all in our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
It is,
So-
isn't it?
Anyways, back to the session.
Hitler isn't real.
You just don't get it, do you?
Hitler was never real. Anyway, continue.
Anyways, that is all that happens in evening.
Huh.
It's calm for once, finally. And
Martyrs to Nancy. You don't like that?
the time clicks over to nighttime. What's everyone doing at nighttime?
I assume the trio is back in their dorm. Not dorm. Their cabin.
The dorm, yeah. It's been a long night. Their bellies are full. They're very satisfied.
Yeah, they're just a little bit sauced.
So it's around like 11 p.m. right now. It's about a good time to go to bed.
Hmm. I suppose this is good night.
I believe so. Rest well.
Yeah, same here. Same deal.
Yeah, you guys all sleep or whatever.
Actually, where do you sleep, Chiron? Never seen you in first decks. First class.
What was that?
I've never seen you in first class. Are you in like second class or third class?
I have a room.
Okay. He's not going to reply any further.
Anyone else?
No,
No, you can destroy the ship now.
Yeah, you can kill him.
go ahead.
You can kill us.
Shut up!
You can kill
Go
us
on.
now.
Kill
End our
Calvin.
lives.
Kill
really
Calvin
silly.
instantly because the iceberg hits the compartment he's in.
Yeah. Calvin dies instantly.
You're being
I feel-
silly. You're being silly.
Here's your new character, Father O'Conley O'Malley Sullivan,
Who's also Irish.
who is also Irish.
All right, yeah, but yeah, you can do it. Sink the ship.
You guys are being silly. I'm simply changing the music to this for no reason whatsoever. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths.
Blood
Come
for
on.
socks?
Blood for socks. Deep breaths,
Yep.
deep breaths. Don't stress out, okay?
All right, here.
And so, the time comes. Everyone is having a nice sleep. And it is around 00. The clock clicks over to be like the next day. It's around 00 right now. And on the crow's nest, there's two guys there. They're chilling. They've been wondering where the fuck the binoculars are since they seem to have lost them. It's a fairly foggy night, at least unnaturally so. It seems a fog rolled in at some point. Didn't really notice. It's very difficult to see even like 5 feet in front of you, and the lights are pretty dim on the Titanic right now. And right now, they are currently getting a report on the telegram bridge that they have entered, that there was a warning that they have entered an iceberg field. However, this warning is too late. As the people on the nest, they of the day of the dollar, you know. Nothing really goes wrong doing this job until you really strain your eyes to see across this fog over the bow of the ship over the ocean. That deep inky blackness deep within. And something large, shadowy. Perhaps an iceberg. Dead ahead. And as soon as they realize this, it is too late. But they start ringing anyways. Ringing, yelling that there's an iceberg ahead. But only one of them is ringing and yelling that an iceberg is ahead. The other one is staring deeply into that iceberg. And something inside that iceberg stares back. Deep, greenish yellow eyes. The color of the sleeping ocean, staring back at him. And in that moment, he understands it all. Everything that led up to this point, his entire life up to this point, and he simply falls from the crow's nest. On the bridge, the Captain Smith, is busy. He seems to be injured, like he's been fighting something. He has no time to get to the wheel, as we make direct impact with the iceberg. And as we do, everything slows down for a moment as the iceberg crashes into the side of the ship. Just a small chunk of it, a good chunk of it, of ice, falls into the front bow. And a small chunk of something, a deep, dark coloring almost, kind of falls into the ocean. And this sort of like fleshy almost thing falls into the ocean. And then the Titanic rips from it, scrapes along it, and then moves past it. And in that iceberg, in the moonlight, you could see just a silhouette of a large, incomprehensible thing with a strange, pulsating bulbous head, a green, otherworldly coloring, tentacles and limbs and some sort of shape, otherworldly, a sleeping god who will continue to sleep, except for a piece which falls into the ocean and will be born tonight.
Oh.
And that
Cthulhu iceberg.
And that is intermission.
Oh boy.
I mean, it could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
It could have been all of the Cthulhu iceberg. Instead, it is just a piece of Cthulhu iceberg.
I think we can kill it.
Maybe.
No, what's Cthulhu iceberg's weakness?
Ice.
We can kill the little bit that
global warming.
was ice.
Oh yeah, that is definitely intentional. You may have noticed a very potent idea of global warming in some of my games.
Yeah.
And Cthulhu being in a fucking iceberg is part of that.
So it looks like
It's a global warming activist.
it looks like we won't have to deal with that.
Not for a while.
Don't contribute to CO2 emissions, or you will awaken Cthulhu.
Yep.
I am all for this. You know, we should make
Lemon's a global warming activist. He keeps putting it in.
Yeah.
We should make global warming activist. He is advocating for.
I'm advocating for it.
considering
I
their
want
rights.
my Lord Cthulhu to awaken from this deep, endless slumber and end their world for once
Man,
and
we
for
should
all.
turn this into a movie.
Kyron is the only one who will likely have to deal with this because we'll all be dead.
Aaron saw it happen.
I
by the way.
like to mention this entire idea for this session came to me once when I was thinking of the movie Titanic and thought, what if there was an elder god on the iceberg? That'd be weird.
Lemon, I love it. Great.
Yeah, it's great. Oh yeah.
Ooh, we've reached halfway into the session, guys.
It's the halfway point.
Yep. Now we gotta
Halfway
escape.
point. I have genuinely no clue why Lemon thought we would make this point into one session.
As this is an intermission, I'd like to go take a piss real quick.
All right.
It is 1:30 in the morning.
So
My
either
man.
I'm gonna
Either
pause
Lemon-
now and go take a piss.
I'm gonna do everything she
I'm
can
back.
to try to fight against fate.
all right, let's go.
All
How's it
Cal
going?
cares about is,
Hello.
is Don chatted himself.
Chiron is just nah. You guys are a small part of my life.
You guys are a tiny part of my life.
Yeah, I don't care.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
If I had to walk over on top of your guys' heads to get to a lifeboat, I would.
Especially Will.
Especially you, Will. Fuck you, Will.
Well, I don't know you that well.
Are you
Nah,
all prepared
you'll
to
know-
go
you'll
into
know
the
well
sinking
enough.
section of the session, or
Yeah,
Hey,
let's go. Let's go.
Go into what section?
the sinking
The sink-
section of the session? Or do you
Yep.
think we should stop for a part 3?
Actually, yeah, part 3. I think it'd
Yeah.
be safer.
Yeah, save it.
Yeah.
Because I'm quite tired, and I don't know the status of Adam's headache.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do believe I need a night's rest.
May I give you the intermission at least?
You may.
Yes, of course.
Think of it as an epilogue for this session.
To be concluded.
To be continued, perhaps. We return to the closing curtains, and to these two angels, one in the suit, one in the cocktail dress. Hey there. Did you think about what we talked last time? The idea on whether fate is real or not. I hope you did think about it. Last time we argued on what if fate was real. And if fate was real, then what if it was just a limiting factor that stopped you from taking other paths on your life? This time, we will argue the opposite. This time, we'll argue on fate's non-existence. Did you know that the average lifespan of a human is floats somewhere around 90 years? That's really short. And did you know that because of your short lifetime, your perception of the time is very short? At least compared to beings like us. So if you really think about it, you can't see the big dominoes that have been falling up to your point in life. You wouldn't know everything that's happened to lead you in this point in life. You can't see what happened to the people who lived there. And you can't see what caused that car crash. And you can't see all the things that have been happening around you and have simply been too small for you to notice. I guess in a way you could call this fate. Or, in a way, perhaps it's not fate, and just the simple path of life which happens. That's complicated. I don't know about that. Well, cognition has changed in many different ways. For example, you didn't know that there's a man sitting in front of us right now. He only got there when we pointed him out. Yeah, you don't even know what he looks like. He has brown hair, it covers his eyes, and you wouldn't know that his eyes are gray. And he's wearing a suit with a short tie that's squared off at the end. Although, you wouldn't have known that if he didn't describe him for you. You also wouldn't have known that his name is Recorder. Maybe that's a little bit too much to tell them. Perhaps. Anyways, that's it for the intermission. We'll see you later!
Nice and chippy.
That's the intermission.
I really like Glory and Fate. Or Glory and
Honor and Glory.
Honor and Glory.
So yeah.
That's it.
I like it, just like the car crash. Like, what are you talking about?
I love little vignettes of like, hey, let's just delve into philosophy.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even being sarcastic. I genuinely love that.
Yeah.
No,
it's great.
I am incredibly. I got a smile on my face like this entire session.
I'm a sucker for like physical manifestations of concepts.
Yeah.
Fate is a pretty important idea for the Titanic.
Yep. And you listen, Lemon, you got a knack for just like high concept and weird stuff.
He pulls it out for Monster of the Week.
I do.
Yeah.
It's
Lemon's
irrelevant.
just like, like, and all the other stuff that he runs, like, hey, whoa, yeah, we're doing cool things. We're doing it's Monster of the Week. Hey, here is me cracking the universe open like an egg, pouring into the pan of our minds, and we fry it with the fire.
Yo,
the fire
yo,
of the
guys,
human
isn't it?
soul.
Yo, guys, you ready for the next bounty hunting session? What if, hey, Ergsby,
Hey,
Lemon
hey.
here. What if your best friend wasn't your best friend?
If you had never met your friend, would you even really be yourself? Yourself, air quotes, would be killed. Would not be
Recorder is an
Alright, so how
actual
much-
character, by the way. That is a that's
All right,
a
so
thing.
how much? All right, so how much money you guys gonna get this time? Oop, looks like it equaled to nothing.
I'd like to point out, Recorder is a real thing that's actually there, and not just a made-up thing that Honor and Glory made up.
Ruby was just there the entire time.
Yes, I
don't know if I'm
do.
looking too deep into it, but I took it as a little meta commentary of, you don't know what's here unless I, the DM / Honor and Glory, describe it to you.
It's a little bit of that,
Yeah.
So I would like to say, just every time you imagine, if you ever re-listen to these sessions, I just want you to imagine him in the background at all times.
Have you been just sneaking him in there?
He's been there. You just didn't know he was there.
Yeah, he's always been there, watching, but you've just never described him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
Fun times on Titanic.
Hey,
What time's on the
Ergsby,
Titanic?
Lemon here. What if this man was here, but you didn't know that because I never told you?
Part 3 of the Titanic session is the high concept part.
Oh God.
I am all for it. I am
Where
absolutely...
we, the people, debate philosophy with Lemon, the person.
No,
We fucking just Danganronpa debate meet in order to finish the session.
the characters have to
I'm
debate with
absolutely
us.
adoring the Titanic shit. I love it.
Then yeah, if all the high concept stuff happens, yeah, it's definitely best for next
It
session.
is both the high concept session and the combat session.
High concept combat.
High concept combat. That's
Well,
it.
I-
That's Titanic.
But I did have the idea.
Titanic.
I did have
Titanic.
the idea.
Titanic.
And it's funny that, like, we're moving to the fucking, like, high concept arc of Erdsby in general with the way all our campaigns are currently heading.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
High
Yeah,
concept, baby.
you're right about that.
I mean, Mike, Olympus already started off high concept. You really can't get any higher than that.
Truly, Olympus is the highest concept there is.
It's so funny.
Look at how high up in the sky it is.
I suppose you can't get more high concept than looking at a god in the face or something.
Yeah, look,
Yep.
because they're so high up in the sky.
Yeah, they're so high up in the sky.
That's why
You
it's
know,
high
That's
concept.
it's really funny for you to do right now.
What's wrong?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Yeah, look, I'm a simple man.
I am too.
We're all
I like
simple men at the end of the day.
I like it.
That's it. That's all. Session over.
That's all she wrote. Session over.
I am. Oh, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
I was
for
a
next-
fool to ever believe I can do this in one session.
Yeah, we need to
Yeah.
really stop doing that.
I'm very foolish.
We've all done it at least once.
Yeah.
At least
I-
once.
I do believe I have finally mastered the art of doing an actual one-shot session.
Gasp.
Consider I've been able to do it so far with all of Candlekeep.
Yeah.
Keep,
Yeah.
keep an entire story in one session.
No too hard.
What's your secret?
Make half as much content as you think you'll get through.
That's kind of what I was thinking. It was just more so overestimate how much they're gonna talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it also helps that session 1 started with Yosef speedrunning the dungeon.
No, that's just shit I just like. I just like when you guys just like do skip through things by just like, thinking.
Use your noggin.
Use noggin.
Well, it is late, so I will see you all tomorrow.
I too shall depart for now, because headache hurty. Head hurty.
They don't know my head hurts.
He's being very brave about it.
He's being very brave. It's his birthday, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna end the recording now. Say something cool, please.
Dude, it's Iceberg Cthulhu's birthday. You should wish him a happy birthday next session. You should wish him a happy birthday next session.
Happy birthday.
Also,
It's not
I
a
open up iFunny, and the first thing is a story about a woman who was on the Titanic being super cool. Lemon.
Yeah.
This is the metaverse, isn't it?
You're
straight up. You're making me. You're drinking crazy, yeah.
Yeah, it is the metaverse. It's quite that simple.
And then I swipe, and it's a quote by a guy named John Calvin.
Look at it. Observe.
It says true peace will you found nowhere but in Christ.
You know, if you think about it, perhaps this is the power of perception. Now that you're aware of it and looking for it, you notice it in places.
That is it. Yeah, just like Recorder.
Yeah.
Now, what if? Okay, Ergsby, Mike here. What if you turned your brain off 100% of the way?
You'd die, right? Or would you?
Or would you?
I'm gonna play Vsauce music next time they show up.
Yeah, you should.